My wife is a beautiful CEO. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Slapping Someone in the Mouth with a Shoe. It was late at night, and the night wind was blowing. The Bishu River meandered through Bincheng. Just below the city, a mountain range rose from the ground. At this moment, on the top of the mountain, a figure sat steadily on the platform. It was Su Chen. Su Chen looked up, looking at the moonlit sky, listening to the birds chirping from time to time, and felt a little upset. This weather forecast is really unreliable, Su Chen said helplessly. Looking at the night sky, it really didn't look like it would thunder and rain. Alas. I waited for several hours in vain. Su Chen sighed and got up directly, ready to go down the mountain. He used the wind character formula in Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Legion, and his body merged into the wind, and he went down the mountain very quickly. Hoo la la. A sound of flowing water sounded. Su Chen knew that this was the sound of the water flowing in the Bishu River. This meant that he was almost close to the bottom of the mountain. Suddenly, Su Chen found that there was a white figure lying on the ground by the Bishu River. Su Chen's figure flashed and approached. To Su Chen's surprise, the white figure lying on the ground was actually a woman who was unconscious and soaked. The woman was in her 20s and had a very hot body. She was wearing a tight shorts outfit, which outlined her graceful figure. However, the scars on the woman's body made her look quite embarrassed. What surprised Su Chen even more was that he actually felt a congenital vitality in this woman. Vitality mark. Su Chen said secretly. It seems that she is a person who is being hunted. After thinking about it, Su Chen pressed his palm on the shoulder of the unconscious woman. The blazing flame vitality rushed into the woman's body like a heat wave. Snap. A shattering sound was heard. The next second, a golden light suddenly flew out from the woman's body. Su Chen sneered. Where are you going? He condensed his hand casually, and it was a bright red flame vitality. A residual image passed through the air and instantly broke the golden light. Then, Su Chen took out a silver needle and pierced the unconscious woman's acupuncture points like lightning. The flame energy also surged in to help her resolve her injuries. Not long after, ning-ing, the woman snorted and woke up slowly. Ah. Who are you? Where am I? The woman was panicked when she saw Su Chen. Su Chen took a step back and said lightly, "This is the suburbs of Bincheng. I found you lying on the bank of the Bishu River, so I saved you. I have cured your injuries and removed the innate mark in your body. Now, the enemy chasing you should not be able to find you." The woman was skeptical and checked her body carefully. She suddenly showed joy and looked at Su Chen with gratitude. "I'm sorry, sir, I misunderstood you. My name is Lu Yaoqi. May I ask what your name is?" Su Chen smiled. "My name is Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, thank you for helping me a lot. I can give you money." As he spoke, Lu Yaoqi was about to search through his body. Su Chen waved his hand and smiled. "I just did it for fun. Don't worry about it." As he spoke, Su Chen floated away. "Mr. Su." Lu Yaoqi looked at Su Chen's departing figure, opened her mouth, but said nothing. She could only keep this gratitude in her heart and find her chance to repay Su Chen in the future. At this moment, in the upper reaches of the Bishu River, an old man was going down the river. His eyes, like an eagle, looked around, as if he was looking for something. Suddenly, the old man's figure stagnated, and his face suddenly became ugly. "Which bastard is this? Dare to destroy my mark and mess up my big thing? If I let old man Jinguang find you, I will definitely cut you into pieces." That's right. This old man was none other than old man Jinguang. Su Chen didn't know that he had inadvertently disgusted old man Jinguang once. Forget it. Since that little bitch has already run away, let her live a few more days. Let's go back to the provincial capital first, find out about Dao Ru and Changshan, and avenge them both. Old man Jinguang made up his mind, looked at the lower reaches of the Bishu River with hatred, and turned away. On the other side, Su Chen never thought that he had already fought with old man Jinguang once invisibly. As for saving Lu Yaoqi, he didn't take it to heart at all. It was just a matter of convenience. Su Chen quickly returned to the hotel and returned to his room quietly. The next morning, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Su Chen opened the door, and outside was Yeo Nana, who had already washed and dressed. So early? Su Chen asked with some surprise. Yeo Nana smiled. Didn't we agree to go to Sister He's company to take a look? Since Sister He came back from the company yesterday, her face hasn't been looking good. I also want to see what problem she has encountered. Su Chen nodded. These days, he has been running around in Bincheng, busy with this and that. Yeo Nana spends most of her time with He Lily and Zhao Zha, and has established a deep friendship with the two. Then, Su Chen and Yeo Nana went downstairs together and drove to the real estate agency that He Lily took over. The two arrived quickly. Feng Zhongsheng was quite sincere when he apologized. The real estate agency he transferred to He Lily is indeed large in scale. A huge sign hung above the store, Yangsheng Real Estate Agency. However, after Su Chen and the others walked into the company, they found that the atmosphere here seemed a little strange. All the employees were not at their posts, but gathered in front of the innermost office to watch. Su Chen's face changed slightly, and he walked forward, hearing the conversation of the employees. Damn it, that slutty vixen from Shengli Real Estate Agency is here again. I guess our new boss is going to give in. A long time ago, Baking Grong wanted to take over our Yangsheng. But our previous boss was Feng Zhongsheng from the Feng family, and Baking Grong's husband couldn't do anything to our boss. However, this new boss, Sister He, is probably in big trouble. Since Sister He was able to get our company from Feng Zhongsheng, she must have a certain background. Is she really afraid of Baking Grong? Although Sister He just took over, she seems to be pretty good to us. If Baking Grong really swallows up our Yangsheng, we will probably be inferior to her in the future. Everyone looked at each other and talked, and Su Chen roughly understood what was going on. Su Chen pushed through the crowd and walked straight to the front. I don't know if Baking Grong wanted to establish her authority or what. The office doors were actually open. In the office, a woman in her 30s, who was scantily clad and heavily made up, sat carelessly in the boss's chair. Those who don't know might think that this woman is the boss of Yangsheng Real Estate Agency. This woman with heavy makeup is none other than Baking Grong, the female boss of Shengli Real Estate Company across the street. He Lily, on the other hand, stood aside in a proper manner, just like an employee. She kept pulling at the corners of her clothes with both hands, her face full of humiliation. Baking Grong put her legs on the desk and looked at He Lily in front of her with a playful look. He Lily, have you considered selling Yangsheng Real Estate Agency to me? I tell you, I have a bad temper. Now I'm willing to give you 500,000 yuan. If you make me angry, I won't even give you 100,000 yuan. He Lily's face was full of anger. Although she had just taken over this real estate agency, she had learned that the company's annual profit was no less than several million yuan. Now, Baking Grong wanted to take away this company with only 500,000 yuan, which was tantamount to robbery. Ms. Bay, I've already told you. This company is the future source of income for me and my daughter, and I will not sell it. He Lily said with a stiff face. Fuck. Baking Grong kicked the computer off the desk. Crash. The computer screen instantly cracked. The folder on the table also fell to the ground, scattering a pile of documents. He Lily. I gave you face, didn't I? Baking Grong glared at He Lily. Do you think I don't know? You are just a stinky widow, but you got lucky and let Feng Zhongsheng give you this company. If you hand Yangsheng over to me, I will pity you and give you some money. If you don't obey, I will make you unable to sell a house and you will have to lose everything. He Lily looked humiliated, biting her lower lip and didn't speak. Did you hear that? A trace of anger flashed across Baking Grong's face, and she rushed directly to He Lily, raising her hand to slap her. At this moment, a flash of light flashed. Snap. Baking Grong's face swelled up instantly. Snap. A shoe fell to the ground. Baking Grong's face flushed instantly. Just now, she was slapped in the face with a shoe. Which bastard threw a shoe at your aunt? Get out here. If I don't kill you, I'm not Bay. Baking Grong looked towards the office door and screamed. The employees at the office door quickly dispersed. They all knew that Baking Grong had a powerful backing, so how could they dare to get involved in such a thing? The crowd quickly dispersed. At this time, Su Chen stepped forward. Chapter 227 Come. Call the people behind you. The scene was quiet. The employees who retreated looked at Su Chen with some confusion, because they had never seen Su Chen before. Mr. Su. When Lily saw Su Chen, a light of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she felt a little embarrassed. Today was not the first time Baking Grang came to see Lily. She had not told Su Chen about this before, because she felt a little embarrassed and did not want to trouble Su Chen again. But she did not expect that Su Chen would still come to her. Su Chen stepped forward. At this time, Yao Nana's anxious voice sounded behind him. Su Chen, throw my shoes back. I was wondering what you wanted my shoes for, but it turned out that you wanted to hit this stinky woman in the mouth. You have made my shoes dirty. Yao Nana is the eldest daughter of the Yao family in the provincial capital. She doesn't care about the boss of a small place like Bincheng, so she speaks without any scruples. Just now, she was anxious to follow Su Chen in, and she almost ran away with her shoes. Then Su Chen asked her for the shoes, and she was still wondering what Su Chen was going to do. As a result, this person is so annoying. Why doesn't he use his own shoes? Yao Nana looked at Su Chen and complained in her heart. Su Chen smiled, picked up Yao Nana's shoes, and threw them back. Although they were stained by someone's face, they should still be wearable after washing. Su Chen said lightly. Baking Grang's face suddenly turned as dark as a dead person's face. Son of a bitch, what did you say? Say it again. Baking Grang said angrily. Su Chen smiled. I have seen a lot of people of all kinds, but I have never seen many people like you who are looking for scolding. Since you begged me to say it again, then I will say it. You are dirty. Your mouth is dirty. Your face is dirty. Your heart is even dirtier. Hearing Su Chen's words, Baking Grang could no longer bear it. She jumped up and ran directly to Su Chen, stretched out her hand, and scratched Su Chen. Son of a bitch, I'll let you scold me. I'll let you be mean. Baking Grang had sharp nails that were more than 1 centimeter long. If she scratched him, there would definitely be a blood mark. However, Su Chen just raised his hand suddenly. Get out of here. Snap. A slap hit Baking Grang in the face. Baking Grang felt like a huge hammer hit her face hard. She flipped in the air and fell to the ground. Baking Grang lay on the ground, her face swollen like a pig's head. Puff puff. She was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses and was about to curse. As a result, as soon as she opened her mouth, several teeth came out. You knocked out my teeth. I'll swear at your ancestors. Baking Grang began to leak air when she spoke. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes widened, and he took another step forward. Baking Grang was panicked and quickly retreated. After seeing that Su Chen did not continue to move, she looked at Su Chen with hatred and fear. If you dare to bully Sister He again, I will pull out your teeth one by one. Su Chen said coldly. A trace of jealousy and unwillingness flashed across Baking Grang's face. She stared at Su Chen and shouted angrily, you son of a bitch, do you know who my husband is? Do you know who my husband's brother is? Su Chen looked indifferent. No matter how powerful the person behind Baking Grang is, can he compare with Yuan Kizu, Lao Zhenjiang, or Liu Yuantang? Besides, even if her background is deeper than Th's, so what? The White Dragon King in the provincial capital is extremely powerful, but Su Chen still doesn't give him any face. However, Lily on the side, came closer to Su Chen. She whispered, Mr. Su, this Baking Grang's husband is Shen Junai. Her husband's brother Shen Junren is the president of our Weicheng Chamber of Commerce. He runs many industries and is very powerful. If it doesn't work, let's sell this Yangsheng real estate agency to her. Lily has a relatively calm personality and is also timid and afraid of things. More importantly, she feels that she has caused trouble for Su Chen. In her opinion, Su Chen has helped her a lot. If it is possible not to cause trouble to Su Chen, it is better to make a big deal out of a small matter. On the side, Baking Grang saw Lily's attitude and became even more arrogant. Asshole, did you hear what this little bitch said? My husband's brother is the president of Weicheng Chamber of Commerce and has a dictatorship in the Weicheng business community. If you transfer the company to me for free now, I will no longer bother with you. Otherwise, I will definitely make you lose your company, bankrupt you, and die on the street. Lily's eyes flashed with cold light. She had made up her mind. to trick Lily's Yangsheng company first. After getting the company, she would deal with Su Chen and Lily. He hit himself in the face with a shoe and knocked out several of his teeth, making him lose face. How could such hatred be accepted casually? Lily looked timid and was about to step forward to agree to this. At this time, Su Chen sneered, "President of Bincheng Chamber of Commerce? What a great prestige. I want to see how he makes me lose everything and die on the street." Baking Grong was stunned, with a strong resentment in her eyes. She quickly took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. Then, her crying voice rang out. My god. Shen Junai, you bastard. Your wife was beaten. Why don't you come back to see it? Who beat her? You will know, if you come back to see it. This bastard said that even if you and your brother come, he can crush him to death like a stink bug. I'm really unlucky to marry you. Where is it? In Yangsheng Real Estate Agency. If you don't come again, your wife will be killed. After a while of crying, Baking Grong hung up the phone. Su Chen didn't care about her exaggeration on the phone at all. However, after Baking Grong made this call, she seemed to have found someone to rely on. You son of a bitch, my husband is coming soon. You still have time to change your mind now. Otherwise, not only will you give me the company, but you may even lose some parts. Su Chen said coldly, if you keep talking nonsense now, I will make you lose some parts now. Baking Grong quickly shut up. Only Lily was anxious. She kept persuading Su Chen in a low voice. Mr. Su, why don't we just forget it? Her husband's brother Shen Junren is really amazing. Su Chen said lightly, don't worry. Seeing Su Chen's appearance, although Lily was anxious, she couldn't say anything else. Soon, a roar sounded outside. Which son of a bitch dares to bully my wife? Don't you want to live? The crowd outside the office quickly dispersed. Then, a fat man with squinting eyes staggered in. This was Baking Grong's husband Shen Junai. Behind Shen Junai, there were 7 or 8 tattooed men. The one in the lead was even taller and had a face full of flesh. When Baking Grong saw Shen Junai, she immediately rushed over and started crying. You damn bastard, why did you come just now? Your wife is going to be beaten to death. Do you know that? She rushed into Shen Junai's arms, slapped his chest hard, and cried with snot and tears. Shen Junai pushed Baking Grong away with an impatient look on his face. Fuck, bitch, why are you talking so much nonsense? Tell me, who is blindly bullying you? I will just kill him. Baking Grong pointed at Su Chen and cursed. It's this bastard. I came to buy this dead widow's broken company, but her mistress came to beat me. Look, he knocked out several of my teeth. How can I face people in the future? Baking Grong became more and more angry as she spoke. She was furious and rushed towards Su Chen again. My husband is here. I'll see if you, bastard, dare to touch me again. Baking Grong was proud and grabbed Su Chen's face. In her opinion, since her husband was already here, the bastard Su Chen would definitely not dare to touch her again. However, before Baking Grong's nails could scratch her, Su Chen slapped her again. Pa. Another crisp slap sounded. Baking Grong turned around again and then fell hard to the ground. For a moment, everyone was silent. No one thought that Su Chen would dare to do this after Baking Grong's husband came. Moreover, it was in front of Shen Junai. The most confused person was naturally Baking Grong. She covered her face and fell to the ground, her face full of disbelief. Oh, I'm going to die. Shen Junai, are you still a man? Someone beat your wife in front of you, and you didn't even react. Baking Grong cried again. Shen Junai's face was also extremely ugly. Chapter 228. Each of them calls for help. Shen Junai looked at Su Chen in disbelief. He never thought that this Su Chen would be so daring. He was right here, and Su Chen dared to hit his wife. Moreover, he didn't give him any face. Shen Junai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Asshole, how dare you hit my wife? Shen Junai roared, and then punched Su Chen. Looking at Shen Junai, who was as round as a ball in front of him, Su Chen smiled coldly, and then kicked out. Before Shen Junai's short arms could reach Su Chen, he felt a huge pain in his abdomen. A huge force came, and Shen Junai's body flew out like a ball. Bang! Crash! Shen Junai's body knocked down 5 or 6 tables in succession before stopping. Puff! Shen Junai spit out a mouthful of blood, holding the ground, and almost fell down. Husband. A scream rang out, and Baking Grong hurried to Shen Junai's side, trying to help him up. Husband, are you okay? Baking Grong asked hurriedly. Shen Junai's face turned even darker. Su Chen's kick made him lose face in front of his wife and Bao. Get out of my way. Shen Junai pushed Baking Grong away. He stepped forward again, rushed to Su Chen, and shouted angrily, "You bastard, you are dead." Then, Shen Junai turned his head and looked at the 8 tattooed men who came in with him. He shouted to the first burly man, "Brother Bao, I'm embarrassed today. You have to take care of this matter, right?" The burly man in the lead raised his mouth corners, and his face was trembling. "Don't worry. You are my brother, Bao, and your wife is my brother's wife. This bastard dares to touch you. It's a slap in my face. Don't worry, I will settle this matter for you." Hearing this, Shen Junai and Baking Grong were overjoyed. Bao is also a well-known existence in the underground world of Bincheng. Although he is not as powerful as Lao Zhenjiang, he is also well known. Moreover, Shen Junai also knows that Bao is a very powerful Mingjin warrior. No matter how powerful Su Chen is, he will not be a match for such a warrior. "You son of a bitch, you are dead. I tell you, Brother Bao is a Mingjin warrior, and he took over Zheng Hu's power after he announced his retirement from the martial arts world. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, it's not too late." Shen Junai was very proud and looked at Su Chen as if he was looking at a dead person. However, Shen Junai didn't know that the person who made Zheng Hu retire from the martial arts world was Su Chen in front of him. Bao stepped forward and looked at Su Chen coldly. "Su Chen, right? Tell me, how do you want to die?" Su Chen said coldly, "You talk too much nonsense." Bao was stunned for a moment. He had never met such a person who didn't give him face. "Okay, you can die now." Bao's face was dark, and he shouted angrily. He pulled his clothes violently, revealing his strong muscles, and there was a ferocious black panther tattooed on it. Bao stretched his waist and legs to relax his body. Then, he suddenly exerted force on his body, and his muscles condensed into small lumps, which looked very scary. Su Chen was confused. What kind of habit is this? He has to relax his body and show his muscles before fighting? Look at the 7 thugs brought by Bao. Each of them has an envious look on his face. And Shen Junai on the side was very excited, as if he saw Su Chen being knocked to the ground later. Su Chen was quite speechless. It seems that different trades are like different mountains. He really can't understand the thinking of Bao and others. "Okay, you can prepare to die." Bao stood up again and stared at Su Chen. Su Chen said impatiently, "Has anyone told you that you really talk a lot of nonsense? You're dead." Bao's face froze, and then he stepped forward and pounced, using the black tiger heart-piercing move to attack Su Chen's heart. Su Chen did not dodge and let Bao grab his clothes. Bao succeeded in one strike, and his face was instantly overjoyed. On the side, Baking Grong was also very excited. This bastard. He was dumbfounded when he saw Brother Bao. Shen Junai was also very excited. He waved his fist happily. "Brother Bao, good job. Get up." Bao shouted angrily and wanted to lift Su Chen up. However, he exerted force suddenly, but did not move Su Chen at all. Bao was stunned, and then he exerted force again in disbelief. "Get up." Su Chen's feet seemed to be covered with strong glue, and he did not move at all. "Get up, get up, get up." Bao kept exerting force. His face flushed, but Su Chen still did not move at all. "Didn't you eat?" Su Chen asked lightly. Bao felt extremely humiliated, and his face turned the color of pig liver. "Boy, die." He roared, turned out a dagger, and stabbed Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and his right hand struck out with lightning. Everyone's eyes blurred, and the dagger was already in Su Chen's hand. Puff. Su Chen turned his wrist, and the dagger was directly inserted into Bao's arm. Kick out. Bao flew out like a cannonball. "Ah!" Bao screamed. A shiny dagger was stuck straight into his arm, and blood was trickling down. "Let's go together and kill this bastard." Bao covered his injured arm and glared at Su Chen. Suddenly, the other 7 gangsters each took out their weapons and rushed towards Su Chen. He Lily hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Su, be careful." Before her voice fell, Su Chen's figure rushed into the crowd. The next second, the figures were seen turning over. In the blink of an eye, all 7 gangsters were knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. He Lily was confused. Before she could remind him, all the people in Abeo's hands fell down. The scene in front of them completely stunned Baking Grong and Shen Junai. Abeo, who looked strong and healthy, was so vulnerable. Abeo's face also turned pale. He stared at Su Chen. "Asshole. Do you know that my eldest brother is Ding Weilong? If you dare to hit me, my eldest brother will make sure you have no place to bury your body." Su Chen laughed coldly. "Really? I really want to see it." As he spoke, Su Chen slapped Abeo in the face. Bang! Abeo's body was directly whipped to the door. Puff! A mouthful of bloody water with blood foam and teeth spurted out of his mouth. "Okay. You wait." Abeo looked at Su Chen hatefully, then turned around and ran away. The other 7 hooligans also quickly got up and chased after Abeo. In an instant, only Su Chen and 3 others, as well as Baking Grong and Shen Junai, were left in the entire office. Shen Junai and Baking Grong, seeing that Abeo had withdrawn, immediately moved their feet and wanted to leave. At this time, Su Chen's indifferent voice sounded, "Stop. Did I let you go?" Shen Junai's face was extremely ugly. He said in a cowardly manner, "Su Chen, I tell you, don't be arrogant. My brother is Shen Junren, the president of Weicheng Chamber of Commerce." Bang! Before he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by Su Chen. "Come. Call now and get all the people behind you." Su Chen was calm. Shen Junai's face was extremely ugly. On the side, Baking Grong said bitterly, "Husband, what are you afraid of? Give our eldest brother a call. I don't believe that this bastard can be more powerful than our eldest brother." Shen Junai gritted his teeth and called his brother Shen Junren. Su Chen watched coldly from the side, not caring about what Shen Junai said. He was about to leave Weicheng, and what he wanted to do now was to help He Lily solve all her worries. Just now, he asked Abeo to go back and call Ding Weilong, and this was also his intention. He Lily was standing aside, feeling very nervous. "Mr. Su, how about we just..." Su Chen said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm here." At the side, Yeonan are also persuaded. "Don't worry, Sister He. You don't know how powerful this guy is." Seeing Su Chen and Yeonan like this, He Lily had to give up persuading her. The office suddenly became quiet. Shen Junai looked at Su Chen hatefully. His eyes kept turning, and no one knew what he was thinking. Baking Grong stared at Su Chen with resentment, looking forward to Su Chen's miserable appearance after Ding Weilong and Shen Junren arrived. Time passed by minute. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the office. He Lily's expression tightened. Baking Grong and Shen Junai looked forward to it. No matter whether it was Ding Weilong or Shen Junren, they would give Su Chen a good look. Chapter 229. This is my new master. The noise outside the door gradually approached. Someone pushed the door open and walked in. In the office, everyone turned their heads to look. However, when they saw the appearance of the person, the joy on Baking Grong and Shen Junai's faces froze instantly. Because the person who came was not Leopard Brothers boss Ding Weilong, nor was it his eldest brother Shen Junren. It was the brothers Feng Zongsheng and Feng Zongshi. At this time, the 2 of them walked in quickly with anxious and nervous faces. Seeing Su Chen, he hurriedly trotted forward. "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. I blamed myself for not thinking it through. After giving Yang Sheng company to Missy, I didn't take her over, so this happened." Feng Zongsheng's face was full of regret and worry, fearing that this matter would delay his relationship with Su Chen. It turned out that after he gave Yang Sheng real estate company to He Lily, he was afraid that Su Chen would blame him for not giving up completely and had other ideas, so he simply let go of He Lily completely. He didn't expect that this would happen as soon as the company was handed over to He Lily. On the side, Feng Zongsheng's younger brother Feng Zongshi also looked nervous. Su Chen's expression was half smile. "Mr. Feng's news is quite timely. Ding Weilong and Shen Junren haven't arrived yet, but you came first." This sounded like a joke, but also like a warning. Feng Zongsheng was stunned and looked panicked. He used to be the boss of Yang Sheng Real Estate Agency. When something like this happened here, naturally a few old employees sent him messages. Mr. Su, Feng Zhongsheng wanted to explain. Su Chen waved his hands and smiled. No need to explain, I can understand. As he spoke, he pointed at Baking Grong and Shen Junren and asked, what's going on with these two people? Feng Zhongsheng glanced at the two of them and said angrily, this Baking Grong is a psychopath. She opened a Shengli real estate agency across the street, which is about the same size as Yangsheng. They are the two largest real estate agencies around here. Before, this woman kept looking for me, saying that she wanted to cooperate with me to increase the commission and make more money. This idiot didn't even think about it. Wouldn't the customers run away if you increase the commission? I kept dragging her along for the sake of her husband's brother Shen Junren. Who would have thought that after the company was transferred to Missy, this bitch would not give up? Su Chen sneered and said, she is not here to discuss raising the commission together. She is going to use 500,000 to buy Sister He's company directly. She also said that, if she doesn't sell it, Sister He and I will go bankrupt and die on the street. Feng Zhongsheng was stunned on the spot. This stupid bitch, is she crazy? On the side, Baking Grong saw the Feng brothers and said loudly, Big brother Feng, second brother Feng, is this kid your junior? I advise you to let this kid admit his mistakes and transfer the company to me. Otherwise, when my eldest brother, or Ding Weilong comes, this kid will die very ugly. Feng Zhongsheng turned his head and looked at Baking Grong and coldly spat out 4 words. Get out. You. Bitch. How could he not realize that this woman was so stupid? He almost knelt down. Couldn't she see it? Baking Grong was scolded in the face by Feng Zhongsheng, and she was about to get angry at that time. Shen Junai, who was beside him, pulled her hard and didn't make a fuss. On the side, Feng Zhongxi looked at Baking Grong and Shen Junai coldly. With a wife like this, why worry about the husband dying slowly? At this moment, suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. Bang! A loud bang exploded. The office door was kicked open, and a tall figure rushed in. Come. Let me see. Where did this fierce dragon from across the river come from? He doesn't take me. Ding Weilong, seriously, and even dares to hit my little brother. Ding Weilong is a strong man in his 40s or 50s, with a dark face that looks very scary. Su Chen took a look and knew that this man had a certain level of martial arts cultivation, and he had already reached the level of half-step Zuanjin. But this half-step, he may never be able to take in his lifetime. Following behind Ding Weilong were several thugs. They all looked like Mingjin martial artists, and their quality was obviously much higher than that of ordinary gangsters. Brother Leopard, who had just been taught a lesson by Su Chen, also followed behind happily. The wound on Brother Leopard's arm had been bandaged. He held up his bloody arm and looked at Su Chen viciously. Brother, it's this bastard. He hit me. Brother Leopard pointed at Su Chen. On the side, Shen Junai and Baking Grong also showed a trace of gloating on their faces. Su Chen is doomed now. Ding Weilong looked at Su Chen coldly and said in a dignified manner, boy, you hurt my little brother, so you should pay the price. Break your 2 arms or 2 legs, it's your choice. In addition, this Yangsheng real estate agency must be compensated to a bao. Hearing this, Shen Junai showed the pleasure of revenge on his face. On the side, Baking Grong was a little anxious. Husband, I want this Yangsheng company. How can I give it to Brother Bao? Shen Junai glared at her fiercely and shouted in a low voice, shut up. Brother Bao doesn't know how to run a business. After Yangsheng is in his hands, we can spend some more money and get it back. Baking Grong thought about it and nodded. However, she still muttered, that still costs money. Why is my brother so slow? If he had come here earlier, we wouldn't have to spend any more money. Really? The voices of the two reached Su Chen's ears, and Su Chen sneered in his heart. This Yangsheng hasn't been acquired yet, and the couple has already discussed how to operate it. Seeing that Su Chen ignored him, Ding Weilong shouted again, boy, didn't you hear me talking to you? Both hands and feet, which one do you want to keep? At this time, Feng Zhongsheng beside Su Chen stood up. Ding Weilong, be polite to Mr. Su. Feng Zhongsheng also said, Ding Weilong, you are disrespectful to Mr. Su. Don't blame us brothers for being disrespectful. Hearing this, Ding Weilong glared and sneered, yo. Feng brothers, you are so arrogant. You even dare to meddle in my, Ding Weilong's business. Before, I, Ding Weilong, mainly hung out in West City and rarely came to East City. Today, I will use you two as a way for me, Ding Weilong, to establish my power in East City. Feng Zhongsheng said coldly, don't talk so nicely. You are hanging around in the shitty place of West City, but you are afraid of Lao Zhenjiang. Now, you dare to come to East City to be arrogant, because you see Lao Zhenjiang is dead. Su Chen heard this, and looked at Ding Weilong. It turned out, that this guy was a worse than bastard. He dared to come here, to grab the territory, only after seeing Lao Zhenjiang was gone. Ding Weilong was exposed, and his face was extremely ugly. Old bastard. Later, I will tear you apart alive. When the time comes, you will know that I'm now the king of the underground world in Bincheng. Ding Weilong shouted angrily and was about to pounce. At this time, a cold shout sounded. Ding Weilong, you are so arrogant. Why don't I know that? When did you become the king of the underground world in Bincheng? Outside the door, another sound of progress sounded. An old man walked in slowly. Behind him, followed by a young and beautiful woman. It was Wang Zong from Bishu Villa and Liu who had been learning from him. When Liu saw Su Chen, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Just as he was about to run up to say hello, he happened to see Yao Nana next to Su Chen. The smile on Liu's face froze, then he nodded at Su Chen and smiled gently. Wang Zong walked into the office. Ding Weilong's face looked a little ugly. He had been suppressed by Lao Zhenjiang for more than 10 years, and was driven out of the most prosperous east city of Bincheng by Lao Zhenjiang, and could only survive in West City. He knew Lao Zhenjiang well, so he naturally knew Wang Zhang, Lao Zhenjiang's most trusted butler. Ding Weilong's face changed, and finally he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Wang Zhang, do I need your approval to determine whether I'm the king of the underworld in Bincheng? Besides, if it's not me, then it must be you. In the past, you just relied on Lao Zhenjiang's support. Now that Lao Zhenjiang is dead, you are nothing. Although Ding Weilong said this, there was still a lot of fear in his eyes. After all, Wang Zhang is also a martial arts practitioner. Although his strength is far inferior to Lao Zhenjiang, he is also at the peak of dark energy, not much different from him. Even without Lao Zhenjiang, Wang Zhang can still compete with him. Wang Zhang just looked at Ding Weilong coldly, ignored him, and walked straight to Su Chen. Bang! Wang Zhang knelt on the ground. Mr. Su, I'm late. Let this bastard bump into you. Wang Zhang bowed his head and apologized. Su Chen said lightly, it's okay, get up. You came just in time. Feng Zhongsheng was afraid that Su Chen would think too much, so he hurriedly said, Mr. Su, my brother and I happened to be at Bishu Villa just now, and I mentioned it to Mr. Wang Zhang. Su Chen nodded. This scene, falling into Ding Weilong's eyes, set off a storm. Wang Zhang actually knelt down to that kid. Even if Ding Weilong was a rough man, he could see a clue. This young man is not a descendant of the Feng brothers at all. The attitude of the two Feng brothers towards Su Chen is completely respectful and fearful. Wang Zhang was extremely respectful to Su Chen. You know, Wang Zhang is also a well-known figure in Bincheng, but now he kneels down to Su Chen in front of so many people. It can be seen that Su Chen's status is definitely not ordinary. Thinking of this, Ding Weilong suddenly thought of a possibility, and he trembled all over. Wang Zhang, who is he? Ding Weilong pointed at Su Chen and asked. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Wang Zhang stood up slowly, with a mocking sneer on his face. To tell you the truth, this is my new master now, Mr. Su Chen Su. Crack. Wang Zhang's words were like a thunder, exploding in Ding Weilong's heart. Wang Zhang's new master. Could it be that this Su Chen is the one who killed Lao Zhenjiang? Only with this possibility can he become Wang Zhang's new master. In an instant, Ding Weilong's blood ran cold. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. I hope you don't give me face. Ding Weilong's expression kept changing. Thinking of the once powerful Lao Zhenjiang, who died at the hands of Su Chen in front of him. He felt his heart suddenly shrink and his whole body trembled. You bastard Abeo, you fucking killed me. Ding Wei Long secretly groaned in his heart. On the side, Baking Rong didn't understand what was going on at all and kept urging him. Boss Ding, go and beat him. This bastard, he obviously looks down on you. Fuck you. Ding Wei Long turned around and kicked Baking Rong directly. Baking Rong flew out and rolled on the ground 3 times before she stopped. Baking Rong was stunned. She couldn't understand why Ding Wei Long suddenly attacked her. Shen Junai ran over and helped his wife up. Wife, are you okay? Baking Rong's face was bruised and purple, and she cried, Mr. Shen, did you see that? Not only did Su Chen, that bastard, beat me, but Boss Ding also beat me. No one takes you. Shen Junai, seriously, I won't live anymore. Shen Junai's face was ugly. He stood up and glared at Ding Wei Long, angrily said, Boss Ding, you came here to help us, but now you beat my wife. What do you mean? Don't you even care about my brother's face? Ding Wei Long looked at Shen Junai and cursed, fuck you. Even if your brother came, I would still beat him. Brothers, surround these 2 dogs and bitches. Then, Ding Wei Long's brothers quickly formed a circle and surrounded Shen Junai and Baking Rong in the center. Although Abeo didn't understand what was going on, he had to do what the boss said. What do you want to do? Baking Rong shouted in a low voice. A younger brother stepped forward and kicked him. Just squat on the ground and stop asking so many questions. Shen Junai was confused and looked at his good brother Abeo. Brother Bao, what's wrong? Why did Brother Long attack us? Abeo also looked impatient and cursed. How should I know? I've been screwed by you. I told you to squat, so squat well. If you don't listen, don't blame me if you get beaten. As he spoke, Abeo raised his hand. I'll squat. I'll squat. Shen Junai was scared and quickly pulled Baking Rong, who looked dissatisfied, to squat down with her head in her hands. Ding Wei Long didn't care about this anymore, but ran directly to Su Chen. Bang. Ding Wei Long knelt down on the ground. Mr. Su, I didn't recognize the great man and almost offended you. Please forgive me this time for the fact that I didn't know anything. As he spoke, Ding Wei Long kowtowed quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Ding Wei Long knocked his head with all his heart. After a few knocks, his head was already broken and bleeding. Su Chen said lightly, aren't you going to show off the power of the king of Weicheng's underground? Ding Wei Long's face was full of bitterness. The real king of the underground, Lao Zhenjiang, was defeated, and a fake like him was nothing. Mr. Su, you are making fun of me. It's all my fault for my cheap mouth. As he spoke, Ding Wei Long slapped himself hard. Snap, snap. Su Chen glanced at Ding Wei Long, who slapped himself, and said lightly, alright. Since this is your first offense, I will not pursue it. However, you have to protect Yangsheng Real Estate Agency and Sister He in the future. If I have any other arrangements, I will let Wang Zhang inform you. Ding Wei Long nodded repeatedly. Oh, okay. Mr. Su. As long as he can stay alive, there is nothing wrong with being a dog for Su Chen. Get up. Su Chen said, stretching out his hand in the air. The next second, a stream of fiery energy condensed and lifted Ding Wei Long up. Ding Wei Long felt the huge energy, and his heart was so scared that it was about to explode. This is energy. Mr. Su is a congenital strong man. Ding Wei Long's heart was roaring. At this moment, he finally confirmed that Lao Zhenjiang must have died in Su Chen's hands. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Su. Ding Wei Long's voice began to tremble. Su Chen looked calm and then asked He Lily to leave Ding Wei Long's contact information and asked her to find Ding Wei Long if she had any problems. Ding Wei Long hurriedly said, Mr. Su, please rest assured. From now on, Missy's affairs are my Ding Wei Long's affairs, and I will go through fire and water without any hesitation. On the side, Wang Zhang interrupted and said, Mr. Su, if Missy has any problems in the future, just find me, don't find this Ding Wei Long. I'm much more familiar with the east city of Weicheng than he is. When Ding Wei Long heard this, he cursed in his heart. This old bastard, relying on knowing Mr. Su earlier, is still trying to steal my work. However, facing Wang Zhang's statement, Su Chen smiled. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wang. However, Mr. Wang's martial arts cultivation seems to have been stuck at the half-step Zuanjin for a long time. How about today? I will help Mr. Wang break through. What? Wang Zhang was shocked. Ding Weilong on the side was also stunned. Su Chen took out the red blood dragon ginseng, took off a small piece, and asked Wang Zhang to take it. Then, Su Chen used the flame energy to help him quickly refine and absorb it. Not long after, a huge wave of Zhuanjin burst out from Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang was so excited that tears flowed. He knelt on the ground again. Thank you, Mr. Su, for fulfilling my dream of Zhuanjin. In the future, I will go through mountains of swords and seas of fire and die without hesitation. Su Chen smiled and helped Wang Zhang up. Ding Weilong's eyes turned red with envy. He has also been stuck at the half-step Zhuanjin for many years. If he wants to make another breakthrough, he must please Su Chen. On the side, Feng Zhangsheng saw this scene and smiled slightly. Mr. Su's way of controlling his subordinates is amazing. A big stick and a sweet date can make the subordinates loyal to him. Ding Weilong stared at Su Chen with burning eyes. Mr. Su, what do you think should be done with baking grang and Shenju Nai? Beat or kill? Just one word. Ding Weilong's voice was full of enthusiasm. Now he was thinking about making merit in front of Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said lightly, these are just a small fry. Now, I want to see how powerful the president of Bincheng Chamber of Commerce is. At this point, Su Chen glanced at Ding Weilong and said lightly, okay, you retreat first. Ding Weilong originally wanted to stay and get close to Su Chen. However, when he saw Su Chen's unquestionable eyes, he was shocked and hurriedly retreated. By the way, even Abayo and the younger brothers of the Mingjin warriors quickly withdrew. Only Su Chen and others were left at the scene, as well as Baking Grang and Shenju Nai who were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. Seeing Ding Weilong and the others leave, the two dared to stand up. Shenju Nai looked at Su Chen with a little more fear. He was not a fool. Even Ding Weilong was afraid of Su Chen, so he must have some background. But now he was in a difficult situation, and he could only hope that his brother could suppress him. At this moment, Shenju Nai's cell phone rang. He looked down, and his face was ecstatic. Brother, I'm at Yangsheng opposite our Shengli company, please come in. Shenju Nai said excitedly. On the side, Baking Grang also got excited when she heard the call. You bunch of bastards, don't think I don't know that you used despicable means to make Ding Weilong, the bastard, rebel. Now, our big brother Shen Junren is here. You are dead. Baking Grang was beaming with joy again. Not long after, a noisy sound of footsteps sounded. Suddenly, a thin figure walked into the semi-office. This person was about 40 or 50 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a suit and leather shoes, and had a very intellectual temperament. Behind him, there were 4 bodyguards dressed in black. Brother. Seeing the person coming, Shenju Nai hurriedly greeted him, as if he had seen a savior. Baking Grang also pulled her collar, and rushed over with a twist of her waist. Brother, you have to make the decision for your brother and your sister-in-law. Shenju Nai cried. A flash of annoyance flashed in Shen Junren's eyes. Although this brother is from the same mother as him, he is much older than him. Moreover, he is idle every day and does nothing except causing trouble for himself. But no matter what, this brother is also the face of Shen Junren, and no one can touch him. Get out. Trash who causes trouble every day. Shen Junren shouted. Shenju Nai's face changed, and he quickly shut up and moved away. Baking Grang saw Shen Junren's attitude, and did not dare to say much, and quickly moved away. Shen Junren strode, and walked towards Su Chen and others. Everyone, I'm Shen Junren, the president of Bincheng Chamber of Commerce, and I'm very happy to meet you. Shen Junren said with a fake smile. Su Chen said indifferently, I'm not very happy to meet you. Shen Junren's face rose. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so disrespectful. Suddenly, Shen Junren's face darkened. His narrow eyes slid across everyone's faces through his gold-rimmed glasses. Haha. The Feng brothers, Wang Zhang of Bishu Villa, young people have very good connections. No wonder they are so arrogant. Shen Junren said coldly. Su Chen said coldly, that's not as arrogant as your family. They want to buy this Yangsheng real estate agency for 500,000. If they don't sell it, they will make others lose their fortunes and die on the streets. Hearing this, Shen Junren turned around and glared at Baking Grang. He knew that it must be this stupid bitch who did it, because she had mentioned it many times before. Baking Grang lowered her head and didn't dare to look Shen Junren in the eye. Shen Junren was annoyed, but he couldn't back down, since he was already in the middle of it. He immediately pulled his face and said with a fake smile, 500,000 is indeed a little less. My sister-in-law doesn't understand it very well, and ignorance is not a crime. How about this? I will add another 1 million, give me Shen Junren face, and transfer it to my sister-in-law. Haha. Hearing this, everyone almost laughed out loud in their hearts. Good guy. A company that makes more than millions of profits every year wants to take away 1 million, which is really funny. Su Chen sneered and said lightly, why are you so shameless? Puff. On the side, Yeonana and Liu couldn't help but laughed out loud. Brothers Feng Zhongsheng and Feng Zhongxi also had a hard time holding back their laughter. Shen Junren's face turned completely dark. Boy, don't think that you can do whatever you want in Weicheng, just because they support you. Since I, Shen Junren, took the initiative to offer, I'm giving you face. Don't give face, you are asking for trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen grabbed a pen on the desk and threw it away. The whole pen flashed past like a sharp arrow. Puff. The whole pen directly pierced into Shen Junren's thigh. Blood splattered. Ah. Shen Junren cried out in pain, and the whole person shook violently, almost falling to the ground. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen said lightly, I'm sorry, I accidentally hurt you. How about this? I will take the initiative to compensate you 100 yuan. Since I took the initiative to offer the price, I'm giving you face. I hope you won't be shameless and embarrass yourself. The same words were given to Shen Junren by Su Chen. Chapter 231 Just mention my name. Shen Junren's face had turned the color of liver from anger. Drops of cold sweat slid down his forehead. The 4 bodyguards nearby rushed forward and supported Shen Junren. Boss, are you okay? The bodyguards asked with concern. Shen Junren wanted to slap them all in the face. A pen was stuck in my leg. How could I be okay? Shen Junai and Baking Grang also ran forward with concern on their faces. Brother, are you okay? Baking Grang asked in a delicate voice. Shen Junren was full of impatience and cursed, get out of the way. Baking Grang quickly shut up and stepped aside with a wronged look on her face. With the help of the bodyguards, Shen Junren barely stood up. He looked at Su Chen coldly and said angrily, boy, you are so daring. Do you think you can run rampant in Weicheng with Feng Zhongsheng and Wang Zhong as your backers? I want to let you know that Feng Zhongsheng is nothing in front of me. Wang Zhong is just a waste without Lao Zhenjiang. Today, no one can protect you. Zhu Gangfeng, kill this kid. Shen Junren's voice just fell, and a black shadow passed by. The wind blew, and a figure stabbed straight at Su Chen. A cruel smile hung on Shen Junren's face. Zhu Gangfeng was a worshipper hired by himself with a large sum of money. His strength was a legendary Zhuanjin master, and he was in the late stage of Zhuanjin. In the whole Weicheng, except Liu Yuantang and Lao Zhenjiang, there were few people who were his opponents. This was the capital of Shen Junren's arrogance. Now, Liu Yuantang is gone, Lao Zhenjiang is dead, and Su Chen in front of him is dead. The black shadow was very fast and arrived in front of Su Chen in the blink of an eye. A ray of light slipped out of his hand and was about to wipe Su Chen's neck. On the side, Wang Zhong roared, how dare you? Then, he punched the black shadow. This punch was full of Zhuanjin, and the momentum was amazing. The black shadow didn't expect that there was actually a Zhuanjin master here. He changed his moves temporarily and raised his palm to meet it and hurriedly resisted it. Bang! The 2 fists and palms intersected, and a vibration was generated, and they instantly spread out in all directions. The black shadow didn't move at all, but Wang Zhong was shocked back a few steps. You are new to Zhuanjin, and you dare to be arrogant? The black shadow found that Wang Zhong was only in the early stage of Zhuanjin, and he shouted wildly. Then, he was about to hit Wang Zhong's forehead with a palm, wanting to kill Wang Zhong first. Wang Zhong didn't expect that the opponent's strength was so amazing, and it was too late to dodge. At this moment, Su Chen threw his hand up. The black shadow cried out in pain and finally stopped. There was a ballpoint pen stuck in his neck. The next second, he covered his neck with both hands, and the whole person fell to the ground, without any sound. Wang Zhong clasped his fist towards Su Chen in gratitude. Although he had already reached the level of Zhuanjin, He was only a beginner and was still relatively weak in dealing with masters in the late stage of Zhou Wanqiu. However, Su Chen could easily shoot and kill a master in the late stage of Zhou Wanqiu with just a pen. The gap between them was immeasurable. In an instant, Wang Zong was instantly sober. The pride and complacency he had felt before because of his advancement to Zhou Wanqiu suddenly disappeared. And Shen Junai, who was standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. Since he hired Zhu Gangfeng as a bodyguard, he had encountered enemies of all sizes. Even if the opponent was a master of Zhou Wanqiu, Zhu Gangfeng could sometimes kill him. Now, Zhu Gangfeng died here, in the hands of this young man. It must be that Zhu Gangfeng was distracted by the bastard Wang Zhang, so he was successfully attacked by surprise. Shen Junai was so angry that he was about to explode, but he dared not say anything more. Without Zhu Gangfeng, he was completely a lamb to be slaughtered. Mr. Shen, you have a bad temper. If you don't agree to the 100 yuan medical fee, we can discuss it again. Why do you have to kill someone directly? Your actions have scared me. Do you want to compensate me for some mental damage? Su Chen teased. Shen Junren's face was ugly, but at this time, he didn't dare to say anything harsh. Haha. Shen Junren forced a smile and said, you are right. How do you think it is better to compensate you? Whatever you say, it is what you say. Everything is up to you. At this time, Shen Junren's attitude was 100 times better than when he first came. Su Chen smiled. It's very simple. I think the Shengli real estate agency across the street is good. Why don't we use it as compensation? What do you think? Hearing this, Shen Junai and Baking Rong's faces changed drastically. This is a cash cow. The real estate market is hot now, and there are only 2 large real estate agencies on this street, Yangsheng and Shengli. Even if the 2 of them don't know how to run it, relying on the gold medal agents in the company alone, they can earn millions of pocket money a year. If not for this, Baking Rong would not be so jealous of Yangsheng Real Estate Agency. Brother. Baking Rong couldn't help it first, and stepped forward to persuade. As a result, before she opened her mouth, she was slapped in the face. Baking Rong looked aggrieved. She couldn't remember how many slaps she had received today. Get out of my way. Do you have the right to talk here? Shen Junren cursed, and then shouted at his brother, Shen Junai, if you can't control your wife, don't even think about taking a penny of my money in the future. Shen Junai quickly grabbed Baking Rong. Su Chen said calmly, Mr. Shen, it seems that your sister-in-law is not very satisfied with this arrangement. Shen Junren hurriedly said humbly, Mr. Su, don't mind. I gave them the industries of these 2 useless people, and I have the right to deal with them. Su Chen said coldly, I hope that I will not see these 2 people appear in Shengli and Yangsheng companies in the future. Otherwise, I can only talk to you. Of course. Shen Junren shuddered all over, with a flattering smile on his face. Then, he arranged for someone to go to Shengli Real Estate Agency opposite to get the transfer documents, and sign them on the spot. Su Chen turned his head to look at He Lily and smiled. Sister He, go and sign your name. From now on, these 2 companies are yours. He Lily was confused. Happiness came too suddenly. No, I can't have it. He Lily wanted to refuse. Su Chen pretended to be serious, and Yeonana encouraged her to sign quickly. In a few minutes, the Shengli company opposite also belonged to He Lily. On the side, Baking Rong's eyes were red with jealousy. Even Feng Zhongsheng and Feng Zhongxi were jealous of He Lily's luck. It was really lucky to meet such a generous Su Chen. Mr. Su, can we leave now? Shen Junren looked humble. Su Chen nodded. I hope that Mr. Shen will think more clearly in the future. I may not be so kind next time. Shen Junren's mouth twitched. Kindness? You call this kindness? I'll let you take away my tens of millions of assets, and you still talk about kindness? Shen Junren was roaring in anger in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. No, Mr. Su. Shen Junren lowered his head and was extremely respectful. Su Chen waved his hand. Shen Junren quickly took people away, and even Zhu Gangfeng's body was moved out. Shen Junai and Baking Rong didn't dare to say anything, and hurriedly chased after him. The office was instantly quiet. The employees outside also roughly understood what happened, and suddenly cheered. Now, not only did Shengli Real Estate not swallow up Yangsheng, but Yangsheng took over Shengli Real Estate. This reversal is great. In addition, this also proves that the new boss of their Yangsheng real estate agency, He Lily, has a more powerful force behind her than the president of the Weicheng Chamber of Commerce. This is even more worth celebrating. A burst of noise sounded outside the office. Yeo Nana whispered a few words in He Lily's ear. He Lily's face lit up, and she ran out to announce that everyone's bonus this month would be doubled. Then, a group of employees cheered even more excitedly. He Lily came back and thanked Yeo Nana for giving her this idea. Su Chen also looked at Yeo Nana in surprise. He didn't expect that she actually understood it. With this move, the employees of Yangsheng Company were more accepting of He Lily, the new boss. When Liu saw this scene, a trace of envy flashed across his face. At this time, Feng Zhongsheng stepped forward and said, "Mr. Su, based on my understanding of Shen Junren, he may not let this go." Su Chen smiled. "It doesn't matter. If the enemy comes, the general will fight. If the water comes, the earth will cover it. What he relies on is just the identity of the president of Weicheng Chamber of Commerce. To me, it means nothing. Besides, I will leave at noon today. After that, he can't find me, even if he wants to. If he wants to make a move on sister he or you, if he wants to play business, you can find Yuan Kizu. If he wants to play martial arts, you can find Liu Yuantong. If he wants to play official games for you, you can find Leading Gilan, the leader of the Chen Lan group of the Qinhu Guard, or Pei Zhenshang, the leader of the Shenhao group. Just mention my name. If you use underground means, Wang Zong and Ding Wuilan will unite. If you are still afraid of him, Shen Junren, you are too useless." After Su Chen finished speaking, Feng Zhongsheng and Feng Zhongxi took a breath of cold air. The two of them never thought that Su Chen actually had so many forces in Weicheng. Yuan Kizu of Fengqing Group, known as the Queen of Grain and Vegetables, is a king in the food and beverage industry in Weicheng and even the whole province. Don't look at what Shen Junren is the president of the Weicheng Chamber of Commerce. It's just because Yuan Kizu doesn't want to play in the Weicheng Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, how could it be Shen Junren's turn? And Liu Yuantang is the first martial arts family in Weicheng. The most terrifying are the two leaders of the Tiger Guard. You know, the leader of the Tiger Guard is not inferior to the head of a city in terms of administrative level. Su Chen has mastered these three relationships and can be said to be able to run across Weicheng. At this moment, the two of them couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had surrendered early. Wang Zhang, who was standing aside, was also a little scared after hearing this. Fortunately, he didn't have a brain twitch at the time and expressed his loyalty to Su Chen in advance, otherwise he would have died with Lao Zhenjiang. And He Lily was also excited. Everyone was in a good mood. However, Shen Junren and others left Yangsheng Real Estate Agency in disgrace, but their faces were uglier than each other. Chapter 230 To the cell phone ringing. Outside Yangsheng Real Estate Agency, Shen Junren, Shen Junai and Baking Ran looked at each other, each with an uglier expression than the other. Opposite, the sign of Shengli Real Estate Agency was still bright and dazzling, but it no longer belonged to them. The three of them were all holding back a breath. Baking Gran came to Shen Junren and said delicately, "Brother, we can't just give up like this. Shengli Real Estate Agency can make millions for my wife and me every year. Are we just going to throw it away like this? Brother, you have a big family and a big business, so you don't care about these little things. But this is a life. If this company is gone, how will Junai and I live in the future? Woo woo." Baking Gran cried, and Shen Junren became more and more irritated. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked Baking Gran. Bang! Baking Gran rolled out. Shen Junren stared at Baking Gran with a sinister look. "If you dare to say another word, I will let Shen Junai divorce you now." Fuck, if it weren't for you, a bitch, would I have lost so much face? Baking Gran was so scared that her face turned blue. She dared not say anything and kept looking at her husband for help. Shen Junai wanted to play dumb, but seeing Baking Gran's threatening eyes, he had to bite the bullet and speak. "Brother, even if it's not for the two of us, you can't swallow this breath for your own face," Shen Junai advised. Shen Junren didn't get angry again, and his expression was uncertain. Shen Junai struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Brother, aren't you the president of Weicheng Chamber of Commerce? You have so many big companies and big families under you. Why don't you just gather the worshippers and their families together? Hearing this, Shen Junren's eyes lit up. That's right. Shen Junren nodded. Even if Su Chen has some martial arts skills, he can't be a match for so many Zhuanjin masters. He dared to take my company just by killing Zhu Gangsheng with a sneak attack. If I don't teach him a lesson, he still thinks he is invincible. Shen Junren gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Then, he took out his mobile phone and dialed one by one. Hello, Liao Wang, this is Shen Junren. Can you help me? Hello, Liao Li, help me deal with a blind boy. Mr. Sun, haven't you always wanted to join the Bincheng Chamber of Commerce? As long as you do me a favor. Shen Junren got busy. Shen Junai and Baking Grang were excited when they saw this scene. In their opinion, Shen Junren could definitely defeat Su Chen by gathering such a group of masters. At that time, not only could they take back Shengli Real Estate Agency, but they could also snatch Yangsheng. Thinking of a good life in the future, the two were excited. Yangsheng Real Estate Agency. In the chairman's office, Su Chen said goodbye to everyone one by one. He, Lily and Liu showed reluctance in their eyes. Even though they had only been in contact with Su Chen for a few days, they had already regarded Su Chen as their backbone. As long as Su Chen was there, it seemed that no problem could make him feel difficult. Feng Zhangsheng, Feng Zhangxi and Wang Zhang on the side were also quite emotional. Although they had not had much contact with Su Chen, they were also attracted by his personal charm. Okay, everyone, there is no banquet that will never end. You are welcome to come to Bincheng to find me in the future. Of course, if you have anything, you can also contact me. After Su Chen said goodbye, he went out with Yao Nana. The two got in the car and left, heading towards the highway exit. Looking at the back of Su Chen's car leaving, everyone felt lost. It is my honor to know someone like Mr. Su in this life. Wang Zhang sighed. On the side, Liu and Lily nodded secretly in their hearts. Me too. Only Feng Zhangsheng and Feng Zhangxi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Although they knew Su Chen, it was because they didn't know each other until they fought. In fact, Feng Zhangsheng lost a real estate agency, tens of millions in cash, and a villa. Feng Zhangxi lost some shares in an advertising company. However, the two had a good mentality and believed that they had made the right bet. Everyone was about to say goodbye. Suddenly, an employee of Yangsheng came over and reported a piece of news to Lily. Lily's face changed. Everyone, just now our employee of Yangsheng said that he just heard Shen Junren call the people of Bincheng Chamber of Commerce and invite them to deal with Mr. Su. Hearing this news, everyone was stunned. Feng Zhangsheng's face turned cold, and he said contemptuously, I knew that Shen Junren, the bastard, would not give up so easily. Liu was anxious. Then what should we do? Should we quickly remind Brother Su? Don't worry. Wang Zhang smiled. With Mr. Su's strength, even if all the worshippers of Bincheng Chamber of Commerce were united, they would not be Mr. Su's opponent. Wang Zhang knew Su Chen's cultivation best. Feng Zhangxi said, let's tell Mr. Su first to avoid any accidents. Also, let's follow and see if we can help. Everyone nodded. Lily took out her cell phone and called Su Chen. On the other side, Su Chen was sitting in the passenger seat. While driving, Yao Nana joked, after staying in Bincheng for a few days, do you miss home? Do you have an urge to go back to Bincheng immediately? Su Chen smiled and said, yes, I miss home, but I don't want to go back to Bincheng. My home is in the mountain village. Yao Nana was suddenly very curious. By the way, you haven't told me what you do in the village. Su Chen smiled. I didn't do much, just planted herbs, practiced martial arts, occasionally went into the mountains to hunt, and treated the villagers. Yao Nana smiled and said, it turns out that there are masters among the people. Who would have thought that in a mountain village like yours, there would be a great master like you? Su Chen shook his head and said, what kind of master am I? I can't even beat an old man. TSK. Yao Nana pouted and didn't believe it at all. Nonsense again. How is it possible that you, a congenital strong man, can't beat an old man? If you can't beat a tiger, it's okay, but if you can't beat an old man, you're lying. Su Chen smiled and didn't explain anymore. He could fight several tigers at once, but every time he faced that old man, grandpa, he would get beaten to a pulp. Yaonana wanted to say something, but at this moment, ding-ling-ling, a cell phone rang. Su Chen looked down and saw that it was a cell phone number of leading Gyuan, the tiger guard. Mr. Su, are you leaving Weicheng? Leading Gyuan's hearty voice came. Su Chen smiled. The news of the tiger guard is fast. Leading Gyuan pretended to be angry and said, then why didn't you tell me? You are the great benefactor of our tiger guard. We have to see you off anyway. No need. Su Chen wanted to refuse, but leading Gyuan didn't give him a chance at all. Okay. Just wait at the highway exit. Pei Zhenchang and I will be there soon. Leading Gyuan said a word and hung up the phone directly. What's wrong? Yaonana asked. Su Chen said helplessly, we'll stop at the highway junction soon. Someone wants to see us off. Yaonana was surprised. Who is it? Su Chen said calmly, leading Gyuan, the leader of the Chen Lan group of the Tiger Guard, and Pei Zhenchang, the leader of the Shen Hao group. What? Yaonana's eyes widened. Good boy, you are so proud. It seems that you not only know these two people, but also have a very high status in their hearts. Su Chen smiled. It can be said that they have some friendship. Yaonana muttered, I really don't know what big things you have done these 2 days after leaving me behind. Su Chen didn't know how to explain. He didn't do anything big. He just went to Liu Yuantang's house to kill Yang Wuming, and then killed the 1,000 miles chasing wind fairy Dong Hua Lang. Ding-ling-ling. Another round of cell phone rings rang. Su Chen picked up the phone again in confusion. It turned out to be Yuan Kizu's call. Su Chen answered the phone, and Yuan Kizu's voice rang out. Mr. Su, why didn't you tell me and Anping that you were leaving Weicheng so that we could see you off? Su Chen smiled bitterly and said, Bincheng is not far from Weicheng. There's no need to be so formal. That won't do. This is your first time in Weicheng, and it's already very rude not to treat you well. If I don't see you off, it would be too rude. Please wait for us at the highway intersection. After the voice fell, Yuan Kizu hung up the phone directly. At the side, Yaonana leaned over and asked, why? Are you seeing me off again? Yeah. Su Chen smiled bitterly and nodded. Yuan Kizu, Director Yuan, you have such a good relationship with people. Yaonana exclaimed. Then, she parked the car in front of the intersection. The car had just stopped. Ding-ling-ling. Yaonana glanced at Su Chen's phone and smiled. Hurry up and answer it. Let's see who it is this time. Su Chen picked up the phone. Liu Yuantang's old voice came. Mr. Su, why didn't you tell me that you were leaving Weicheng? If it wasn't for Yuan girl telling me, I wouldn't know. You told me to wait for me at the intersection. After that, Liu Yuantang also hung up the phone. Yaonana covered her mouth and laughed. Okay. We stop the car once and wait for several waves of people to come, which is also a profit. Su Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head, putting his phone away. At this time, ding-ling-ling, the phone rang again from Su Chen's pocket. Yaonana smiled and said, I think you should put your phone outside. Otherwise, it's too troublesome to take it out and put it in. Su Chen took out his phone and unexpectedly found that it was He Lila's call. He quickly answered, hello, Sister He, what's wrong? Is Shen Junren looking for trouble again? He Lila's anxious voice sounded, Mr. Su, Shen Junren is looking for trouble. But he didn't come to trouble us. He brought all the offerings of the Weicheng Chamber of Commerce to block you on the road, so you must be careful. Chapter 233, Numb. Completely numb. Su Chen hung up the phone with He Lili. Yaonana asked with a smile, who is it this time? Even if you told me that it was the mayor of Weicheng who came to see us off, I wouldn't be surprised. Su Chen smiled. This time he is not here to see us off. Instead, someone is here to cause trouble. To cause trouble? Yaonana was immediately excited when she heard it. Who is here to cause trouble? Su Chen smiled, then pointed to the opposite side. Go and see for yourself. Yaonana turned her head and saw more than a dozen cars surrounding them. Wow, it's quite a big battle. Yaonana exclaimed. However, there was no panic in her eyes, but more like watching the excitement. Soon, more than a dozen cars directly surrounded Su Chen and Yaonana from all directions. Let's go. Let's get off the car and see what kind of offerings the big guys of the Bincheng Chamber of Commerce have invited. Su Chen smiled and got off the car first. Yeonana also followed excitedly. More than a dozen cars on the opposite side stopped. Then, Shen Junren stepped out of a Rolls Royce. At this time, he had bandaged the wound on his thigh and was leaning on a cane, which made him look a little less domineering. People began to get out of other cars around him. In addition to some business people in suits and leather shoes, there were black-clad bodyguards and martial arts monks dressed as worshippers. Not long after, more than 40 people gathered around Shen Junren. Su Chen took a quick look and saw that there were 7 or 8 business people in suits and leather shoes. They should be members of the Bincheng Chamber of Commerce, that is, the business leaders of Bincheng. There were about 20 ordinary bodyguards, about 10 dark force martial artists, and there were 6 Zhou Wanqiu masters. Su Chen was quite impressed. Compared with Bincheng, Bincheng is indeed more powerful. At the beginning in Bincheng, only the richest man Zhou Changling's family had a Zhou Wanqiu master as a worshipper, and outside, there was only one Zhou Wanqiu master, Wang Xingzhu. But in Bincheng, not only are there innate strongmen like Liu Yuantong, but there are also more Zhou Wanqiu masters than in Bincheng. No wonder, even the tiger guards are mostly active here and rarely show up in Bincheng. Shen Junren turned his head left and right, and when he saw the elite soldiers he brought with him, he was immediately full of energy. Su Chen, you want to run away after pretending to be powerful? Can you run away? Haha. Shen Junren laughed wildly. Su Chen's face was calm. Who told you I wanted to run away? Shen Junren smiled coldly. You don't have to pretend to be calm. Haha. When you attacked Zhu Gongfeng, did you ever think about now? Now? Immediately. Kneel in front of me. Maybe I will spare your life. Shen Junren's face was full of smug smiles. He seemed to have seen Su Chen's panic and begging for mercy. However, Su Chen on the opposite side still had a calm face. Even Yeonana, who was beside Su Chen, looked at Shen Junren as if he was a fool. Su Chen, this guy, can kill even the innate strongman casually. You want to show off your power by getting these rotten sweet potatoes and rotten eggs. You are just dreaming. Seeing the disdainful expressions of the two, Shen Junren's face turned black. At this time, an old man in a suit beside him said, President Shen, you told us before that this guy was rampant, but we didn't believe it. Now it seems that he is even more arrogant than you said. Humph. Shen Junren snorted coldly. Old Chu, he just doesn't take our Bincheng Chamber of Commerce seriously. Old Chu waved his hand and shouted, go. Show him some color. As soon as the voice fell, more than 20 black-clad bodyguards rushed directly towards Su Chen and the other two. Su Chen was helpless and stepped forward directly. One kick. The bodyguard who rushed in the front instantly flew back. Even several black-clad bodyguards behind him were taken away. Like dominoes, they fell to the ground in an instant. Su Chen's figure flashed a few times, and more than 20 ordinary bodyguards all fell to the ground groaning. The old Chu was directly frightened and retreated repeatedly. Shen Junren said with a sullen face, Old Chu, this kid should be a master of Zhou Wanqiu, otherwise he wouldn't be so rampant. Ordinary bodyguards have no effect on him. Master of Zhou Wanqiu. Old Chu glared and shut up immediately. Such a master must be dealt with by a master of Zhou Wanqiu of the same level. Su Chen laughed coldly. Shen Junren, do you have any other tricks? If you don't have any other tricks, I'll leave. Shen Junren's face was ugly. Boy, don't think that you can be rampant just because you become a master of Zhou Wanqiu. There are more than one master of Zhou Wanqiu in this world. I tell you, in Bincheng, in front of me, Shen Junren, if you are a dragon, you have to coil up for me, and if you are a tiger, you have to lie down for me. As he spoke, Shen Junren turned around. He respectfully said to the 6 masters of Zhou Wanqiu, Masters, please help me kill this lunatic. Okay. A shout came together. 6 figures suddenly rushed forward and approached Su Chen. These 6 figures were of different heights, weights, and skin, but they were all extremely fast. The powerful fluctuations of Zhou Wanqiu brought about gusts of wind, and with the momentum of tearing everything apart, they all rushed towards Su Chen. At this moment, Shen Junren and other people from the Bincheng Chamber of Commerce all showed a determined smile on their faces. In their opinion, with such a lineup, even if Rao Zhenjiang from Bishu Villa came, he would have to be killed on the spot. However, what no one expected was that in the face of such a lineup, Su Chen not only did not panic, but took the initiative to rush into the crowd. The next second, boom. The blazing flame energy burst out instantly. The terrifying pressure directly crushed the body, protecting Zhou Wanqiu of all Zhou Wanqiu masters. Innate strongmen. The 6 Zhou Wanqiu worshippers were terrified on the spot, and their eyes were about to split. Run. Everyone had only this thought in their hearts. However, before they had time to turn around, Su Chen's figure had already arrived in front of them. The wind character technique of Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Liju was added to his body, making Su Chen's figure turn into a trail of afterimages. In an instant, 5 red afterimages attacked at the same time as Su Chen's body. Bang! The violent vitality, like a volcanic eruption, exploded in front of the worshippers. Spare my life. A master of Zhou Wanqiu shouted for mercy, but it was too late. Su Chen's men showed no mercy. Take money from others, and help them eliminate disasters. Since these worshippers took the money of these merchants to help them deal with the enemy, they must bear the corresponding risks. The violent vitality surged, and the 6 worshippers screamed together. Ah! Then, they were struck by lightning and flew back. Puff, puff, puff. 6 figures fell hard in front of the people of Bincheng Chamber of Commerce. After a little struggle, they completely collapsed to the ground and were motionless. The 6 masters of Zhou Wanqiu were all killed by Su Chen's move. Even people who don't understand martial arts can see that Su Chen didn't take any tricks, and he was completely overpowering people with force. In an instant, Shen Junren, Chu Leo and others couldn't help but swallow their saliva and were completely dumbfounded. Behind the few people, the dozen dark force martial artists who had not taken action were frightened and retreated one after another. They were all martial arts practitioners, so they naturally understood how terrifying Su Chen's strength was. Su Chen walked forward slowly, looking at Shen Junren with a playful look in his eyes. Boss Shen, it seems that these reinforcements you invited are not working. Are these dark force martial artists behind you ready to go? If you want to take action, send them out quickly. Before Su Chen finished speaking, Shen Junren spoke, and a dark force martial artist with a pockmarked face spoke first. Sir, I was just called here to make up the numbers. I have no intention of going against you. I'll leave right away. After saying that, the pockmarked face turned around and ran away. Then, the others also hurriedly said, Sir, we also know we were wrong. Let's go now. In the blink of an eye, a dozen dark force martial artists turned around and fled. One by one, the dark force was agitated, and their feet were fast, and they only regretted that their parents didn't give them 2 more legs. They were afraid that Su Chen would suddenly regret it and kill them. Shen Junren and his 7 friends from the Bincheng Chamber of Commerce were stunned for a moment. At this moment, they also wanted to run away, but they didn't dare to move at all. Old Chu Changli and the other 7 people had already scolded Shen Junren as a pighead in their hearts. Fuck your uncle. I've been hurt by you. This is the rampant young man you mentioned. This guy's obviously a fierce dragon. Why do you have nothing to do and provoke such a pervert? A group of people stared at Shen Junren with eyes that wanted to peel off the skin and pull out the bones. At this time, Shen Junren's legs were already trembling and shaking all over. Su Chen stepped forward step by step and walked in front of Shen Junren and others. Mr. Shen, are you going to kill me yourself next? Su Chen said lightly. Shen Junren's face was ugly. He gritted his teeth and stared at Su Chen with courage. Su Chen, I admit that I underestimated you. I admit defeat. But we are all elites of the Bincheng Chamber of Commerce. If you touch us, the entire Bincheng business will be impacted. This is Mr. Chu Changli, he is the president of Kingli Catering Food Group. This is Sun Xingwen, he is the famous martial arts family in Bincheng. This is Mr. Li Maoke of Zichen Machinery. All of us are very important figures from all walks of life in Bincheng. If you touch them, you will definitely be put on the wanted list by the Tiger Guards. By then, there will be no place for you to hide in the world. Shen Junren said fiercely. At this moment, he had no choice but to drag everyone in the Bincheng Chamber of Commerce into the water. Chu Changli, Sun Ziwang and others hated Shen Junren so much that their teeth itched, but they could only stand with him. Su Chen sneered and was about to speak. Suddenly, a cold shout came. "You want to influence Su Cheng's business? Are you qualified?" Everyone turned their heads and saw Yuan Kisu stepping over. Behind her, there was Wu Anping, Zhang Huateo and Liu Hao. The three of them raised their hands and greeted Su Chen when they saw him. Liu Hao even winked at Su Chen. Director Yuan. The CEOs of the Weicheng Chamber of Commerce immediately showed respect. In front of the grain and vegetable queen Yuan Kisu, they were nothing. Yuan Kisu stared at Shen Junren and Chu Changli and sneered. "You are just a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and you dare to boast that you have influenced Weicheng. You are shameless." Shen Junren and others looked extremely ugly, but they did not dare to refute. "Mr. Su, I'm here to see you off." Yuan Kisu saluted Su Chen respectfully. This scene made Shen Junren's face turn pale. Before Su Chen could answer, another laugh rang out. "Just now, I heard that Sun Ziwang also dared to claim that he was a martial arts family. How come I, an old man, have never heard of him? When can we have an exchange?" The voice fell. An old man appeared in front of everyone. It was Liu Yuantang. "Master Liu." Everyone in the Weicheng Chamber of Commerce looked grim. Sun Ziwang, who was just called a martial arts family by Shen Junren, instantly shrank into a quail. "Humph." Liu Yuantang snorted at everyone and then bowed to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, I'm here to see you off. Forgive me for being late." Liu Yuantang's expression was like a club hitting Shen Junren on the head. The next second, another voice rang out. "I just heard that someone wants to put Mr. Su on the wanted list of the Tiger Guard. When do I have to listen to other people's arrangements when I do things in the Tiger Guard?" Several more figures appeared quickly. They were leading Guan, Pei Zhenchang, Liu Dazzling, Han Suling and others. "Mr. Su, we are here to see you off. We are late. Please forgive us." Leading Guan and Pei Zhenchang took the lead in saluting. Then, Wang Zhang, the Feng brothers and others also came. In an instant, the roles changed. More than a dozen people on Su Chen's side stared at the people in the Weicheng Chamber of Commerce with unfriendly faces. Shen Junren, Chu Changli and others who were showing off their might just now were now trembling like lambs facing a tiger. And Shen Junren was already numb. Completely numb. Chapter 234 Heavy Bleeding. At this moment, Shen Junren wanted to take a knife home and chop his brother and sister-in-law. Chu Changli, Sun Ziwang and others on the side were even more in tears. If they had known that Shen Junren's enemy had such a background, they would never come to support him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of kneeling was heard one after another. Chu Changli, Sun Ziwang and others knelt on the ground, crying and wailing one by one. "Mr. Su, spare my life. I was deceived by Shen Junren, the bastard, so I offended you. Mr. Su, please forgive me. I really had no idea. It's all Shen Junren's fault." All the business leaders of Weicheng Chamber of Commerce, except Shen Junren who was in a state of dismay and stunned, all knelt on the ground and kowtowed crazily. Su Chen ignored these people, but looked at leading Guan and asked, "Team Leader Li, I want to ask, these people sent Master Zhuanjin to attack and kill me. Can I kill them?" Leading Guan said loudly, "Although, martial arts masters cannot attack ordinary people at will. But, the master cannot be insulted. These people sent people to attack and kill you. You can naturally fight back. Even if they kill all of them, they deserve it." Hearing this, Chu Changli and others were so scared that they burst into tears. "Mr. Su, please spare my life. I really didn't mean it. Mr. Su, I have an 80-year-old mother and hungry children. They can't live without me. Please spare my life. Mr. Su, I can buy my life with money. Please let me go." The people of Weicheng Chamber of Commerce no longer behaved like the big guys they usually did, and they cried one by one. Su Chen was annoyed by the noise and said calmly, "The death penalty can be avoided. 100 million per person. Go find Wang Zhang to transfer the money. Get out after the transfer." As soon as this was said, Chu Changli and others were overjoyed, and they quickly got up and rushed to Wang Zhang. Not long after, Wang Zhang received several hundred million. After the transfer was completed, several people hurriedly ran away, and no one looked at Shen Junren again. A gust of cold wind came over, and Shen Junren shivered and came back to his senses. He looked at Su Chen with a sad face and asked tremblingly, "I will also transfer 100 million to buy a life. Is it okay?" What do you think? Su Chen looked at him coldly. Shen Junren's face was grey and completely desperate. At this time, Su Chen said calmly, in fact, if you want to live, it's not impossible. Hearing this, Shen Junren's eyes lit up instantly, like a drowning person grabbing the last straw to save his life. Bang! Shen Junren knelt on the ground suddenly and kowtowed frantically. After a while, Shen Junren's head was broken and bloody, and his face was covered with blood. Mr. Su, what can I do to let me go? As long as you set the conditions, I will not say no. Shen Junren promised crazily. Su Chen said lightly, I heard that you, the president of Bincheng Chamber of Commerce, run many industries. Shen Junren nodded repeatedly. In this way, you transfer all the real estate projects in your hands to Feng Zhongsheng for free. Su Chen said lightly. Shen Junren was stunned. This is an asset worth nearly 10 billion. But he didn't dare to talk nonsense at this time, and nodded quickly. Okay. Feng Zhongsheng, on the other hand, felt dizzy. This time, he added 10 billion assets out of thin air. Mr. Su, Su Chen waved his hand to stop his politeness. Also, you transfer all your advertising companies to Feng Zhongxi. Su Chen continued. Feng Zhongxi was also stunned. He didn't expect that he would also have a share. A touch of ecstasy surged in his heart. He and his brother were right to hug the thigh this time. Shen Junren nodded. He gave away billions of assets for nothing. Su Chen did not stop and continued. Give your food and vegetable project to Yuan Kizu, the director, for free. Give your hotel and entertainment projects to Bishuvala for free. Give your medical project to Zhang Huateo for free. As for the other people who did not get the industry, you give each of them 100 million, which is also considered as sharing the good fortune. Yuan Kizu, Wang Zhang, Zhang Huateo and others were all stunned. Unexpectedly, they only came to see Su Chen off, and they received such a large gift. Niu Heo, Liu and others were even more surprised. Unprepared, 100 million fell from the sky. As the person involved, Shen Junren was chilled from heart to body when he heard this. Although he knew that he would have to pay a high price to save his life, he did not expect that Su Chen would be so ruthless. After giving up these projects, his assets would shrink by more than 80%. In the future, his identity as the president of Bincheng Chamber of Commerce would definitely not be preserved, and he might even suffer retaliation from Chu Changli and others. However, in the face of life, property and other external things are not important. With tears in his eyes, Shen Junren transferred more than 10 billion on the spot. Mr. Su, I need time to prepare the transfer contracts for those projects. Tomorrow, you can ask Director Yuan and General Manager Feng to go to my company to sign the contract, okay? Shen Junren said weakly. Su Chen nodded and said indifferently, okay. I hope General Manager Shen will not break his promise. Otherwise, I can only meet with General Manager Shen again. By then, I may not be so easy to talk to. Hearing this, Shen Junren shuddered violently. He naturally understood what Su Chen meant by meeting him. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Since I have already agreed, I will never regret it. If I regret it, I will be struck by lightning. Shen Junren promised hurriedly. Su Chen waved his hand, and Shen Junren hurriedly ran away in disgrace. At the scene, only Su Chen's people were left. Su Chen looked at Li Dingyuan and asked, these bodies of the masters of Zuanjin. Li Dingyuan smiled and said, we will take care of them. Mr. Su, you were forced to fight back, and it won't cause you any trouble. Su Chen nodded. At this time, Feng Zhongsheng stepped forward and said nervously, Mr. Su, Shen Junren's real estate project is too large. I really feel guilty about it. Feng Zhongxi, Yuan Kisu and others also nodded. Su Chen smiled. Everyone, please accept it with confidence. Since I have already given it away, I have no intention of taking it back. If you don't want it, just return it to Shen Junren. Su Chen joked. Hearing this, Feng Zhongxi shook his head repeatedly. That won't work. This is a gift from you, Mr. Su. How can you give it to someone else? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud. Su Chen gave it to them, and they felt guilty about it. But if it was returned to Shen Junren, no one would be willing. After a few more pleasantries, Su Chen got on Yao Nana's car again. After waving goodbye, the car passed the highway toll station and slowly went away. Everyone was filled with emotion. They got such a big benefit just by coming to see them off. Even the least of them got 100 million. Being friends with Mr. Su is the best decision of my life. Such a sentence floated through everyone's mind. After everyone exchanged greetings, they separated. On the other side, Shen Junren went home in despair. At this time, Shen Junai and Baking-Grang were waiting at home. Baking-Grang looked anxious. Husband, do you think that big brother can get Shengli and Yang Sheng back? Why are you in such a hurry? Our big brother has united 7 or 8 tycoons of Weicheng Chamber of Commerce this time, and each family has a master of Zhou Wanqiu. Even if Su Chen is so rebellious, he must spit it out obediently, Shen Junai said proudly. After listening to this, Baking-Grang was excited and yearning. She said with regret, brother is so narrow-minded. He didn't even let us go over and take a look. Otherwise, I really want to see Su Chen kneeling down and begging for mercy. Shen Junai persuaded, don't say that to brother. This time, if you hadn't gone to Yang Sheng Company to make a scene, brother wouldn't have been injured and lost face. Now, he is a little dissatisfied with us. In the future, you should be more honest. Hearing this, Baking-Grang was immediately dissatisfied and said, Shen Junai, you bastard. Who am I doing this for? Isn't it for our future life? Now, you are blaming me with your conscience. Shen Junai didn't dare to speak anymore and let Baking-Grang chatter. At this moment, click, the door of the room opened. 2 bodyguards helped the distraught Shen Junren in. Baking-Grang and Shen Junai's eyes lit up immediately. The 2 hurried forward. Brother, you're back. Did you get Shengli and Yang Sheng back? You beat Su Chen badly, didn't you? Did you take any photos or videos? Show us. The 2 excitedly surrounded Shen Junren. Shen Junren came back to his senses, looked at his excited brother and sister-in-law, and instantly burst into anger. Fuck you. You 2 bastards. I've been hurt by you bastards. Shen Junren broke free from the support of the bodyguards and grabbed Shen Junai and Baking-Grang. The 2 couldn't dodge in time and were scratched on the face. Brother, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Baking-Grang and the other ran away quickly, looking panicked. Shen Junren gritted his teeth and said angrily, I'm crazy. I've been driven crazy by you 2 cheating things. Bodyguards, beat these 2 idiots for me. Break 1 leg, and I'll reward you 1 million. 3 million for 2 legs. Hearing this, the 2 bodyguards' eyes turned red, and they rushed directly towards Baking-Grang and Shen Junai. Suddenly, 2 screams broke out in the Shen family villa. On the other side, Su Chen took Yeo Nana's car and soon arrived in Bincheng. When Yeo Nana was about to send Su Chen to Zhao's villa, Su Chen said, okay, stop here. Yeo Nana was stunned, but still stopped the car. Su Chen got out of the car. Aren't you going to invite me to your house? After all, I have been your driver for a few days. Yeo Nana lowered the window and asked with raised eyebrows. Su Chen was a little embarrassed. He didn't go back to Bincheng these few days, and Zhou Wanqiu didn't call to ask. I don't know if she was angry. At this time, if he invited Yeo Nana home again, I don't know if it would cause Zhou Wanqiu again. For safety reasons, Su Chen didn't plan to cause trouble for himself. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Yeo Nana pouted, alas. You really don't admit it, even if you put on your pants. As soon as the voice fell, Yeo Nana stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell does this have to do with pants? Looking at the Zhao family villa not far away, Su Chen took a deep breath. This time, he had to face Zhou Wanqiu again. Chapter 235 Where is the thunder? Su Chen walked into the Zhao family villa. What he saw was Zhao Girang, who was busy in the kitchen, and Zhou Rongchang, who was reading a newspaper on the sofa. Zhou Chen is back. Zhao Girang was surprised and hurried to greet him. Zhou Rongchang also stood up and walked over. Zhou Chen, are you used to staying in Weicheng these days? Did you eat well? I have some chicken soup here. I will serve you a bowl later. Wait. Zhao Girang asked with concern, and then turned and walked towards the kitchen. A warm current flashed through Su Chen's heart. Aunt Zhao was really good to him. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. Su Chen thanked. On the other side, Zhou Rongchang also had a kind smile on his face. Good boy, you have been away for a few days, and I'm almost not used to it. Come. Tell me, how is Lila's family? Zhou Wanqiu asked with a smile. Okay, Grandpa. Su Chen responded and helped Zhou Wanqiu back to the sofa. At this time, Zhao Girang also brought a bowl of chicken soup. Su Chen drank it all in one breath. I haven't seen you for a few days. Aunt Zhao's chicken soup tastes even better. Su Chen praised. Zhao Girang smiled, but she scolded. You only know how to say nice things to make me happy. Even if it tastes good, drink it slowly, don't choke. In this warm family atmosphere, Su Chen simply told what happened in Lila's family. Zhao Girang was so angry that she cursed. Wang Yu Gang and his wife are really too much, and Lila's nephew is even more outrageous. However, Zhao Girang and Zhou Wanqiu were very satisfied with the final outcome. Su Chen just briefly talked about Lila's family, and he didn't mention much about Liu Yuantang and the Kinhu guards. By the way, Grandpa, where are my Uncle Zhao and Wanqiu? How is Uncle Zhao? Su Chen asked. Zhou Wanqiu smiled and said, your Uncle Zhao has fully recovered. He and Wanqiu are busy at the company now. Didn't our Zhao take over his catering? So, there are a lot of things to deal with in the company. The two of them are busy from morning to night, and we can't see anyone all day. Zhou Wanqiu smiled and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen just remembered. Before, he asked his Zhenshin to transfer his catering to Zhao for free. The merger of the two companies must be very busy. Su Chen thought for a while and asked, then our company has nothing else to do recently. Is there any movement from the Zhao family? Zhou Wanqiu shook his head. Everything is fine. There is no movement. Su Chen nodded and felt relieved. It seems that old man Jin Guang has not made any movement. Su Chen chatted with Zhou Wanqiu and Zhao Girang for a while. Finally, Zhou Wanqiu said, Zhou Chen, you just came back from Bincheng. Don't go to the company first. Have a good rest. Yes. Okay, thank you Grandpa. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Then, he said hello to Zhou Wanqiu and Zhao Girang, and went out directly. Looking at Su Chen's back, Zhou Wanqiu said, Girang, do you feel that Zhou Chen seems to have something on his mind? Zhao Girang shook her head and smiled. Young people naturally think more. Yeah. Zhou Wanqiu nodded. I always feel that Zhou Chen seems to be worried about something. Dad, Zhou Chen is a kid who knows everything he does, so we don't have to worry about him. Zhao Girang smiled. Zhou Wanqiu thought about it and said nothing more. On the other side, after Su Chen left the Zhao family villa, not long after, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Wang Xingzu. Before Su Chen left, he asked Wang Xingzu to help him take care of the Zhao family. Now that Su Chen is back, he just happened to find out at the first time. Mr. Wang, you have worked hard. Su Chen saluted Wang Xingzu with a fist. Wang Xingzu waved his hands quickly. Su Chen, aren't you slapping me in the face? You helped me to reach the Xianshan realm, so what's the point of me doing you a small favor? Su Chen smiled and asked, by the way, Mr. Wang, has there been any movement at the Zhao family villa recently? Wang Xingzu shook his head. Everything is fine here. It's just that Zhou Wanqiu and Zhao Pingjiang go out early and come back late, and they seem to be very busy. Su Chen nodded. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Wang Xingzu rolled his eyes and said, by the way, Su Chen, you helped my granddaughter Yuting cure her strange disease last time. Now, she has completely recovered. She is just trying to find time to invite you to dinner. When are you free? Wang Xingzu looked expectant. All along, he has never given up the plan of taking both granddaughter and granddaughter to take down Su Chen. Now that Su Chen has returned from Bincheng, he naturally wants to strike while the iron is hot. Su Chen declined with a smile. It's just a small favor, no need to be so polite. Wang Xingzu shook his head and said, that won't work. My granddaughter is stubborn. She said she wants to thank you in person, so she must treat you to a meal in person. Su Chen looked helpless. Okay, but it's not convenient these 2 days. I have something urgent to do. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wang Xingzu said hurriedly, as long as you agree. As for the time, we can discuss it slowly. Su Chen nodded helplessly. Wang Xingzu said excitedly, by the way, my granddaughter Yao has been asking about you these 2 days. Don't forget to go and play with her when you have time. Thinking of Kin Yao, this fairy, Su Chen was a little speechless. Okay. Old Wang, I will go to her when I have time, Su Chen said. After setting up both the granddaughter and granddaughter's chess pieces, Wang Xingzhu said goodbye with satisfaction. Not long after Wang Xingzhu left. Ding-ling-ling. Su Chen's phone rang again. Answer the call. Li Xiaolei's old voice rang out. Su Chen, I heard from Liu Wang that you are back. Yes. Old Li. Su Chen said. Li Xiaolei's voice sank. I called you to tell you some bad news. Chen Doru's master, the leader of the Jindao sect in the provincial capital, Old Man Jin Guang, has returned to the provincial capital. I guess he already knows about Chen Doru and Zhou Changshan, and I'm afraid he will come to our Bincheng soon. Su Chen said. Old Li, I already know about this. Don't worry, I'll take care of Old Man Jin Guang. Li Xiaolei's voice was low. Su Chen, that Old Man Jin Guang is no different from others. He is a long-established master, and he was even able to compete with the invincible Yang Wudi with his divine fist. If things cannot be violated, you should leave quickly. You are still young, and there is life. Su Chen shook his head and said, Old Li, you know my character. Don't worry, just leave Old Man Jin Guang to me. I have a way to deal with him. Hearing Su Chen's firm tone, Li Xiaolei didn't know what to say. Okay. Su Chen, if it's impossible, leave as soon as possible. Li Xiaolei advised. The two chatted for a few more words before hanging up the phone completely. Su Chen's eyes sank slightly. Even Li Xiaolei said so. It seems that the pressure brought by Old Man Jin Guang is still very great. It seems that I still need to practice the thunder character technique of Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Luijin as soon as possible to have the confidence of winning. Su Chen thought secretly. At this time. Ding-ling-ling. Su Chen's mobile phone rang again. Looking down, it turned out to be Leading Guan's call. Hello, Team Leader Li, what's the matter? Su Chen asked. Leading Guan's voice was very urgent. Mr. Su, didn't you ask me yesterday how to break the invincible golden body? Today, I suddenly realized that you are going to go against Jindingsheng? Jindingsheng? Su Chen was stunned. Leading Guan said, it is the leader of the Jindao sect in the provincial capital, Old Man Jin Guang. Su Chen only then knew that the original name of Old Man Jin Guang was Jindingsheng. Yes. There will be a fight between him and me in the near future. At this moment, Su Chen had no need to hide it. Hearing Su Chen admit it, Leading Guan was shocked. Mr. Su, you should think twice about this. There is something I think you need to know. Su Chen asked, what is it? Leading Guan said, after Jindingsheng returned to the provincial capital, he once again fought with the invincible Yang Wudi. Su Chen was stunned. He had heard from Liu Yuantong that Jindingsheng was a martial arts fanatic. This person was only interested in martial arts and cultivation, and he also liked to challenge masters everywhere to reflect himself. But Su Chen didn't expect that the first thing that Old Man Jin Guang did when he returned to the provincial capital was to challenge Yang Wudi, the invincible Yang Wudi. How did it win? Su Chen asked curiously. Leading Guan said, this time, Yang Wudi only threw 3 punches, and Jindingsheng admitted defeat. Su Chen's pupils shrank. He heard from Liu Yuantong that when Old Man Jin Guang challenged Yang Wudi before, Yang Wudi broke his golden body with 100 punches. Unexpectedly, after several years, Yang Wudi's progress was even more terrifying than that of the Old Man Jin Guang. Leading Guan said, Mr. Su, don't think that Jindingsheng is weak because Yang Wudi gave up after 3 punches. That's just because Yang Wudi is more abnormal. Su Chen smiled. He naturally understood the reason behind this. Leading Guan was afraid that Su Chen would become arrogant, so he continued to explain, although Jindingsheng can't compare with geniuses like Yang Wudi, he is definitely one of the top in terms of combat power among the innate strongmen. He has a powerful Zheng Jin Yuan Qi. When attacking, it is unparalleled, and when defending, it can be condensed into an invincible golden body, which is difficult to break through at the same level. If you are not sure of winning, try to avoid fighting with him, otherwise you will be exhausted by him, and can only be slaughtered by him. Su Chen said lightly, I will have a battle with him, it is inevitable. Why? Leading Guan asked puzzled. Su Chen explained, his 2 apprentices, Chen Doru and Zhou Changshan, both died in my hands. That's true. Leading Guan was stunned and quite anxious. What should I do? How about this, Mr. Su? I will go through the temporary procedures for you and temporarily plan you into our Kinhu guard. In this way, with the identity of Kinhu guard, I think that old man Jin Guang should be a little afraid. Su Chen smiled. This leading Guan is really a good person, and he really considers his safety with all his heart. However, Su Chen refused and said, Team Leader Li, you don't have to worry too much. I already have a way to deal with old man Jin Guang, but I need some information from you. What information? Leading Guan said, as long as it does not involve important secrets, I will definitely tell you. Su Chen said lightly, please tell me, in your intelligence, where is there more thunder near Bincheng? Leading Guan was stunned. Chapter 236 The Furious Rang Father and Son. Leading Guan was stunned at first. Then, he suddenly realized. Mr. Su, are you going to attract the thunder, to practice the thunder character formula of Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Legion? Su Chen nodded and said, that's right. Leading Guan was silent for a while, and then said, the thunder type Zhou Wanqiu is indeed the most effective in breaking the golden body, but relying on the thunder to refine the vital energy is too risky. Su Chen said lightly, the path of cultivation is to go against the will of heaven. If you don't have the courage to break everything, why practice? Besides, I'm also fully prepared. Nothing will happen. Leading Guan finally sighed. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll check it for you. I found it. Mr. Su, about 20 kilometers west of Bincheng, there is a mountain called Ligang Ridge. I don't know if it's because of the terrain or the magnetic field. There are frequent thunder phenomena in that place. There will be thunder at night 7 or 8 days out of 10. In the past, it often caused forest fires. In the end, the trees on the ridge were almost all cut down, and it was better. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. This is exactly where he needs to be. Thank you, Team Leader Li. I owe you a favor for this. Su Chen said with a smile. Leading Guan said, Mr. Su, don't be so polite. You are my lifesaver. As long as you are okay, that's all. But you must be careful. The two chatted for a while before Leading Guan hung up the phone. Su Chen showed a confident smile on his face. Knowing the location of Ligang Ridge, he felt more confident. On the other side, the provincial capital, Jindao Sect. The mountain gate of Jindao Sect stands in the eastern suburbs of the provincial capital. At this time, two people were climbing up the stairs step by step, heading towards the mountain gate of Jindao Sect. One of them was old, and the other was middle-aged. They were Rang Yixiao and Rang Qingshan, the heads of the Rang family in the provincial capital. After climbing for a long time, the two finally arrived at the mountain gate of Jindao Sect. Soon after handing over the visiting card, a young doorman led them to the reception room in the main hall. At this time, an old man with white hair and beard was sitting cross-legged. It was the leader of Jindao Sect, the golden old man Bincheng. Seeing the two people coming in, the old man Jin Guan did not stand up, and did not even raise his eyes. After Rang Yixiao and Rang Qingshan came in, they bowed deeply. Rang Yixiao, the head of the Rang family in the provincial capital, and his son Rang Qingshan, pay homage to the old man Jin Guang. The two bowed to the bottom. At this time, the old man Jin Guang slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a golden light flashed through the old man Jin Guang's eyes, almost blinding the eyes of Rang Yixiao and his son. But fortunately, the light flashed and disappeared. Rang Yixiao, Rang Qingshan. The old man Jin Guang spoke lightly, and there was a kind of metallic friction in his voice. I remember that there was a Rang Qingfeng in your Rang family. It seems that he is also a talent in practicing martial arts. Hearing this, Rang Yixiao and Rang Qingshan showed a trace of pain on their faces. Reply to Master Jin, my second son. He was killed. Rang Yixiao said in great grief. However, the old man Jin Guang just nodded. Oh. For people who practice martial arts, this is normal. After saying this, Jin Bincheng stopped talking. Seeing that the old man Jin Guan did not continue his words, a trace of helplessness flashed across Rang Yixiao's face. Gritting his teeth, Rang Yixiao clasped his fists and bowed again. Master Jin, we haven't prepared anything for this visit, only 2 spiritual medicines. I hope you will like them. On the side, Rang Qingshan quickly took out 2 wooden boxes and handed them to the old man Jin Guang with both hands respectfully. A smile flashed in the old man Jin Guang's eyes, and he gently stretched out his hand. Whoosh! The 2 wooden boxes were sucked into his hands in the air. The old man Jin Guang opened the 2 wooden boxes, glanced at them, and the smile on his face became even bigger. Not bad. These 2 spiritual medicines are really good. I like them very much. The old man Jin Guang smiled and nodded. I'm glad you like them. Rang Yixio hurriedly said respectfully. At this time, the old man Jin Guang opened his mouth again and asked, I just heard you say that someone killed your son Rang Qingfeng. Who is the murderer? Do you need me to avenge you? Rang Yixio despised him in his heart. This old bastard. What he said was nice, but in the end he didn't see the rabbit, and didn't release the eagle. After sending 2 spiritual herbs, it was easier to talk now. However, Rang Yixio still did a good job of superficial work. Old Jin, you are really a man of high moral character. Thank you very much. Rang Yixio put on a grateful look. Old Jin Guang was very satisfied. Rang Yixio continued. Old Jin, it's like this. My grandson Rang Ruiz fell in love with Zhou Wanqiu from the Zhou family in Bincheng, but was jealous of a country boy. That bastard directly killed my grandson. Later, my son Qingfeng went to Bincheng to seek justice for Ruiz, but was killed by that bastard in the end. That bastard also came to kill several people in my Rang family, and even Master Heo was killed by him. In the end, he extorted billions from my family. Please, Old Jin, take charge of my Rang family. Rang Yixio bowed to the bottom. Bang. As expected, he is a bastard. Old Jin Guang slapped the table next to him. Crash. A Hainan Huanghuali table was instantly shattered into pieces. The fact that the thug was able to kill Grandmaster Heo proves that he is also a congenital strongman. However, logically speaking, he should not be a match for your Rang family's top worshipper Chen Wuiao. Elder Jin Guang was quite puzzled. He knew the masters of the provincial capital very well. Among all the worshippers of the Rang family, the most powerful one is Taoist Chen Chen Wuiao, who has long been a congenital peak strongman. Rang Yixio explained. Master Jin, you don't know. When that bastard came to my Rang family, Taoist Chen was in seclusion practicing and striving to reach the realm of immortals on earth. Otherwise, I would never let that murderer commit crimes. So that's the case. Old man Jin Guang said lightly. Has Chen Wuiao gone this far now? In this case, I'm even more looking forward to fighting him. However, after I kill the murderer first, I will go looking for him. Tell me, what's the murderer's name, and where is he now? Rang Yixio's face was overjoyed, and he hurriedly said, Old Jin, the murderer's name is Su Chen, and he is from the same village. He now lives in the Zhou family in Bincheng. Su Chen? It's him. A fierce light flashed in old man Jin Guang's eyes, and his tone was full of surprise. Rang Yixio was slightly stunned and asked, Old Jin, do you know this person? Old Jin Guang said sternly, 2 of my disciples, Chendoru and Zhao Changshan, died at the hands of this person. This person is already on my must-kill list. Hearing this, Rang Yixio and Rang Qingshan were stunned on the spot. The expressions on their faces were not sure whether they were sad or happy. Old Jin Guang must kill Su Chen. This is worth celebrating. However, they just took out 2 spiritual medicines, which seemed to be given away for free. At this moment, Rang Yixio's heart was bleeding. 2 spiritual medicines, just thrown away in vain. Old Jin Guang's face was full of smiles. Something that was supposed to be done originally, and earned him 2 spiritual medicines and Rang family favors. It was so worth it. Rang Yixio gritted his teeth, and could only admit that he was unlucky. Old Jin, when are you going to leave for Bincheng to kill Su Chen? Rang Yixio asked anxiously. Old man Jin Guang waved his hand and said, I just had a great battle with the invincible Yang Wudi, and I gained a lot. I need to rest for one night and leave for Bincheng tomorrow. Don't worry. Su Chen will definitely not see the sun the day after tomorrow. Hearing this promise, the pain in Rang Yixio's heart was slightly relieved. After the matter was agreed, Rang Yixio exchanged a few words with old man Jin Guang, and then left with a sad heart. The 2 had just walked out of the gate of Jindao sect. Rang Qingshan couldn't help but say, Dad, we have suffered a great loss. This old bastard wanted to kill Su Chen, and we sent 2 spiritual herbs to him. It's a huge loss. It would have been better if he didn't say it. When he said it, Rang Yixio's anger broke out directly. Bang. Rang Yixio slapped Rang Qingshan in the face. He cursed, "You know the loss, don't I know? Who told you not to pay close attention to Su Chen's news? You don't even know that Su Chen killed Jinding Sheng's 2 disciples. What do you do for a living?" Rang Qingshan looked aggrieved. When Su Chen came to the door, everyone was scared to death. Who dared to investigate Su Chen secretly again? The two looked at each other and were filled with anger. In the living room, the old man Jin Guang was smiling. He touched a wooden box with one hand and murmured, "Su Chen, although you killed 2 of my disciples, you also sent me 2 spiritual medicines. This makes me really grateful to you. In return, I will let you die happily tomorrow." Ha ha ha. Bincheng. Su Chen returned to the Zhao family villa. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening when Zhou Wanqiu and Zhao Pingjiang got home from get off work. Both of them looked tired, but their eyes were full of excitement. It seems that the incorporation of the He's catering group made both father and daughter very excited. Even if they are so busy, they are tired and happy. When Zhao Pingjiang saw Su Chen coming, he was stunned at first, and then greeted him enthusiastically. "Su Chen, you are back." During this period, Su Chen saved him several times, which also made Zhao Pingjiang slowly accept Su Chen. When Zhou Wanqiu saw Su Chen, her face froze. Then, she said coldly, "You went out for a few days, and you still remember to come back?" Su Chen was suddenly a little upset. Zhou Wanqiu agreed to go to Bincheng to help Yi Lily solve the problem, and stay there for 2 days. Now that he is back, Zhou Wanqiu said this again. Su Chen has reason to suspect that this sister will not speak unless she is sarcastic. However, Su Chen has found a familiar taste. At this time, Zhao Rongchang scolded, "Wanqiu, how can you talk like that?" Zhao Wanqiu was helpless and said, "Oh, got it." Su Chen reported Lila's matter again at the dinner table. Zhao Wanqiu was immediately filled with righteous indignation and rarely praised Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart that women are really emotional animals. Emotions change too quickly, and they are easily infected by emotions and more likely to empathize with others. After dinner, Zhao Girang continued to pack up. Su Chen wanted to help clean up, but Zhao Girang stopped him. "Hurry up and go upstairs. You and Wanqiu haven't seen each other for many days. A short separation is better than a new marriage. Hurry up," Zhao Girang said with a mischievous smile. Su Chen looked up at the bedroom on the 2nd floor and suddenly felt helpless. The familiar days were about to begin again. And in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Zhou Wanqiu's heart was also beating like a drum. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Heavenly Thunder Refining Key. Su Chen slowly walked up the stairs. When he opened the bedroom door, Zhou Wanqiu had already washed up, with a mask on her face, leaning against the back of the bed playing with her mobile phone. When she heard the sound of the door, Zhou Wanqiu's body visibly tensed. The room was suddenly plunged into a mysterious and awkward atmosphere. Aunt Zhao also said that a short absence is better than a new marriage, but it feels even more awkward to leave for a few days. Su Chen sighed in his heart. At this time, Zhou Wanqiu raised her head slightly, stared at Su Chen and said, "Go take a shower quickly. You have been fooling around outside for so long. Wash yourself well." Su Chen was speechless. His image of fool around everywhere could not be washed away by Zhou Wanqiu. "No need. I have to go out tonight," Su Chen said. Zhou Wanqiu paused after saying this. Then, she said impatiently, "Go wherever you want to fool around. Just don't come back in the middle of the night and disturb my sleep." "I'm not going to fool around," Su Chen retorted. Zhou Wanqiu curled her lips and said with distrust, "You went out in the middle of the night. If you are not fooling around, then what are you doing?" Su Chen explained, "I'm going to practice." Haha. Zhou Wanqiu sneered and lowered her head to play with her mobile phone. It was obvious that she didn't believe Su Chen's words at all. Seeing this, Su Chen was too lazy to explain. He simply packed up and turned to leave. Click. The bedroom door closed. Zhou Wanqiu suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the door, angrily saying, "You ran out in the middle of the night and you are not fooling around, and you said you are practicing. You think I'm a 3-year-old child? If you hang out like this every day, you will get a disease sooner or later." Zhou Wanqiu picked up the pillow on the bed and squeezed it hard several times, as if pinching Su Chen. On the other side, Su Chen slowly went downstairs. At this time, Zhao Girang had packed up her things and returned to her room. Zhao Ronchang sat on the sofa and watched the news. Seeing Su Chen coming down, Zhao Ronchang was a little surprised. "Zhao Chen, why didn't you go to rest?" "Grandpa, I have something to do outside." "Then be careful and come back early," Zhao Ronchang instructed. Su Chen nodded and left quickly. Zhao Ronchang looked at Su Chen's back as he left, frowning slightly, as if thinking about something. After Su Chen left the Zhao family villa, he walked quickly to the west. Not long after, he had left Bincheng city. Under the night, Su Chen's figure blended into the night and the evening breeze. The wind character technique made Su Chen's speed extremely fast, and he quickly approached Ligang Ridge. Not long after, Su Chen felt that the sky was getting darker and darker. Even from time to time, there would be muffled thunder. "We should be close to Ligang Ridge." Su Chen's eyes showed a hint of joy. He quickened his pace and soon saw a mountain. Soon, Su Chen's figure appeared at the highest point of Ligang Ridge. Looking around, Su Chen found that the environment here was indeed similar to what Li Dingyuan introduced, except for a dilapidated stone pavilion. The surrounding area is bare. The original trees, bushes and grass were also cleared to prevent forest fires. There are many black spots on the ground, which look like traces of lightning and fire. Su Chen bent his legs, exerted a little force, and he had already risen and landed gently on the stone pavilion. There is a lightning rod on the top of the stone pavilion. Su Chen sat cross-legged, adjusted his breath and luck, and waited for the right time. At this time, Su Chen clearly felt that the fluctuations of the vital energy in the air were unusually obvious and violent. Team Leader Li's introduction is indeed true. This Ligang Ridge seems to be a bit strange, Su Chen thought to himself. At this time, rumble, a dark rolling thunder came from a distance. Su Chen looked up and saw dark clouds covering the moon in the sky, and lightning appeared from time to time. "Here it comes." Su Chen's face was stern. Then, he mobilized his vital energy to form a circle of protection around his body. "Han Yu Gong." With a low shout, jade gradually formed on the surface of Su Chen's body. Boom. Boom. The thunder is getting closer and closer. Su Chen's heartbeat also accelerated. Heavenly thunder is the power of heaven and earth. Even though Su Chen has become an innate master, he still has no idea. Su Chen took out the remaining red blood dragon ginseng. After several uses, less than half of the red blood dragon ginseng was left, but the medicinal effect was still strong. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and he stuffed the red blood dragon ginseng into his mouth for temporary use. Human power is limited. Facing the power of heaven and earth, he must be fully prepared just in case. The next moment, boom. Another loud bang, or thunder rang in Su Chen's ears. Before Su Chen could react, an arc of electricity, like a dragon and a snake, whipped down from the sky. Crack. The electric snake hit the lightning rod above the stone pavilion directly. A dazzling light pierced Su Chen. In an instant, Su Chen's body protection energy was instantly defeated. The electric arc was unstoppable and hit his jade body. Crack. A shattering sound was heard. Su Chen was hit hard, and the defense of pure jade art was also defeated. Heavenly thunder is the power of heaven and earth. Even if the lightning rod helped Su Chen to divert most of it, the remaining power was amazing. The terrifying tiny arcs rushed into Su Chen's body, destroying cells, tissues, organs. Su Chen was numb all over, and even felt a threat of death. At this time, Su Chen suddenly swallowed the red blood dragon ginseng in his mouth. A huge vitality suddenly erupted in his body. The body that was originally destroyed by the power of heavenly thunder was repaired at a very fast speed. Su Chen hurriedly operated the thunder character formula of Zhu Wanqiu and Feng Luijin. The tiny arcs began to merge with Su Chen's vitality. A bright silver color slowly appeared in the red flame vitality. The defeated pure jade art gradually resumed operation. From time to time, a silver arc flashed on Su Chen's jade body, like a general in silver armor. Boom. Another thunderbolt struck, and Su Chen was refining his body with thunderbolts again. After the first thunderbolt, Su Chen obviously had stronger resistance. Countless arcs of electricity were absorbed crazily by Su Chen's vitality. One more time. Thunder attribute vitality will succeed. Su Chen was looking forward to it faintly. Crack. As if the god of heaven was angry, an electric snake danced wildly and rushed straight to Su Chen. Damn it. Before Su Chen could curse, he was hit by the thunderbolt directly. In an instant, the fierce thunderbolts raged wildly on Su Chen, and the medicinal power of the half-cut red blood dragon body was almost impossible to repair. Absorb it for me. Su Chen shouted angrily, and a silver needle pierced the acupuncture points all over his body. Then, he quickly turned over and got off the stone pavilion. The thunderbolts rolled, and the electric dragon bared its fangs and claws across the sky. Under the stone pavilion, Su Chen sat cross-legged and madly operated the thunder character formula. Occasionally, there were arcs of electricity flashing across his body, and crackling sounds exploded from time to time. Time passed by every second. The sky in the east slowly turned pale. On the Ligang Ridge, in the Ligang Pavilion, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. A bright silver arc flashed across his eyes. Su Chen stretched out his hand. The next second, a silver white energy condensed in his hand. The crackling arc shuttled through the black thunder energy, which was frightening to watch. Go. Su Chen struck out with a palm. The majestic black thunder energy surged out and rushed directly to the boulder not far away. Boom. After a loud bang, a deep crack instantly exploded in the center of the boulder, and the light on the opposite side could be seen faintly. Crash. The next second, the whole boulder broke into pieces and exploded. Sure enough, the penetration of the thunder energy is indeed very strong. Even a strong man in the late innate stage may find it difficult to withstand this attack. Su Chen nodded, very satisfied with the effect of the black thunder energy. It will be dawn soon. I should go back early. Su Chen thought, and got up, and went down the mountain. Using the wind skill, Su Chen's figure moved very fast. Soon, they had already arrived at the Zhao family villa. While everyone was still asleep, Su Chen had to quietly return to the room. Otherwise, Zhao Giran and Zhou Wanqiu would see him coming back from outside and get suspicious. Click. Su Chen opened the bedroom door lightly, and then stepped in gently. Huh? Where's Zhou Wanqiu? Su Chen was stunned. Because there was no sign of Zhou Wanqiu on the bed. Su Chen was still in a daze when the bathroom door suddenly opened. Zhou Wanqiu stepped out. Su Chen was stunned when he saw Zhou Wanqiu. Just because of her, she had no outer clothes on her body, only very simple underwear. A palm-sized piece of cloth covered an important part. A large area of white skin was exposed in front of Su Chen without any cover. The hazy beauty that was looming made Su Chen's heart jump suddenly. The two looked at each other. Zhou Wanqiu's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her expression was shy and angry. Last night, she waited for Su Chen until midnight, but he didn't come back. So she cursed Su Chen secretly, fell asleep in a daze, and forgot to lock the door. After getting up early in the morning, she wanted to wash up, change into new clothes, and go to the company. As a result, Su Chen came back by chance. For a moment, Su Chen saw all her beautiful figures. Ah! Zhou Wanqiu screamed. The sharp scream was about to spread in an instant. Su Chen's figure was like lightning, and he stepped forward and pressed Zhou Wanqiu against the bathroom door, covering Zhou Wanqiu's mouth at the same time. Don't scream. Otherwise, Grandpa and the others will think I did something to you. Su Chen whispered. I'll let you go now. Don't scream. Under Zhou Wanqiu's angry eyes like spitting fire, Su Chen slowly let go of his hand. Before Su Chen's hand left, Zhou Wanqiu bit his hand fiercely. Fuck. Are you a dog? Let go. Su Chen grinned. At this moment, he didn't dare to use the pure jade skill to defend, or to use his vitality to shake Zhou Wanqiu away, so he could only be bitten by her. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Wanqiu bit him hard again, and then let go and looked up. Her face flushed, staring at Su Chen and scolding. Su Chen, you bastard, take your dog paws off me first. Su Chen looked down, and was stunned for a moment. His hand was just pressing on the proud peak of Zhou Wanqiu. Chapter 238, Tenfold Tonic Soup. Su Chen was stunned. He didn't know when he put his hand on Zhou Wanqiu's key position. It feels good, or thought appeared in Su Chen's mind. However, at this moment, facing Zhou Wanqiu's murderous eyes, Su Chen couldn't help blushing and hurriedly took his hand away. Sorry, I'm a little panicked, Su Chen explained hurriedly. Zhou Wanqiu stared at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes and said angrily, I saw you were outside and touched it. As soon as the voice fell, Zhou Wanqiu raised his foot and hit Su Chen's vital point. Ouch. I'm close. Su Chen was caught off guard and was hit directly, and his whole body bent like a shrimp. This time, he was really painful. Then, Zhou Wanqiu glared at Su Chen all morning. Su Chen knew he was in the wrong, but he dared to face Zhou Wanqiu's eyes. Until breakfast, Zhou Wanqiu still glared at Su Chen from time to time. On the side, Zhou Ronchang and Zhao Girang also noticed something. Zhou Ronchang asked, Wanqiu, what's wrong with you? It seems like you have a problem with Zhou Chen. No. Zhou Wanqiu panicked and quickly found an excuse. It's just, he snored last night and affected my sleep. Zhou Ronchang said angrily, isn't it normal for men to snore? Besides, didn't you send Zhou Chen to Bincheng to deal with things? He has been busy for so many days, he must be very tired. Isn't it normal for him to snore? It's wrong for you to have a problem with him because of this. Zhou Wanqiu was speechless. I just found a random excuse to prevaricate, but I was scolded like this. Do I have to tell the truth and say that Su Chen sneak attacked me and occupied the high ground with his dirty hands? According to the way my grandfather favored Su Chen, I guess I will be scolded even more. Oh, I know. Zhou Wanqiu secretly glared at Su Chen and said perfunctorily. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ronchang was satisfied. Zhao Girang, who was standing by, glanced at Su Chen and Zhou Wanqiu, revealing a trace of suspicion. When breakfast was over, and Su Chen was about to get into Zhou Wanqiu's car to go to work, Zhao Girang pulled Su Chen aside. Su Chen was a little confused. Zhou Wanqiu was also quite curious, and secretly leaned closer to listen to what her mother said to Su Chen. Aunt Zhao, what's wrong? Su Chen asked. Zhao Girang whispered, Zhou Chen, tell Aunt Zhao the truth. Did you have a quarrel with Wanqiu last night? Su Chen was stunned. Zhao Girang showed an expression of as expected. Then, she whispered, were you too tired last night, so you didn't perform well, and Zhao Qiu was not satisfied? What? Su Chen was confused. Zhao Girang showed an expression of I know everything. Why are you and Aunt Zhao still pretending? I've been through this before. When Wanqiu's dad was busy with work, his health couldn't keep up. But that's not a problem. Come back tonight, Auntie will make you a 10-ingredient tonic soup. The effect is very good. I guarantee that you two will make up at the foot of the bed, even if you quarrel at the head of the bed. Then, Zhao Girang left with a smile. Su Chen looked embarrassed. Aunt Zhao seemed to have really misunderstood. Su Chen turned around and saw Zhou Wanqiu eavesdropping on the side. Zhou Wanqiu noticed Su Chen's gaze and her face turned red. She never thought that her mother would actually connect it to that aspect and even give Su Chen a tonic. What are you looking at? Dirty bastard. Bah. Zhou Wanqiu blushed, spat at Su Chen, and quickly turned around to drive. The hurried pace was more like fleeing. On the way to work, Zhou Wanqiu kept a straight face and didn't talk to Su Chen. The atmosphere in the car was very strange. The Cold War was filled with some ambiguity. Zhou Wanqiu drove to a familiar corner downstairs of the company and said coldly, get off. Oh. Su Chen responded, then turned to look at Zhou Wanqiu. Boss Zhou, I noticed that your face has been red all the way. Are you feeling uncomfortable because of a fever? As soon as these words came out, swish, Zhou Wanqiu's face became even redder. Shut up. Get out. Zhou Wanqiu cursed with a red face, then stepped on the accelerator and left. A dog bites Lu Dongbin, who doesn't know the good heart. He cares about you, but you scold me. Su Chen complained, then turned and walked towards the company. At this time, provincial capital, at the foot of Jindaozong Mountain, a luxury car stopped at the foot of the mountain. Sitting in the driver's seat was a middle-aged man who was less than 50 years old. Although this man was nearly 50 years old, he was dressed in white, with a white face and no beard, and looked quite elegant. This man was the eldest disciple of the old man Jinguang, the top 10 genius doctor on the saint hand list, the jade-faced genius Dr. Qinhua Chang. In the back row, there was an old man with white hair and a childlike face, who was the old man Jinguang. Outside the car, there stood a father and son, Rang Yixiao and Rang Qingshan. Old Jin, I'm sorry to trouble you with that lunatic Su Chen. As he spoke, Rang Yixiao bowed deeply. Old Jinguang nodded slightly and said, don't worry. Dao Ru and Chang Shan were not ambitious, and did not practice martial arts seriously. They failed to advance to the Xianshan level, after practicing for many years, so they died tragically at the hands of Su Chen. And your aunt family's Grandmaster Hao took a wrong path, and specialized in spiritual power. His shortcomings are too obvious. Once the spiritual attack is defended, he will be in a mess in an instant. But Su Chen's strength is just that. When he encounters a real Xianshan strongman, he will naturally show his true form. Maybe I don't need to take action this time. My eldest disciple Qinhua Chang will take action, which is enough to kill this beast. Hearing Jinding Sheng's words, Rang Yixiao nodded. Then this time, I wish old Jin a victory, and help us bring back Su Chen's body. The father and son bowed again. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. In the confident laughter of the old man Jinguang, the eldest disciple Qinhua Chang slowly drove the luxury car, and walked towards Bincheng. Seeing the back of Jinding Sheng leaving, Rang Yixiao gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Su Chen, bastard, aren't you crazy? This day next year will be your Memorial Day. The news that the old man Jinguang returned to the provincial capital yesterday, and set off again today naturally reached the ears of many bigwigs. The Yao family in the provincial capital, Yao Zhenfeng, Yao Shan and Yao Nana, the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren sat together, with sorrow on their faces. They all knew that the old man Jinguang was going to deal with Su Chen. Dad, this time the old man Jinguang personally took action to deal with Su Chen. Which side should we stand on? Moreover, opposite Su Chen, there are also the White Dragon King and the Rang family. Yao Shan showed a tangled expression on his face. Yao Zhenfeng did not answer Yao Shan, but looked at Yao Nana on the side. Nana, you have been in contact with Su Chen more these days. What do you think we should choose? Yao Zhenfeng asked. Yao Nana was stunned at first, then thought for a moment and said, I think we should help Su Chen. Not to mention his strength and potential, his character and personality alone are worth our friendship. You know, before he went to Weicheng, he didn't know many people at all. As a result, when he was leaving, the Feng brothers, Yuan Kizu, Liu Yuantong, Wang Zhang, leading Guan and Pei Zhenchang came to see him off. Besides, he has saved your life twice. If we stand by and watch, what's the difference between us and beasts? Yao Zhenfeng nodded. Well said, better than your father. Look, he is still weighing the pros and cons. Hearing this, Yao Shan blushed. Dad, I'm not weighing the pros and cons. I'm thinking about how to help Mr. Su. Yao Zhenfeng was too lazy to expose him. Master Qiu. Yao Zhenfeng raised his voice. Swish. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the 3 people. This person had a stern face and no expression. However, the grandfather and grandson were not surprised. This is the Yao family's master level worshipper, the innate strongman Qiu Suanan. Master Qiu, I want to trouble you for something. Can you test the martial arts cultivation of Jinguang Elder Jinding Sheng? After the matter is done, I will give you 100 million. Qiu Suanan frowned, and thought for a moment, then uttered 2 words, yes. Thank you. Yao Zhenfeng thanked him sincerely. After all, this matter still has a great risk. You're welcome. Wait for my news. Then, his figure flashed, and he had already set off. Seeing Qiu Suanan's departure, the 3 generations of the Yao family became slightly nervous. Qinhua Chang drove the car, carrying the old man Jinguang, towards the highway exit. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the car. Squeak. Qinhua Chang slammed on the brakes to stop the car. Qiu Suanan. What does he want to do? Qinhua Chang asked in confusion. Old man Jinguang was sitting in the back row, his eyes narrowed. Go down and ask. At this time, Qiu Suanan's voice sounded. I have heard that old man Jinguang can attack and defend with his Zhengjingyuan Qi, and his undefeated golden body is unrivaled in the world. Qiu also wants to experience it to prove his martial arts. Please teach me, old man Jinguang. Jin Bincheng's face twitched. Usually he was the one who challenged others, and it was rare for others to challenge him. I have something to do today, it's not convenient. Besides, your current cultivation level is probably not worthy of fighting with me. Get out of the way quickly, otherwise you will lose your life. However, Qiu Suanan said in a deep voice, Old man Jinguang, is it possible that you are not worthy of the name? As soon as these words came out, old man Jinguang's eyebrows stood upside down. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Hua Chang, show him some color. The eldest disciple Qin Hua Chang nodded, yes. The next second, Qin Hua Chang mobilized his Yuan Qi, turned into a golden light, and rushed directly to Qiu Suanan. Qiu Suanan was fearless, and with his black energy, he fought head-on with Qin Hua Chang. The two fought for dozens of rounds, and it was hard to tell who would win. Qiu Suanan shouted, Jin Bincheng, your disciple is just average. Are you really afraid of me? You don't even dare to take my punch? Jin Bincheng was instantly furious. Then, he stepped out of the car. You are courting death. Chapter 239, Clouds moving in all directions. Hua Chang, retreat. Old man Jinguang shouted coldly. Qin Hua Chang quickly retreated, his face a little ugly. After all, Qiu Suanan came to provoke him, but he didn't fight him back. Although Qiu Suanan didn't beat him, old man Jinguang still had to take action in the end, which was somewhat embarrassing. Old man Jinguang said lightly, Hua Chang, don't worry. You are both a doctor and a warrior. Fighting is not your strongest point. Besides, this Qiu Suanan may not be able to defeat you. Since he is determined to die, I will satisfy him. Hearing this, Qin Hua Chang calmed down. Old man Jinguang turned his head to look at Qiu Suanan, and said coldly, come on. I'll give you a chance to attack me with all your strength. After that, I will hit you again. Life or death depends on your luck. Okay. Qiu Suanan immediately responded. Mountain breaking fist. After a cold shout, Qiu Suanan's body was full of black vitality, surging out. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into the shape of a small mountain. The next second, the mountains collapsed, and the ground cracked. The terrifying mountain of vitality crushed towards the old man Jinguang. Looking at this amazing attack coming towards him, the old man Jinguang stood still. Invincible golden body. He shouted. The surging Zhengjin vitality instantly condensed on the old man Jinguang. For a moment, the old man Jinguang was full of golden light, like a golden man. Qiu Suanan's terrifying black vitality, like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, smashed towards the golden man. Break it for me. The old man Jinguang stood still, and the golden vitality overflowed. Qiu Suanan's vitality mountain, however, burst with a bang and exploded instantly. What? Qiu Suanan was stunned. His attack was completely ineffective. The old man Jinguang smiled coldly, it's my turn. Then, he punched forward. The terrifying Zhengjin vitality gathered crazily, and a huge golden fist smashed down. Boom. Qiu Suanan hurriedly mobilized the black vitality to resist. However, that golden fist was like a blade, instantly tearing through Qiu Suanan's defense. Bang. Qiu Suanan was hit by this punch. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body flew backwards. Old Jinguang, you are really good. I admire you, and I will ask for your advice again in the future. Qiu Suanan's breath was weak, but he did not dare to stop and evacuated quickly. Qin Hua Chang's face turned cold, and he was about to chase him. Old Jinguang raised his hand to stop him and said, his meridians were damaged by my Zhengjin Yuan Qi, and it is difficult to recover. Don't pay attention to him. Go to Bincheng to kill Su Chen first. But, master, I think Qiu Suanan's coming is strange. Maybe someone deliberately arranged it. Qin Hua Chang said. Old Jinguang sneered. I understand. But what's the use of letting them test me again? Su Chen will still die in my hands. Qin Hua Chang nodded. Master is right. Let's go. Old Jinguang sneered. The two got back in the car again. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Hua Chang's cell phone rang. After he answered, an old voice rang. Qin Hua Chang, this is the White Dragon King. Tell your master to send me his body after killing Su Chen. I want to make his skull into a wine glass and keep it. Qin Huachang was startled. The phone was hung up. Old man Jin Guang asked, who's calling? Qin Huachang said, White Dragon King. He told you to leave Su Chen's body to him, and he wants to use Su Chen's skull to make a wine glass. Old man Jin Guang was stunned, and then murmured, this Su Chen relied on his innate cultivation at a young age, and actually offended so many big men in the provincial capital. Sure enough, if God wants to destroy people, he must first make them crazy. This business is worth doing. Kill a Su Chen, and make a lot of friends. Haha. Old man Jin Guang stroked his beard, very satisfied. The car started slowly, and headed towards Bincheng. The news that old man Jin Guang set out to Bincheng to kill Su Chen slowly spread in the provincial capital. Yao family. When Yao Zhenfeng and the other two saw Qiu Suanan again, their faces were extremely ugly. It was because Qiu Suanan's breath was chaotic at this time, and his chest was full of blood. Master Yao, I lost too much of your 100 million. Qiu Suanan's face was full of bitter smiles. This old man Jin Guang is too powerful, I almost couldn't come back. Then, Qiu Suanan introduced the process again. Yao Zhenfeng hurriedly said, Master Qiu, I didn't consider this matter well, and caused you to be injured. So, I will give you another 200 million, and I will help you find someone to heal your injury. No need to add money. Qiu Suanan said lightly, it's the amount we discussed before. I was seriously injured, and it's just that I'm not good at martial arts, so I can't blame others. You should quickly pass on the martial arts cultivation of old man Jin Guang. I'm going to recuperate first. After speaking, Qiu Suanan left quickly. Yao Zhenfeng hurriedly called Su Chen. The call was connected. Su Chen was quite surprised. Old Yao, are you okay? Am I okay? Yao Zhenfeng deliberately frowned and said, it's obviously you who is in trouble. That old man Jin Guang is going to kill you, and you didn't even tell me. Su Chen saw Yao Zhenfeng frowning, and smiled. What's the big deal? It's not worth disturbing you. You guy, don't take it lightly. Yao Zhenfeng warned, and then repeated what Qiu Suanan said. When Su Chen heard about this, a warm current flashed through his heart. Yao Zhenfeng almost lost a grandmaster for his own affairs. Thank you, old Yao. Su Chen thanked sincerely. Yao Zhenfeng said, don't thank me first. Your survival is the best thank you to me. Su Chen smiled. Don't worry. As long as old Jin Guang dares to come, I will not let him leave. Yao Zhenfeng was stunned. He really couldn't figure out where Su Chen's confidence came from. However, hearing Su Chen's confident tone, he suddenly felt that Su Chen seemed to be able to create miracles. At this time, on the side, Yao Nana also came to the phone and shouted, Su Chen, I have been your driver for a few days, and you haven't thanked me yet. You must not die. Whoever dies is a puppy. No, it's a dead dog. What nonsense are you talking about? What a mess. Yao Zhenfeng's voice rang. Su Chen smiled. Okay. Don't worry. It's definitely not me who got into trouble. Miss Yao, wait for me to thank you. That Master Qiu, leave his injuries to me. Su Chen promised. After a few pleasantries, the phone was hung up. From his tone, I think Su Kid can also create miracles. Yao Zhenfeng's tone was more relaxed. Yao Nana smiled and nodded. I feel that too. It should be fine. Su Chen seems to be very confident. Only Yao Shan on the side muttered in a low voice, what's the use of confidence? That's the old man Jin Guang. However, he didn't dare to say this. Otherwise, there is a high probability that he will be besieged by his father and daughter. Han family villa. Han Kiwei and Han Daozheng also got the news. Dad, Elder Jin Guang is going to kill Mr. Su. What do you think we should do? Our new big brother is probably going to be broken. If Elder Jin Guang knows that we have a relationship with Mr. Su, will he cause trouble for us? Han Daozheng looked anxious. Han Kiwei looked at Han Daozheng with dissatisfaction and said in a cold voice, look at you. What do you look like? Do you have any stability of the future head of the Han family? Han Daozheng said unconvincedly, head of the Han family? If old man Jin Guang vents his anger on our Han family, it is not certain whether the Han family will still exist in the future. Fuck you. Han Kiwei kicked Han Daozheng. Why did I give birth to such a thing as you? Why don't you think about it? If Mr. Su wins, won't our Han family take off? Even if Mr. Su can't beat Bincheng, as long as he can escape, with his age, he will definitely be a land immortal when he comes back in the future. By then, our Han family will be in the sky. Hearing the big cake painted by Han Kiwi, Han Daosheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Dad, you are right. What should we do next? Han Kiwi smiled and said, let's go to Bincheng. In case of a miracle, we will be the first to congratulate Mr. Su. In case things go wrong, let's see if we can help Mr. Su escape. No matter what, our Han family will hold on to this thigh in the future. Yeah. Han Daosheng nodded repeatedly. I'll drive. Let's go to Bincheng again. Old man Jin Guan went to Bincheng to kill Su Chen, causing a stir in the provincial capital. And Bincheng was also in turmoil. The Zhou family, Zhou Changling, who was disabled in both legs, cried with joy when he heard the news. The master of his brother Zhou Changshan is here, and the Zhou family can be avenged. Zhou Changling ordered all the servants in the family to clean up and prepare a sumptuous banquet. Then, he asked the bodyguard to take him to the highway exit to wait for the welcome. The Li family, Li Xiaolei, however, had an ugly face. At this time, his hands were exposed with blue veins, and he was holding the mobile phone tightly. The person who was talking to him was his half-brother, Li Xiaoshu, the head of the Li family in the provincial capital. Li Xiaolei, this time, I'm ordering you as the head of the provincial capital to cut off your relationship with Su Chen. Then, go to the Bincheng highway exit in person to welcome old man Jin Guan. Chapter 240. Wait for me to tie up Su Chen. Li Xiaolei's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that Li Xiaoshu would take the initiative to call him to give him instructions. Moreover, he used such a tough tone. Xiaoshu, you may not be familiar with Su Chen. He is young, but he is already a congenital strong man, and his medical skills are. Li Xiaolei wanted to explain to Li Xiaoshu. However, Li Xiaoshu on the opposite side was not interested at all. He interrupted directly. Li Xiaolei, no matter what talents and achievements this Su Chen has, he will become a dead man today. I don't want the Li family to have a grudge with the old man Jin Guang, the Rang family and the White Dragon King, because of a corpse. Li Xiaolei wanted to speak again, but Li Xiaoshu no longer gave him a chance. Since you don't want to break up with Su Chen, then I will call him now and announce your breakup with him for you. As for you, pack up now and prepare to welcome the old man Jin Guang. After saying this, Li Xiaoshu hung up the phone directly. Li Xiaolei's face was extremely ugly. On the side, Li Chunren and Li Qingyan also had different expressions. Li Qingyan was the first to speak. Grandpa, Su Chen saved our Li family. We can't be ungrateful. You little girl, what do you know? Li Chunren scolded. Li Qingyan was stunned and looked at her father in disbelief. Li Chunren said, Dad, I think we should listen to our second uncle. It's better to part ways with Su Chen now. Take this opportunity to get to know Elder Jin Guang and get along well with our second uncle. If things go well, we can take the opportunity to return to the Li family in the provincial capital. Seeing Li Chunren's anxious look, the disappointment on Li Xiaolei's face became more and more intense. Arsehole. Li Xiaolei slapped the table hard. Bang. The fine mahogany table suddenly made a loud noise. Li Chunren was startled and dared not speak. Li Xiaolei stared at Li Chunren fiercely and gritted his teeth and said, Li Chunren, tell me, if it weren't for Mr. Su Chen, how could you have survived that time when Wu Gang attacked? And how could your father have survived? If it weren't for Mr. Su Chen, how could you have survived the last time when Chen Doru avenged his apprentice Wu Gang? If it weren't for Mr. Su Chen, who would have treated your, my, and Qingyan's injuries? Li Chunren was stunned. His face changed several times, but he couldn't find any reason. Li Xiaolei cursed coldly. You still think about going back to the Li family in the provincial capital every day. With your brain, you will be eaten alive in the provincial capital. Li Chunren looked embarrassed and muttered, then Dad, what do you say? What should we do? Li Xiaolei said coldly, go all out. Support Su Chen. But he is about to be killed by old man Jin Guang. If we still support him at this time, aren't we asking for trouble? Li Chunren asked. Li Xiaolei whispered, I believe in Su Chen. Me too. Li Qingyan also spoke up. Li Chunren looked at his father and daughter and secretly sighed in his heart. Crazy. All crazy. On the other side, Zhao's catering group. Ding ling ling. Su Chen's mobile phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. The number was from the provincial capital of Dongzhou. Mobile phone number in the provincial capital? Who is it? Su Chen answered the phone with doubts. The next second, a cold voice came. Su Chen? I'm Li Xiaoshu from the provincial capital. I called to tell you that Li Xiaolei and the Li family in Bincheng have cut off all ties with you and have nothing to do with you anymore. If we meet again, we will be enemies, not friends. I guess you won't be able to see him again. After all, it's unlikely that you can survive today. Haha. After saying this, Li Xiaoshu hung up the phone directly. Su Chen was confused. He was a little confused. Is this really what Li Xiaolei meant? Li Xiaolei was embarrassed to say it in person, so he asked his half-brother to say it. Su Chen was confused. Suddenly, his mobile phone rang again. Looking down, it was Li Xiaolei's call. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, but finally picked up the phone. Su Chen, why are you so slow to answer the phone? Did you receive a call from Li Xiaoshu and believe what he said? Li Xiaolei's laughing voice came. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Li Xiaolei explained, don't worry. As long as I, Li Xiaolei, am the head of the Bincheng Li family, I will always support you. I, Li Xiaolei, will never do such an ungrateful thing. That bastard Li Xiaoshu asked me to welcome old man Jin Guang. Damn it. Bah. His grandmother is also my grandmother. Damn it. Hearing this, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. Mr. Li, thank you. Su Chen thanked him sincerely, and he asked, but if you say this, won't you offend the family in the provincial capital? Li Xiaolei sneered. Do you think that Li Xiaoshu really treats me as his own? He has been planning to do me for a long time, and I just didn't give him the chance. Now, everyone is just tearing off the ugly cloth. Su Chen nodded. Although he said so, at this time, Li Xiaolei dared to support him clearly, which was still moving. Su Chen said, Mr. Li, thank you. I promise you that you will have a place among the big guys in the provincial capital in the future. Li Xiaolei smiled when he heard this. He knew that with Su Chen's promise, his dream of returning to the provincial capital might be one step closer. Okay. With your words, I, Li Xiaolei, have decided on you, Su Chen. Li Xiaolei was full of enthusiasm. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up the phone. During this period, Li Xiaolei did not ask Su Chen if he had confidence or anything like that. In his opinion, if Su Chen had no confidence, he would definitely not make a promise to him. Shortly after the two hung up the phone, the Bincheng Li family released news that they publicly supported Su Chen. Not long after this news was released, Li Xiaoshu's phone call came. Li Xiaolei, what do you mean? I asked you to go to welcome Elder Jin Guang, but you didn't go, but publicly announced your support for Su Chen? Don't you take the provincial capital Li family seriously? Li Xiaoshu's irritable questioning came. Li Xiaolei replied coldly, I just made a decision that I think is right, and it is also a decision that is beneficial to my Bincheng Li family. Good. Li Xiaolei, you are really good. Li Xiaoshu laughed in anger. Li Xiaolei, from now on, your Bincheng Li family and my provincial capital Li family will draw a clear line and have no relationship at all. In the future, if you dare to use the name of my provincial capital Li family again, don't blame me for being rude. Li Xiaolei said coldly, isn't this what you have always wanted? Besides, when have I ever used the name of your provincial capital Li family? Click. The phone was hung up directly. On the side, Li Chunren's face was full of despair. His hope of returning to the Li family in the provincial capital seemed to be completely cut off. However, Li Xiaolei and Li Qingyan looked full of hope and expectation. This made Li Chunren quite speechless. Can Su Chen survive under the hands of old man Jin Guang? This is not a dream. Bincheng Expressway exit. A car with a provincial license plate slowly drove through the checkpoint. Zhou Changling sat in a wheelchair and was pushed forward by the bodyguard. Zhou Changshan's younger brother, Zhou Changling, the head of the Zhou family in Bincheng, greets old man Jin Guang and Mr. Qinhua Chang. Zhou Changling shouted excitedly. Old man Jin Guang and Qinhua Chang got out of the car and looked at Zhou Changling in front of them indifferently. Are you the younger brother of my disciple Zhou Changshan? Old man Jin Guang asked. Zhou Changling nodded quickly. Old Jin, that's right. I have contacted Mr. Qin and have prepared a banquet at home, waiting for your arrival here. Old man Jin Guang looked at Qinhua Chang. Qinhua Chang said, he is Zhou Changshan's younger brother, and he asked me to treat him. I thought that this time I came here, it would be a good opportunity to treat him. Old man Jin Guang nodded and said, okay. Then go to the Zhou family first. You treat him first, and then tie Su Chen to me. Okay, master. Qinhua Chang nodded. Zhou Changling was immediately ecstatic. A group of people, in a grand manner, went to the Zhou family. Zhou's manor. Zhou Changling had prepared a rich banquet. However, old man Jin Guang and Qinhua Chang were not very interested. I will treat you first, and then go and catch Su Chen back. Qinhua Chang said lightly. Then, Qinhua Chang stepped forward and carefully examined Zhou Changling. Haha. Suddenly, Qinhua Chang sneered. The old man Jin Guang asked, what happened? Qinhua Chang bowed and said, Master, the broken leg of Zhou Changling was not caused by Yuan Qi, but Zuanjin. That is to say, when Su Chen injured Zhou Changling some time ago, he was only a master of Zuanjin. The old man Jin Guang laughed and said, in that case, even if he is a congenital strongman, he has only just entered the congenital realm. You are more than enough to kill him. Of course. Qinhua Chang's face was full of pride. Zhou Changling, who was standing aside, looked at Qinhua Chang's confident look, with a touch of ecstasy and resentment in his eyes. Su Chen, you are dead. However, these people did not know that Su Chen could have been promoted to the congenital realm a long time ago, but he had been consolidating his foundation and waiting for the opportunity to cultivate a higher level of Yuan Qi. Later, he got the ebony flame Ganoderma in Yaowang Valley, which allowed him to break through to the congenital realm and soar into the sky. Therefore, even though he had only entered the congenital realm for a few days, there were few Yuan Qi masters with a stronger foundation than him. With a confident smile, Qinhua Chang first helped Zhou Changling to expel the mysterious power left by Su Chen. Then, he applied herbs to Zhou Changling's wound. Don't worry. Rest for a while, and your legs will return to normal. Qinhua Chang said lightly. Zhou Changling was instantly overjoyed, and immediately ordered his men to give Qinhua Chang a thank you card worth 1 billion yuan. Qinhua Chang was very satisfied. Okay, you stay here with my master first, and wait for me to tie up Su Chen. Leaving a word, Qinhua Chang turned and left. Chapter 241 Let's go. Kill Su Chen. Zhao's catering group. Su Chen sat in Secretary Chu's office, daydreaming. Beside him, Zhang Yu kept trying to find topics to chat with him, but he just responded in a disjointed manner. Brother Chen, why do I feel like you are worried? Zhang Yu asked. Su Chen said calmly, just thinking about some annoying things. What is it? What can make you upset? Zhang Yu was very curious. Su Chen said calmly, nothing, just a few annoying flies. Just kill them. Zhang Yu looked confused. He looked around and asked in confusion, where are the flies? Su Chen smiled. At this moment, Su Chen's cell phone rang. It was Li Xiaolei's call. Su Chen, the car of old man Jin Guang has arrived in Bincheng. It is old man Jin Guang and his eldest disciple Qinhua Chang. Qinhua Chang is also a master of vitality, and he is both a doctor and a martial artist. You should pay attention to him. They did not go directly to Zhao's family or Zhao's catering group, but were picked up by Zhou Changling. My people are now watching them outside the Zhao's manor. Li Xiaolei said in a low voice. Su Chen thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Li. You're welcome. I'll remind you when there's news. At this point, Li Xiaolei suddenly paused. Su Chen, now there is the latest news. Qinhua Chang is heading for Zhao's villa. Hearing this, Su Chen's face changed immediately. He originally thought that the other party would come to Zhao's catering group to find him, but he didn't expect to go to Zhao's villa. No, Aunt Zhao and Grandpa are at home. I have to go back quickly. Su Chen got up and ran outside. Zhang Yu was startled and murmured, Brother Chen, is he going to hit a fly? Is it necessary to be so anxious? Su Chen's Feng Ziju was activated, and his figure flashed. The pedestrians on the road only felt a breeze on their faces, but they didn't know someone was passing by them. Outside the Zhao family villa, Qin Chang stopped. In front of him stood an old man with vigor and vitality. It was Wang Xingzu, the head of the Wang family in Bincheng. Su Chen is not in the Zhao family villa now. You can go to Zhao's catering group to find him. Wang Xingzu stopped in front of Qin Chang and said lightly. Qin Chang sneered. I don't need you, a master from a small place, to teach me what to do. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. I'm sorry, Wang Xingzu said coldly. Qin Chang shouted angrily. I will kill you first, and then kill Su Chen. The next second, Qin Chang had turned into a golden afterimage and attacked Wang Xingzu. Wang Xingzu's face also showed a hint of fighting spirit. Since he became a master of Zhou Wanqiu with the help of Su Chen, he has never fought with anyone, especially warriors of the same level, not even. Come. Wang Xingzu shouted, and then gathered all his energy, and rushed towards Qin Chang. Bang. Two huge energy balls suddenly collided with each other. Boom. A huge shock wave instantly spread in all directions. The ground was covered with dust and smoke. What a pleasure. Wang Xingzu was very excited. Take a few more of my punches. Wang Xingzu gathered several huge fists of energy and attacked Qin Chang fiercely, looking for death. Unbeatable golden body. Qin Chang shouted angrily. In an instant, a huge amount of Zhengjin energy began to gather on his body, like a golden armor. As the unbeatable golden body improves in cultivation, it should be slowly integrated into the body from the outside to the inside. At this time, Qin Chang could only control the Zhengjin energy to condense outside his body, which was hardly an unbeatable golden body, but at most an unbeatable golden armor. However, it was completely enough to deal with the attack of the initial stage of the innate. Wang Xingzu's huge fist of energy slammed into Qin Chang's golden armor. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions sounded one after another. However, apart from the violent fluctuations of his vitality, Qin Chang seemed to be fine. Wang Xingzu was stunned. Qin Chang's mouth curled up with a cruel smile. Old man, go to hell. Golden evil palm. The next second, Qin Chang's right hand instantly swelled into a small palm leaf fan with a black and gold light and slapped Wang Xingzu fiercely. Wang Xingzu's protective vitality collapsed inch by inch. Bang. A loud bang. Wang Xingzu was hit in the chest by a palm. Puff. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Qin Chang showed no mercy and followed up with several palms in succession. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Xingzu was hit by several palms in an instant, and his entire chest was completely sunken. A few mouthfuls of blood spurted out, and he flew backwards like a bloody man. Boom. Wang Xingzu fell heavily to the ground, and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. HMPH. You don't know what's good for you. In the next life, if you meet me again, remember to get out of here as far as you can. Qin Chang sneered, then raised his palm, and was about to kill Wang Xingzu. At this moment, whoosh, a shriek came. Qin Chang's hair suddenly trembled all over his body, and a sense of death crisis filled his heart. He turned around suddenly, and hit out with a palm. Puff. Ah. Qin Chang screamed in pain. There was a coin embedded in the middle of his palm. Qin Chang pulled the coin out of his palm suddenly, and blood kept dripping. His face was full of coldness. Which bastard sneak attacked? Get out of here. Are you blind? A murderous voice sounded behind Qin Chang. Qin Chang was startled, and turned his head suddenly. He only then found that a young man was squatting beside Wang Xingzu to help him stabilize his injuries. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Su Chen thanked. Wang Xingzu looked weak, and he smiled bitterly. Su Chen, it's good that you're here. I thought I could help you stop him after I was promoted to Xianshan. Just take a good rest, leave him to me. Su Chen said lightly, and slowly stood up. Are you Su Chen? Qin Chang quietly took a step back. There was a trace of surprise and fear in his eyes. Whether it was Su Chen's speed or the attack power of the coin, he was unsure. Su Chen looked at Qin Chang coldly. You wanted to kill Wang Lao just now. Qin Chang's face was slightly ugly, and he said with his neck stiff, so what? Then you can die. As Su Chen's voice fell, his body instantly turned into several afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Qin Chang. The man arrived. The fist arrived. Bang. A punch hit Qinhua Chang hard. Before Qinhua Chang could react, he spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Invincible golden body. Qinhua Chang frantically mobilized the vitality in his body. Instantly, the golden energy condensed into golden armor again. After using the unbeaten golden body, Qinhua Chang suddenly became confident. "Asshole, do you really think you can hurt me?" Qinhua Chang rushed forward and wanted to fight Su Chen head on. Su Chen smiled coldly. "If it is the unbeaten golden body of old man Jin Guang, I need to be more serious. With your half-baked level, I won't give you a blow. How dare you?" Qinhua Chang was instantly furious. Su Chen's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he was close to Qinhua Chang. "Zuanian flame power. Break it for me." Su Chen shouted and punched out. In an instant, the majestic energy, jumping with red flames, hit Qinhua Chang's protective armor fiercely. Boom. Snap. Snap. A crisp sound rang out. Cracks appeared on the golden armor. Qinhua Chang looked flustered, his eyes full of disbelief. He was still thinking about tying Su Chen up to see his master, but now it seems impossible. Even he himself. "Why is your vitality so explosive? Why can it break my undefeated golden body?" Qinhua Chang panicked. "That's because your undefeated golden body is too incompetent." Su Chen shouted coldly and punched again. Bang! Qinhua Chang's protective armor instantly burst open and turned into violent vitality. Su Chen's figure flashed in Qinhua Chang's horrified eyes, Su Chen's palm wrapped in terrifying flames directly passed through countless vitality blocks and pressed hard on Qinhua Chang's chest. "No! Spare my life!" Qinhua Chang's face changed drastically. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen's cold shout sounded, "You shouldn't have the idea of killing old Wang." The next second, Su Chen spit out his strength. The terrifying vitality instantly submerged Qinhua Chang. Bang! Qinhua Chang's heart veins were broken, and he fell to the ground and died. On the side, Wang Xingzu stood up tremblingly. "Old man, I thought that, after breaking through the vitality, the gap between you and me would not be too big. In the end, this Qinhua Chang beat me like this, but he is not your opponent in one round. The young are really formidable." Wang Xingzu sighed. Su Chen smiled and said, "Old Wang, you are too modest." Wang Xingzu waved his hand. "Okay, don't comfort me. I won't be hit. You are a peerless genius. I won't compete with you. By the way, now that you have killed Qinhua Chang, how will you deal with it next? Are you going to visit the Zhou family on your own initiative?" Su Chen said coldly, "Originally, this was my plan, but now I don't want to think about it anymore. Didn't the old man Jin Guang put on airs and ask me to see him? I have to let him come to see me." Wang Xingzu was stunned. "What are you going to do?" Su Chen pointed to Qinhua Chang's body on the ground and smiled. "Isn't this a ready-made bait?" As he spoke, Su Chen directly hung up Qinhua Chang's body. Then, he took a photo and sent it to Zhou Changling. Moreover, he left a message, "Hurry up and ask Elder Jin Guang to come over. His disciples all miss him." Wang Xingzu laughed when he saw this scene. As a result, he aroused his wound and grimaced in pain. "If you piss him off like this, I'm afraid Elder Jin Guang will be ruthless to you in a rage." Su Chen laughed and said, "If I don't piss him off, will he show mercy to my men? Besides, even if he doesn't show mercy, what can I do?" Wang Xingzu laughed instantly when he saw Su Chen's attitude. On the other side, Zhou Changling received Su Chen's message and immediately trembled all over. When he tremblingly handed the phone to Elder Jin Guang, in an instant, the temperature in the whole room dropped suddenly. Everyone felt like they were being strangled by someone, and it was difficult to breathe. After a long time, Elder Jin Guang raised his head. His eyes were full of bloodshot and murderous intent. Go kill Su Chen." He spit out 5 words coldly and strode out of the door. Zhou Changling trembled all over. He screamed, "Hurry, push me and catch up with Mr. Jin." Chapter 240 To come and collect the bodies. "Old Wang, please hide first," Su Chen said to Wang Xingzu. Wang Xingzu shook his head. "If you are not a match for old man Jin Guang, I guess I can't escape this disaster either. It's better to stay here and watch a showdown between masters." Su Chen smiled and didn't care. Soon, a commotion was heard. Several luxury cars drove straight in front of the two. Bang! The car door was pushed open violently. "Old man Jin Guang, with white hair and a youthful face, got out of the car in a hurry, looking at the hunk in Hua Chang's body with a sad face. The eldest disciple who drove him to Bincheng in the morning was now dead, which made him angry. A group of people also got off from other vehicles. Most of them were bodyguards from Zhou Changling's family. Zhou Changling, sitting in a wheelchair, was among them. When he saw Qin Hua Chang's body, his eyes shrank, and he was filled with anger. Su Chen, you actually dared to kill Mr. Jin's disciples. I think you are tired of living. Su Chen's cold eyes swept over Zhou Changling, and he said coldly, I have killed more than one or two of his disciples. What's the big deal? Zhou Changling was stunned. So far, Su Chen has killed his brother Zhou Changshan, Chen Doru and Qin Hua Chang. These three people are all disciples of Mr. Jin Guang. If Chen Doru's disciple Wu Gang is counted, there are already 4 disciples of Mr. Jin Guang who died in Su Chen's hands. Good. Very good. Su Chen, you are great. An ashing voice came from the mouth of Mr. Jin Guang. He turned around and stared at Su Chen, his eyes filled with surging murderous intent. Su Chen said calmly, thank you for the compliment. The old man Jin Guang narrowed his eyes. Su Chen, you made me lose 3 of my beloved disciples in a row. I will also cripple you first, and then kill everyone related to you in front of you. This Wang Xingzu can't run away, Li Xiaolei can't run away, and the Zhao family can't run away. I will let you taste the pain of losing your relatives and friends. Su Chen's eyes turned cold and said, it's a good idea, but unfortunately, you don't have that chance. As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen stomped his feet hard. In an instant, the ground sank. Su Chen's figure was next to the old man Jin Guang in the blink of an eye. A punch. Hit hard. Unbeatable golden body. The old man Jin Guang shouted coldly. The Zhengjin Yuan Qi all over his body, gathered in his body in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the old man Jin Guang had become a golden man shining with golden light. Bang! Su Chen hit with a punch. Bang! A sound like a bell echoed instantly. Zhou Changling and others quickly covered their ears. Su Chen took a step back with a serious look. With this punch, ordinary innate strongman would have vomited blood and retreated. But the old man Jin Guang was unaware of it. Boy, you are fast, but this attack is just like tickling. The old man Jin Guang mocked. Take my punch too. As soon as the words fell, the old man Jin Guang's palm expanded instantly, and the Zhengjin Qi condensed in his fist, just like a golden weight. The next second, he smashed it down fiercely at Su Chen. Hun Yu Gong. Su Chen's vitality circulated, and his body instantly turned into jade. The golden weight and the jade-like body suddenly came into contact. Su Chen only felt a huge amount of vitality, with a terrifying cutting force, hitting him hard. Crack. Bang. Without even a breath of time, the jade body formed by the Hun Yu Gong was instantly shattered. Su Chen flew backwards, plowing a deep and terrifying mark on the ground. Compared to my undefeated golden body, your body refining skills are just a joke. The old man Jin Guang laughed wildly, and then rushed forward again. Su Chen looked serious. Indeed, the level of the Hu Gong he got from Yu Zhenzi was indeed a bit low. However, Su Chen had more than just the Hu Gong. Zuanshan Yananjin. Su Chen ran the technique, and the Yuan Qi flashing with red flames instantly gathered in Su Chen's hands. The Feng Ziju was instantly performed. Su Chen's speed was extremely fast. Try to take my punches again. Su Chen's figure was like a swimming dragon, and he threw a few punches in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. The fists emitting hot energy hit the old man Jin Guang fiercely. The golden Zhengjin Yuan Qi skin was surging violently, like the hardest armor in the world, blocking Su Chen's attack. The old man Jin Guang stepped back a few steps, but was not injured at all. He looked serious, and said in surprise, your Yuan Qi with the attribute of fire is indeed powerful, but you haven't exerted its greatest power yet. Su Chen did not speak. Zuanshan Yananjin, the Yuan Qi level is distinguished by the color of the flame. From low to high, they are white, yellow, red, purple, and black. If he had the black Zuanshan flame power at this time, he only needed one palm to melt the invincible golden body of the old man Jin Guang. How could he be here to point out the world? The old man Jin Guang looked at Su Chen, and his heart was also alert. Don't give Su Chen a chance to escape, otherwise it will be a disaster in the future. Boy, die. Having made up his mind, the old man Jin Guang pounced on him. The invincible golden body defends himself, and the golden palm attacks, attacking and defending at the same time. Su Chen's attack, falling on him, had almost no effect, and every palm of the old man Jin Guang would break Su Chen's Hunai Gong, making him retreat again and again. Old Jin, good job. On the side, Zhou Changling excitedly punched. Recently, Su Chen has become his nightmare. Now, this nightmare is finally coming to an end. Zhou Changling looked at Wang Xingzhu, who was nervous, and said coldly, Wang Xingzhu, kneel down now, and swear to be loyal to me in the future. I can plead for you, and ask old man Jin Guang to spare your life later. Wang Xingzhu turned his head, and looked at Zhou Changling coldly. This guy's really a big shot. He also knows how to use the power of old man Jin Guang to subdue himself. Humph. Wang Xingzhu snorted coldly, dream of your mother's spring and autumn. You should think about it. If Su Chen wins, can you save your life? You. Zhou Changling's face was ugly. He gritted his teeth and cursed, stubborn. Now, Su Chen has been beaten back by old man Jin Guang. Can't you see it? If you don't beg for mercy now, you won't even have a chance to survive in a while. Humph. Wang Xingzhu said coldly, it's still unknown who will win. Although he said so, Wang Xingzhu's face was still worried. Just be tough. I'm waiting to see how you kneel down and beg for mercy. Zhou Changling sneered. However, at this moment, in the battle, Su Chen, who was retreating step by step, suddenly stood still. He stared at the old man Jin Guang coldly and said lightly, the undefeated golden body is really powerful. But you don't want to stop here. How shameless. The old man Jin Guang said disdainfully, die. As he spoke, golden light splashed all over his body, and the whole person was like a golden man, rushing towards Su Chen. This time, Su Chen did not retreat but advanced, and faced the old man Jin Guang. Mysterious Thunder Key. Su Chen raised his hand, and activated the Thunder character formula. The silver white key, that looked like thunder slurry, with crackling arcs, condensed in his palm. Go. Su Chen shouted coldly. Boom. A thunderbolt exploded from the blue sky. A lightning-like key, like an electric dragon, pierced the old man Jin Guang. In an instant, the old man Jin Guang's hair stood up all over his body, and he shuddered. The terrifying thunder attribute key, with the most penetrating power, pierced the undefeated golden body fiercely. The invincible golden body, that was originally as solid as a rock, was pierced in an instant. Impossible. The old man Jin Guang's body was numb, and panic appeared in his eyes. Su Chen didn't care about these, and took advantage of the victory to pursue, and approached in an instant. One palm after another. The palm wrapped in the silver black thunder energy was like the sharpest spear in the world, directly breaking the invincible golden body of the old man Jin Guang. Boom. At this time, he had lost the protection of the invincible golden body. The wind character formula was fully activated, and Su Chen's speed was at its peak. The thunder character formula in his hand was also merciless. In the blink of an eye, the old man Jin Guang was hit by 3 palms in a row. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions roared out of his body. The old man Jin Guang's body shook violently, and then stood there. At this time, his chest collapsed, and his mouth was full of blood. What kind of energy is this? The old man Jin Guang's face was as thin as paper, and his voice trembled. Su Chen said coldly, Zuan Lei Yuan Qi. As soon as the words fell, the old man Jin Guang's eyes widened, and he fell down with a bang. There was no more life. Who? Su Chen let out a long breath. This old man Jin Guang was really difficult to deal with. The previous fight also consumed a lot of his energy. At this time, the smile on Zhou Changling's face in the spectator group was completely frozen, and Wang Xingzhu swung his fist fiercely. Even if he had confidence in Su Chen, he never thought that Su Chen could really kill the old man Jin Guang. But now this result proves that he made the right choice. Su Chen turned his head and looked at Zhou Changling. The driver and bodyguard of the Zhou family originally came to see the old man Jin Guang killing people. As a result, now seeing this scene, they were immediately scared and scattered. One by one, they ran away, not even caring about losing their shoes. Only Zhou Changling was left alone in the wheelchair. Seeing Su Chen approaching step by step, Zhou Changling trembled all over, and his whole body was shaking. Plop. Zhou Changling rolled off the wheelchair, struggled to lie on the ground, and kowtowed to Su Chen frantically. Mr. Su, please spare my life. I'm willing to give all my property to buy my life. Zhou Changling's face turned pale. Su Chen said coldly, I will kill you. I can still get all your property. Zhou Changling kowtowed continuously and begged for mercy. Mr. Su, if I cooperate with you, it will be much easier for you to completely control my Zhou family's industry. Besides, I still have a lot of hidden property. I will hand it over. Please let me go. At this time, Wang Xingzu interrupted and said, Su Chen, don't let this bastard go. He just asked me to kneel on the ground and pledge my loyalty to him. Hearing this, Zhou Changling broke out in a cold sweat. Plop, plop, pa. He slapped himself hard and begged, Mr. Wang, Mr. Su, I don't know what's good for me. I'm a bastard. Su Chen said indifferently, hand over all your property, and I will give you an hour to escape. In 1 hour, I will never chase you. If you can escape, I will let you go. Wang Xingzu approached Su Chen. Su Chen, this bastard. Su Chen waved his hand and gave Wang Xingzu a look. Wang Xingzu stopped blocking him. Zhou Changling's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly agreed. Su Chen took out his mobile phone and was about to call Li Xiaolei. Suddenly, he received a call on his mobile phone. After the call was connected, Li Dingyuan's voice came. Mr. Su, where are you now? Elder Jin Guang hasn't found you yet, right? I will go to find you immediately. At the critical moment, I should be able to make Jin Dingsheng a little afraid. Su Chen felt warm in his heart. Then, he told Li Dingyuan the address and smiled. Thank you, Team Leader Li, please come over. It's just right, you come and deal with Elder Jin Guang's body. On the other end of the phone, Li Dingyuan was dumbfounded. Chapter 243, you'll be given an hour to run away. What did you say? Li Dingyuan was completely dumbfounded. He hurried over from Bincheng, just thinking about whether he could use the reputation of the Tiger Guards to save Su Chen's life. As a result, as soon as he arrived in Bincheng, he heard the news that Su Chen had killed the old man Jin Guang. So, he hurried over, just to help Su Chen deal with the body. Li Dingyuan suddenly reacted. Could it be that you have cultivated the thunder attribute vitality? Su Chen smiled and said, thank you, Team Leader Li, for pointing out the location of Ligang Ridge, which allowed me to practice the thunder character technique by chance. Hiss. Li Dingyuan took a breath of cold air. Someone actually cultivated the thunder attribute vitality. In the past, it's not that no one has tried, but most of them became dead souls under the thunder. From ancient times to the present, most martial arts practitioners who have cultivated the thunder attribute vitality are those who have good luck and obtained thunder attribute treasures. However, Su Chen succeeded in cultivating with the thunder. Moreover, he killed the old man Jin Guang with it. Li Dingyuan believed that it would not be long before Su Chen's reputation would spread by killing the old man Jin Guang. Okay, wait for me to get there, Li Dingyuan said and hung up the phone. He shook his head vigorously, slowly letting himself accept this reality. Damn it, I met a freak, Li Dingyuan said excitedly. On the other side, Su Chen hung up Li Dingyuan's phone and called Li Xiaolei. The call was connected. On the other side, Li Xiaolei's questioning voice came. Mr. Su? Su Chen smiled. If it's not me, who else could it be? Li Xiaolei was overjoyed. Mr. Su, didn't the old man Jin Guang go to find you? Su Chen smiled and said, now, he has gone to find his 3 apprentices. Li Xiaolei was stunned. After a few seconds, he suddenly reacted. What did you say? Jin Dingsheng, he is dead. Li Xiaolei screamed. Then, there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Good. That's great. That's so damn good. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, Li Xiaolei's nervousness, worry, and panic all disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by joy and excitement. Beside him, Li Qingyan, who heard the news, jumped up instantly. Yeah. I knew that Su Chen could do it. She jumped and looked at her father Li Chunren proudly. Li Chunren was confused. Su Chen killed the old man Jin Guang. At this moment, Li Chunren felt a chill on his back. He suddenly felt a little scared. Fortunately his father and daughter did not listen to him. Although I'm a little stupid, my father and daughter are smart. This way there is a way to save. At most, I will listen to them more in the future. Li Chunren kept comforting himself. Mr. Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Li Xiaolei was in a good mood and asked with a smile. Su Chen's faint voice came. Zhou Changling used all his property to buy his life, and I thought of letting you take over. Me. Li Xiaolei's eyes widened immediately. Zhou Changling is the richest man in Bincheng, and his total assets are probably tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Such a large amount of assets, Su Chen actually let him control it. Mr. Su, why don't you give it to the Zhou family? Li Xiaolei was puzzled. He always knew that Su Chen had the closest relationship with the Zhou family, especially that Zhou Wanqiu, whose relationship with Su Chen seemed to be more complicated. Su Chen said, if I give them such a large sum of property, it would be difficult to explain too much. Besides, the Zhou family has just swallowed up the He's catering group and is already very busy. After thinking about it, it's better to let you take charge. Li Xiaolei was very panicked. I didn't do anything, it's okay. Just think of it as taking charge for me. Su Chen said lightly. Li Xiaolei had no way to refute Su Chen when he heard what he said, so he had to agree. He hung up the phone. He told Li Chunren and Li Qingai in the news, and they were both dumbfounded at the same time. Dad, are you going to become the richest man in Bincheng again? Li Chunren said in surprise. Li Qingai was also shocked and said, isn't Su Chen too generous? He just gave you these tens of billions. Li Xiaolei nodded. This is Su Chen's character and personal charm. No matter when, our Bincheng Li family will stand on Su Chen's side. Then, Li Xiaolei took the company's team to find Su Chen. The first to arrive at the scene was not Li Dingyuan, nor Li Xiaolei. It was Han Kui and Han Daozheng, father and son. Su Chen was also a little puzzled when he saw the two. Why are you here? Su Chen asked. Han Kui said, Mr. Su, we are here to see if there is anything we can do to help. I heard that old man Jin Guang is coming to kill you. Where is he? Su Chen smiled and pointed to the corpse not far away. You killed old man Jin Guang? Han Kui's eyes widened. Han Daozheng was also stunned, and then he was ecstatic. The father and son looked at each other and immediately made up their minds that they would choose Su Chen in this life. At such a young age, he can kill a top master like old man Jin Guang. Such a big thigh. Hold it tightly and don't let go. Mr. Su, I knew you would be fine, but I didn't expect you to kill old man Jin Guang so cleanly. My admiration for you is like the endless torrent of river water. Han Daozheng said hurriedly. Shut up. Han Kui didn't admit defeat either. Mr. Su is a martial arts genius. How can an old man like Jin Dingsheng compare? The father and son flattered Su Chen in various ways. Su Chen knew what the Han family father and son were thinking, and didn't say anything. It feels pretty good to have two guys like this to support me. At this moment, a figure approached quickly. It was Li Dingyuan. Li Dingyuan greeted Su Chen, then looked at the two bodies at the scene, and swallowed his saliva. It's really old man Jin Guang, and there is also Qinhua Chang. 2 innate strong men died in your hands. Old man Jin Guang is still the top one. Mr. Su, you are probably going to be famous now. Li Dingyuan sighed again and again. It took him a long time to calm down. Su Chen said calmly, I don't want to be famous. If you want, you can take the credit for killing these two people. Li Dingyuan waved his hands repeatedly and said with a wry smile, Mr. Su, don't joke. I'm only at the peak of Zuanjin, not even at the Xianshan realm. I can't even beat Qinhua Chang, let alone Elder Jin Guang. With my level of cultivation, I can just follow you and clean up the bodies. Su Chen smiled. Then, Li Dingyuan stepped forward and put the two bodies together. Not long after, Li Dingyuan came back with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, I have some good things here, come and see. As he spoke, Li Dingyuan handed 2 wooden boxes and 2 books to Su Chen. Su Chen was stunned and looked at the 2 books first. The first book had Golden Evil Palm written on the cover, and the second book had 5 big characters on it, Unbeatable Golden Body Secret. Su Chen's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Although the quality and quantity of his vitality far exceeded those of ordinary innate masters, he did not have any advanced martial arts combat skills. Among the skills of the old man Jin Guang, the Golden Evil Palm is average, but it is also acceptable. The most important thing is the invincible golden body. This is the famous skill of the old man Jin Guang, and Su Chen has experienced the horror of this skill. Profit. Su Chen took over the two skills and was secretly delighted. Then, he opened two wooden boxes. Two excellent spiritual medicines were placed in them safely. Ha ha ha. This is a big profit. Su Chen laughed. At this time, Li Xianlei also brought people here. Old Li, you are here. Su Chen was very polite. When the old man Jin Guang attacked, Li Xiaolei took a huge risk and broke with his family in the provincial capital to support himself. Such an attitude deserves Su Chen's respect. Li Xiaolei laughed. Su Chen, you won the battle, but it's a bit unreasonable for our Bincheng Li family to accept the victory. It should be. After all, you lost a family from the provincial capital. Su Chen laughed. Li Xiaolei curled his lips and said disdainfully, that so-called family is not willing to give me hundreds of billions. Ha ha ha. The two smiled at each other. Then, Li Xiaolei took the team to hand over to Zhou Changling. Zhou Changling looked at Li Xiaolei with a smug face, his eyes full of humiliation. Li Xiaolei, I didn't expect that it was you, the defeated subordinate, who would take over my assets. Li Xiaolei sneered. This is called 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Who made you blind and had to provoke Mr. Su? Zhou Changling was furious, but he was powerless. Because the Zhou family's asset documents were all locked in the Zhou family, everyone set out to the Zhou family together. Li Xiaolei's team was very professional and soon transferred all of Zhou Changling's property legally. Zhou Changling signed one property transfer agreement after another with a gloomy face, and then pressed his fingerprints one by one. Even though he cooperated extremely well, the whole process took nearly half a day. It can be seen how rich the assets of the Zhou family are. On the side, Li Chunren's face was full of excited smiles. At this moment, he couldn't remember that he had strongly opposed and supported Su Chen. When he looked at Su Chen again, Li Chunren's face was suddenly full of flattering smiles. That smile made even Li Xiaolei feel disgusted. Li Qingyan also covered her face. Seeing her father like this, she felt ashamed to see Su Chen. Soon, all the property was transferred. Zhou Changling asked cautiously, Mr. Su, I have handed over all my property. Shouldn't you keep your promise and let me go for an hour? Li Xiaolei was stunned and asked Su Chen hurriedly. After learning about the two people's promise, Li Xiaolei was shocked and wanted to persuade Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand calmly. Okay, go. Remember, you only have 1 hour. After 1 hour, I will hunt you down. Zhou Changling was overjoyed. He asked, can you wait until I leave the Zhou family manor before timing? I need to go back to the bedroom to get some clothes. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Zhou Changling quickly pushed his wheelchair away. Seeing Zhou Changling leave, Li Xiaolei hurriedly said, this Zhou Changling is a tyrant. If he is allowed to escape, he will definitely come back for revenge. Su Chen nodded and smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I know this. He can't run away. Not long after, a servant of the Li family came to report that Zhou Changling had left the Zhou family manor. Li Xiaolei wanted to persuade Su Chen again, but seeing Su Chen's calm appearance, he had to give up. On the side, Wang Xingzi also advised, Old man Li, don't be anxious when the emperor is not anxious. Although, I don't know what method Su Chen will use, but I feel that Zhou Changling will definitely not escape. Hearing this, Li Xiaolei immediately laughed and scolded, you are the eunuch. Wang Xingzi also laughed. Soon, an hour passed. Everyone immediately looked at Su Chen curiously, wanting to see how he would chase Zhou Changling. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Escape Failed. Li Xiaolei's face changed slightly. He tried to ask, Su Chen, do you want me to send someone to stop Zhou Changling's car? Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Then, he asked someone to find some cinnabar, brushes, yellow paper. His series of actions made Li Xiaolei, Li Qingyan, Wang Xingzhu and others puzzled. Su Chen, what are you doing? Are you going to draw a talisman? Li Qingyan reacted the fastest and asked first. Li Xiaolei glared and scolded. Qingyan, you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. However, Su Chen smiled and said, Mr. Li, you are the one who doesn't understand this time. Miss Li is right, I just want to draw a talisman. Li Xiaolei was stunned. Wang Xingzhu on the side widened his eyes. He said excitedly, Su Chen, are you also good at the Taoist talisman technique? Su Chen nodded. Mountain medicine, fortune telling, and divination are all Taoist techniques. My grandfather taught me all of these. Although I can't say that I'm good at or proficient in them, I know a little bit, which should be enough to deal with Zhou Changling. Wang Xingzhu was amazed. He thought he knew a lot about Su Chen, but now, he found that Su Chen knew much more than he imagined. Really? This kind of feudal superstition is a lie, Li Qingyan said with disbelief. Hearing this, Li Xiaolei glared again. Qingyan, how can you talk like that? Li Qingyan shuddered violently, then lowered his head and muttered, that's how it is. Li Xiaolei was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, then looked at Su Chen with an apologetic face. Su Chen smiled and didn't care. Then, he mixed rooster blood with cinnabar, dipped a brush in red ink, and wrote on the yellow talisman paper. Not long after, a ghostly talisman that no one could understand appeared in front of everyone. Li Qingyan was the first to step forward and asked in surprise, can you kill Zhou Changling with just a piece of yellow paper? No one else said anything. But the meaning was obvious, and they didn't really believe it. Su Chen smiled and didn't care in his heart, but took out a few strands of hair. These hairs were all pulled off by Su Chen when Zhou Changling was not paying attention. Moreover, there was a trace of blood on them, which was naturally Zhou Changling's. If the Taoist mystical arts want to be powerful, it is best to have the target's nails, hair and other personal items, and it is best to have blood. Su Chen attacked Zhou Changling, and Zhou Changling naturally didn't notice anything. Everyone looked confused, not knowing what he was going to do. Su Chen pinched his fingers, made a few hand seals, and then quickly wrapped Zhou Changling's blood-stained hair with the talisman paper. The flame energy surged. Puff! The whole ball of talisman paper quickly burned. When the talisman paper was completely burned into ash, a ray of red light floated strangely in the air. Su Chen changed his handprints and shouted in a low voice, blood curse killing technique, go. Then, the strange red light instantly shot up into the sky. Oh my god, this is actually true. Is Su Chen a god? The three Li family members and Wang Xingzhu were all stunned. However, what puzzled everyone was that the red light did not fly outward, but flew towards the depths of the Zhou family manor. What's going on? Why did it run into the manor? Li Xiaolei asked in confusion. Li Qingyan whispered, is it out of function? Su Chen sneered and said, this Zhou Changling is quite thoughtful, but it's a pity that it's all useless. To be honest, Su Chen took the lead and chased after the red light. The others hurriedly followed. The red light quickly entered a luxurious bedroom. Su Chen stepped forward and opened the door. In the bedroom, there were high-end items and valuable ancient paintings everywhere. This is Zhou Changling's bedroom. Li Xiaolei and others followed and asked curiously, where did the red light go? Su Chen pointed to a huge ancient painting with a mocking smile on his face. It went in through the ancient painting. Everyone was stunned. Li Xiaolei was the first to react. He laughed and said, this Zhou Changling is really good at tricks. I almost got fooled. Old man Li, what do you mean? Speak clearly, why are you playing dumb? Wang Xingzhu said dissatisfiedly. Li Xiaolei explained, isn't it obvious? The Zhou Changling who left in front of us was just a stand-in. The real him is now hiding in the secret room of the bedroom. As he spoke, Li Xiaolei pointed to the huge ancient painting. Ah. In an instant, everyone showed a stunned expression. At this time, in the secret room, Zhou Changling cursed in a low voice with a face full of resentment. Su Chen, you bastard, you killed my family and destroyed my Zhou family. I will never coexist with you. This time you let me go, it will be the biggest mistake of your life. At this point, Zhou Changling smiled coldly. You bastard, how could you have thought of it? I have already prepared a substitute to die for me. When I escape, I will withdraw the funds from foreign banks and offer a high reward, so that you will be trapped in the shadow of assassination for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. Zhou Changling's smug smile on his face suddenly froze. Because, at this time, a red light penetrated the wall. Before Zhou Changling could react, the red light rushed straight to him. In an instant, he felt his blood boiling, and his heart contracted violently and beat wildly. Ah! Zhou Changling screamed. Then, his eyes went black, and he lost all his life. Outside the secret room, Su Chen and others heard the scream clearly. Everyone looked at each other. Is Zhou Changling really in there? Wang Xingzu was surprised. Su Chen smiled, stepped forward, and slapped the ancient painting with his palm. Vitality gushed out. Boom. With a loud noise, the whole wall suddenly exploded, revealing a door. A secret room appeared in front of everyone. In the secret room, there were a lot of cash, jewelry, and documents, as well as a secret passage to escape outside. It seemed that Zhou Changling was planning to hide until the dead of night and then escape. However, he had no chance. At this moment, Zhou Changling was bleeding from all 7 orifices, leaning on a wheelchair, and he was completely dead. Li Xiaolei sighed repeatedly. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This Zhou Changling almost ran away. Li Qingyan looked at Su Chen in shock. Your broken talisman paper can actually kill people. Su Chen smiled and said, that's not a broken talisman paper. Mountain medicine fortune telling is a Taoist mystical art, but it has lost its true teachings in the secular world, and has been ruined by some half-baked fake monks. Although she didn't understand, Li Qingyan looked at Su Chen with curiosity. She really wanted to know how much Su Chen knew. Okay, Mr. Li, you move Zhou Changling's body out. As for the things in this secret room, you also count them, and take over together. Su Chen arranged. Li Xiaolei nodded. At this time, ding-ling-ling, Li Xiaolei's mobile phone suddenly rang. He looked down, and his face suddenly became gloomy. What's wrong? Su Chen asked. Li Xiaolei said angrily, it's Li Xiaoshu's call. Then answer it quickly. Su Chen smiled. He called you at this time, probably to see you laugh. But now, I'm afraid he is the one making fun of you. Li Xiaolei's eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Li Xiaolei quickly answered the phone. He also turned on the speakerphone. Suddenly, Li Xiaoshu's voice appeared in everyone's ears. Li Xiaolei, do you regret it now? If you turn back now, it's not too late. Hand over all the assets of your Bincheng Li family to the provincial capital Li family, and I'm willing to plead with old man Jin Guang on your behalf, to spare the lives of your Bincheng Li family. Otherwise, you just wait, and the whole family will go to hell together. As soon as he came up, Li Xiaoshu threatened. However, Li Xiaolei sneered. Li Xiaoshu, are you finally not pretending? I tell you, my Bincheng Li family and your provincial capital Li family have severed ties and have no relationship. Li Xiaoshu's voice was cold. Li Xiaolei, you are asking for death. Old Jin Guang has gone to kill Su Chen, and once he dies, old Jin Guang will definitely come to kill your whole family. Li Xiaolei sneered. Li Xiaoshu, you think too much. Old Jin Guang went to kill Su Chen, but he died himself. Li Xiaoshu was stunned. Impossible. That Su Chen could never be the opponent of old Jin Guang. What's more, it was Bincheng and Qinhua Chang who went to Bincheng this time. Li Xiaoshu retorted sharply. At this time, Su Chen's voice sounded faintly. Li Xiaoshu, thank you for worrying about me. Now that old Jin Guang is dead, Qinhua Chang is also dead. Don't worry. In an instant, no more sound came from the other side of the phone. Chapter 245. This time I made a big profit. Li Xiaoshu hung up the phone. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Li Xiaolei laughed the most. Ha ha. This Li Xiaoshu must be so angry. Wang Xingzu laughed. This is the first time I've seen someone who offers his face to be slapped. Old man Li, you're happy now. Of course, I knew Su Chen could do it. Li Xiaolei put on an expression that I knew it long ago. Su Chen smiled. Li Xiaolei felt very comfortable. At the Li family in the provincial capital, Li Xiaoshu was very upset. He looked ferocious and shouted outside the door, go and check for me how old man Jin Guang and Qinhua Chang are doing now. Not long after, a servant came in to report. When Li Xiaoshu heard the news of their death, his face suddenly darkened. Crash. He pushed everything on the table to the ground. Waste. This Bincheng is such a waste. Li Xiaoshu was furious. On the other side, Rang Yixiao and Rang Qingshan also received the news of the death of Elder Jin Guang and Qin Huachang. Rang Yixiao was stunned on the spot, and Rang Qingshan was even more heartbroken. Ah. Puff. Rang Yixiao was so excited that he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He never thought that he spent 2 spiritual herbs to ask Elder Jin Guang to help, but ended up dying at the hands of Su Chen. Does it really have to wait for Taoist Wu Chen to achieve the divine realm before killing Su Chen? Rang Yixiao gritted his teeth. At this point, he had no other choice but to wait for the family's top priest to come out of retreat. Bei family manor. In the garden, an old figure was punching slowly. Suddenly, a subordinate came hurriedly, clasped his fists and reported. Report to the White Dragon King. The latest news from Bincheng. Old man Jin Guang sent Qin Huachang to tie up Su Chen, but Qin Huachang was killed by Su Chen and his body was hung outside. Old man Jin Guang was furious and went to kill Su Chen himself. As a result, Su Chen used his special vitality to break his invincible golden body and killed him on the spot. The White Dragon King, who was originally boxing slowly, suddenly stopped moving. Then he turned around suddenly and punched his subordinate. In an instant, there was no force spitting out, no vitality fluctuations. The subordinate exploded out of thin air. Bang! The White Dragon King looked indifferent, took the towel from the trembling maid, and wiped his hands. When I practice boxing, I hate these annoying flies the most. He threw back the towel and turned to leave. A group of men in black came out and quickly carried the body of the subordinate out and restored the garden to its original state. Su Chen killed Old Man Jin Guang and Qin Huachang. Among the many top families and forces in the provincial capital, it caused quite a stir. Many bigwigs began to understand that Bincheng had a strong man who could kill the top Yuan Qi master. However, it did not cause much waves in Bincheng. Not many people even knew that Zhou Changling, the richest man in Bincheng, had died, and the assets of the Zhou family had been controlled by Li Xiaolei. Of course, Su Chen didn't care much about these false names. He was more concerned about the skills and elixirs. And these 2 things were exactly what he got the most from the old man Jin Guang. At this moment, the matter of the old man Jin Guang was over, and Su Chen couldn't wait to go back and count his spoils. Wang Xingzu grabbed Su Chen, who was anxious to leave. Su Chen, don't forget that my granddaughter Wang Yuting still wants to treat you to dinner. After seeing Su Chen's great power to kill the old man Jin Guang, Wang Xingzu at this time couldn't wait to create opportunities for his granddaughter and Su Chen. It's really unnecessary, Wang Lao. Su Chen wanted to shirk. However, Wang Xingzu refused to obey. Su Chen said helplessly, okay. Ask your granddaughter to go back and set a time, and I will definitely keep the appointment then. After getting Su Chen's guarantee, Wang Xingzu let Su Chen leave with satisfaction. On the side, Li Xiaolei saw Wang Xingzu's smiling face and couldn't help but sneer. Old Wang, you are so shameless. You want to push your granddaughter to Su Chen, and you look so beautiful, as if you have eaten bee poop. Go to hell. Wang Xingzu laughed and scolded. Don't think I don't know, you old bastard. You have already arranged for your granddaughter to go to the provincial capital with Su Chen. Let's compete fairly. No one should say anything about anyone. Li Xiaolei was pointed out by Wang Xingzu, and there was no embarrassment on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, sure. Anyway, my granddaughter knew Su Chen earlier than your granddaughter and had more contact with her. Wang Xingzu curled his lips and smiled. Old Li, you seem to have forgotten that I, Old Wang, have a granddaughter, Kinyao. Compared to her relationship with Su Chen, your granddaughter is far inferior. The smile on Li Xiaolei's face froze suddenly. Fuck, you old thing have no martial ethics, bullying the minority with your numbers. That's because you are useless, old man, and you didn't give birth to more children. Ha ha ha. Wang Xingzu laughed. After leaving the Zhou family manor, Su Chen found a secluded park. In a remote corner, Su Chen sat cross-legged and then took out a few things from his body. There were 2 wooden boxes, which contained 2 excellent spiritual medicines. Su Chen's face was happy. In order to practice the thunder art of Zhou Wanqiu and wind and thunder power, I used up all the red blood dragon ginseng. I felt very sad at first, but now it seems that I have made a profit. Su Chen put the two spiritual medicines aside. Then, he picked up the other two things, which were two exercises. One was golden evil palm. The other was invincible golden body art. What Su Chen valued most was the invincible golden body. Picking up the invincible golden body art, Su Chen read it carefully. While flipping through it, he admired it in his heart. This body refining exercise is much stronger than the pure jade art he got from Yu Zhenzi. Then, Su Chen did not hesitate and started practicing directly. He urged the vital energy in his body and quickly operated it according to the vital energy operation method of invincible golden body art. Not long after, a light golden vital energy armor slowly condensed on Su Chen's body surface. With the urging of the vital energy, the light golden armor slowly gathered, condensed, and compacted towards the body surface. Although there is still a big gap from the integration of the old man Jingguang, but compared with Qinhua Chang, Su Chen believes that he is not much worse. I didn't expect that the Hu Niu Gong I practiced before has laid a good foundation for the invincible golden body art. Su Chen was slightly happy. As for when he can practice to the level of the old man Jingguang, he is not particularly anxious. The old man Jingguang practiced for half his life to reach such a realm. Even if he has a solid foundation and excellent talent, he still needs to practice hard. Su Chen's mentality is very correct. After putting away the invincible golden body art, Su Chen studied the golden evil palm again. Relatively speaking, the golden evil palm is much simpler. It didn't take too long for Su Chen to completely master it. Then, Su Chen packed up everything with a smile on his face, and then returned to Zhao's catering group with a smile on his face. Back to the company. Just as Su Chen came out of the elevator, a cold voice sounded behind him. "What did you do during working hours?" Su Chen's mouth twitched. Turning his head, he saw Zhou Wanqiu with a bad face. "Boss Zhao, I have diarrhea. I'm going to the toilet." Su Chen chose to tell a little lie. However, Zhou Wanqiu said with a mocking face, "Does it take you 2 or 3 hours to go to the toilet?" Su Chen was speechless for a moment. Isn't this sister very busy? How can she still have time to care about herself? How long has she been skipping work? What Su Chen didn't know was that Zhou Rongchang actually found Zhou Wanqiu today and asked him to care about Su Chen and see if Su Chen had any problems. Although Zhou Wanqiu didn't believe that Su Chen would encounter any problems, her grandfather had an order, so she could only go over to take a look, and as a result, she ran into Su Chen skipping work. If Su Chen knew the truth, he probably wouldn't know what to say to Zhou Rongchang. This grandfather is a bit of a traitor to his grandson. "Su Chen, you are absent from work during working hours, and 3 days' salary will be deducted from you," Zhou Wanqiu said, turned around and left with a twist of his waist. Su Chen looked helpless. As Zhou Wanqiu left, he kept muttering, "What can happen to this bastard Su Chen? Grandpa asked me to come and see him. What is he doing? He is so skilled and comfortable in skipping work. Humph." Zhou Wanqiu's resentment towards Su Chen continued until he got home from get off work. It was not until the two returned to the Zhao family villa together that Zhou Wanqiu restrained himself a little. As soon as Su Chen entered the door, Zhao Girang changed into a mysterious smile. "Zhou Chen, you are back. Come and try the 10-ingredient tonic soup that Aunt Zhao prepared for you." Su Chen and Zhou Wanqiu's faces suddenly changed. Chapter 246 I do this every day. Su Chen was confused. Zhou Wanqiu, who was standing next to him, also looked embarrassed. Neither of them thought that Zhao Girang had really misunderstood. In the morning, Zhou Wanqiu had been frowning at Su Chen because of his dirty hands. As a result, Zhao Girang actually thought that the two of them were not in harmony during sex, so she really made the 10-ingredient great tonic soup. More importantly, the two of them had no way to explain this matter. Come. Zhou Chen, how about you try this soup?" Zhao Girang kept urging. Su Chen was embarrassed, and he hurriedly said, "Aunt Zhao, let's wait until dinner time and eat together." Zhao Girang smiled and nodded. "Anything is fine, as long as you eat more at that time." Su Chen was helpless, and agreed with a smile. On the side, Zhou Wanqiu's face was full of smiles that could not be hidden. She was always very happy when she saw Su Chen being humiliated. Soon, it was time for dinner. As soon as Zhao Pingjiang sat at the table, he saw the bowl of 10-ingredient great tonic soup. He was stunned at first, and then looked at Zhao Girang. Zhao Pingjiang looked a little unnatural, and whispered, "Why did you make this soup again? At my age, why do I still drink this soup? Aren't you afraid that I will get too excited after drinking it?" Before Zhao Pingjiang finished speaking, Zhao Girang patted him lightly. Zhao Girang glared at him fiercely and said angrily and shamefully, "You old man, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand the situation. Is this for you?" After saying this, Zhao Girang glanced at Su Chen and reminded him in a low voice, "I made this for Su Chen." Zhao Pingjiang suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, his eyes suddenly turned to Su Chen. The look was very complicated, with some doubts, some confusion, and a little contempt. Ahem. Zhao Pingjiang cleared his throat and said, "Su Chen, although you are very young, you should also take care of your body. When your uncle Zhao was young." Zhao Pingjiang was still thinking about bragging, but he noticed that Zhao Girang was staring at him, so he had to quickly change his words and said, "When I was young, I paid great attention to taking care of myself." Su Chen smiled and didn't respond at all. After Zhao Ranchang came to the table, the 5 of them finished dinner together again. During the meal, Zhao Girang kept serving Su Chen the 10-ingredient tonic soup and watched him drink 4 or 5 bowls in a row before she stopped. Seeing Su Chen's face full of grievances, but unable to say anything, Zhou Wanqiu felt relieved. Soon, dinner was over. After everyone talked downstairs for a while, they all went back to their rooms to sleep. Zhao Girang made a come on gesture to Su Chen and whispered, "Su Chen, Aunt Zhao's soup is amazing. Come on." Zhou Wanqiu, who was going upstairs to return to the bedroom, was suddenly stunned. "I watched the fun for a long time and was very excited. As a result, I almost forgot that Su Chen was sleeping in the same room with me tonight. Su Chen, this guy, drank so many bowls of 10-ingredient soup. Will he become beastly?" Thinking of this, Zhou Wanqiu's face suddenly became not so good. After the two returned to the bedroom, Zhou Wanqiu's face was still tense and his heart was beating. Su Chen had no idea what Zhou Wanqiu was thinking about. For him, the 10-ingredient soup might have some medicinal power, but he only needed to stimulate his vitality, and it would be easily resolved. The beastly incident that Zhou Wanqiu imagined would never happen. Su Chen took out his mattress and bedding and spread them on the ground. Zhou Wanqiu looked at Su Chen busying himself with his back to him, and was a little worried, fearing that Su Chen would suddenly turn around and pounce on him at any moment. That, "Su Chen, if you have any impulse, go to the bathroom and solve it yourself now." Zhou Wanqiu bit her silver teeth lightly, and the sound like a mosquito sounded in the bedroom. If Su Chen had not been so powerful, he probably would not have been able to hear what she was saying. After saying this, Zhou Wanqiu felt her face burning. Su Chen was puzzled. "What do you want to solve?" Zhou Wanqiu stared at Su Chen with her almond eyes. In her opinion, Su Chen knew what he meant and was just pretending. "You bastard. You are shameless." Zhou Wanqiu was so angry that she cursed. "Go to the bathroom." Su Chen looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Zhou Wanqiu was so excited and insisted on going to the bathroom. Is he asking me to take a shower? Do I smell? Su Chen thought secretly. But at this time, he was too lazy to ask Zhou Wanqiu, and honestly took a set of clean clothes and ran into the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of a shower sounded in the bathroom. Zhou Wanqiu pouted and said, "How shameless. You know to use the sound of the shower to cover it up, but you still pretend to know nothing." If Su Chen, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, heard Zhou Wanqiu's words, he would definitely cry out for injustice. At this moment, ding-ling-ling, a cell phone rang. Zhou Wanqiu's eyes turned to Su Chen's cell phone. It's so late, who else is looking for him? Zhou Wanqiu had a trace of doubt on her face. Could it be that damn witch Qingyao? Thinking of Qingyao, Zhou Wanqiu felt a little angry. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to pick up Su Chen's cell phone. On the screen, there was a string of numbers. Not an acquaintance? Or, did he deliberately not note his name? Zhou Wanqiu pressed the connect button with doubt. Then, a sweet and soft voice sounded. Mr. Su Chen, this is Wanqiu. Are you free tomorrow? Hearing this voice, Zhou Wanqiu's heart was filled with anger. Su Chen is taking a shower. After saying that, Zhou Wanqiu hung up the call directly. She didn't know why she said this. Then, Zhou Wanqiu threw the phone hard on Su Chen's floor. This bastard, he attracts bees and butterflies all day long. This business is pretty good, so late at night there are people booking time tomorrow. Zhou Wanqiu said angrily. Wang's villa. Wang Yuting was a little confused. Next to her, Wang Xingzu stood with an excited look on his face. How is it, my dear granddaughter, did your savior Su Chen agree? Wang Xingzu's face was full of expectation. Wang Yuting's voice was soft and timid. It wasn't Mr. Su who answered the phone. It was a woman. She told me that Mr. Su was taking a shower. Woman. Wang Xingzu was stunned and then said, my dear granddaughter, this must be your competitor. I know Mr. Su. He is not the kind of person who messes around at all. Now, there must be other women who want to do something to him. So they deliberately said that. The purpose is to reduce competitors like you. So, my dear granddaughter, you must work harder and try to make Su Chen my granddaughter's son-in-law. Wang Yuting blushed and said shyly, Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? I just want to treat Mr. Su to a meal and thank him. Okay. Let's take our time, no rush. Wang Xingzu laughed. After taking a shower, Su Chen walked out of the bathroom refreshed. Today, he first killed Qinhua Chang, then killed the old man Zhen Guang, and then went to practice the unbeatable golden body and the golden evil palm. After a busy day, he felt much more relaxed after taking a shower. However, Zhou Wanqiu did curl her lips in disdain after seeing his relaxed expression. Did you flush the bathroom? Zhou Wanqiu asked. Su Chen smiled. Of course. You can still laugh after doing such a thing. You are really shameless. Zhou Wanqiu said contemptuously. Su Chen looked puzzled. I just took a shower. Why is it shameless to lick it? Didn't you ask me to go? Besides, don't I do this kind of thing every day? Why can't I laugh? Su Chen asked back. However, Zhou Wanqiu's eyes widened when she heard this. What? You still do it every day? She stared at Su Chen with disbelief. Su Chen was even more puzzled. He did it every day, and Zhou Wanqiu clearly knew it, so why did he still look like he saw a ghost now? However, Zhou Wanqiu's heart was struck by lightning. It was hard for her to imagine that Su Chen was releasing himself every day while fooling around with a few rich women outside. This bastard, is his physical fitness so good? Bah. Why should I care about him? Bastard, he is really a pervert. Several voices rang in Zhou Wanqiu's mind. She couldn't help but blush. Zhou Wanqiu quickly changed the subject and said, you stinky hooligan. A woman called you just now. You should call her back. Su Chen was completely immune to this kind of address. Oh. He responded, then picked up the phone on the floor and called back. Chapter 247 Shy Wang Yuting. Su Chen picked up his phone and walked out the door. Zhou Wanqiu saw this scene and cursed in a low voice. This bastard, he still knows how to hide. It turns out that he has something to hide. If Su Chen heard this, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. According to Zhou Wanqiu's personality, if he made a phone call in the bedroom, she would definitely find an excuse to scold him. Su Chen walked to the yard and dialed Wang Yuting's number. In the Wang family villa, Wang Yuting saw Su Chen's call and was immediately surprised. Grandpa, Mr. Su called. Wang Xingzu hurriedly said, hurry up and answer it. Wang Yuting was about to answer it, but Wang Xingzu hurriedly said, don't answer it first. I heard that if a girl is too proactive, it seems that it is more difficult for boys to like her. He finished speaking and then hurriedly shook his head. No. Mr. Su is not that kind of ordinary man. Wang Xingzu struggled for a long time, and Wang Yuting looked at her grandfather with a puzzled face. She didn't understand why it was so troublesome to answer a phone call. In fact, she didn't know that in Wang Xingzu's mind, this phone call was the clarion call to get Su Chen as his grandson-in-law. Okay, you decide. Wang Xingzu hesitated for a long time and finally chose to give up. He didn't understand the love between men and women at all, so he should stop pointing fingers. Wang Yuting covered her mouth and smiled, and answered the phone. Su Chen's clear voice came. Hello, I'm Su Chen. Who are you? Wang Yuting was stunned, and quickly replied, hello, Mr. Su, I'm Wang Yuting. Wang Xingzu is my grandfather. Thank you for saving my life. I would like to invite you to dinner tomorrow night. I wonder if you are free. Wang Yuting's voice was sweet, soft, and timid. Su Chen was a little surprised. According to the personalities of Wang Xingzu, Wang Tao, and Qin Yao's aunt Li Yulan, they didn't seem to be able to give birth to such a daughter. Actually, you don't have to thank me. Your grandfather has thanked me several times. Su Chen smiled. Wang Yuting smiled sweetly. Grandpa, thank you. That belongs to Grandpa. I still want to thank you in person. Su Chen immediately agreed helplessly. Okay. Send me the location tomorrow, and I'll find you. After get off work, the two hung up the phone. Wang Yuting informed Wang Xingzu. Wang Xingzu was extremely excited, and told Wang Yuting a lot of precautions. On the other side, after Su Chen hung up the phone, and returned to the bedroom, Zhou Wanqiu's nose was not a nose, and his eyes were not eyes. However, Su Chen had long been accustomed to this kind of life. He honestly sat cross-legged on his own bed, and pretended not to see anything. After Zhou Wanqiu was sulking for a while, she saw that Su Chen didn't react, so she could only take out her mobile phone, and complain to her bestie Guan Qingqing. After turning off the lights, Zhou Wanqiu tossed, and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. In her mind, she thought of the 10-ingredient tonic soup that Su Chen drank, and then she thought of the coquettish voice when she called Su Chen. Zhou Wanqiu thought about it until midnight, and then she slowly fell asleep. The next day, Su Chen stayed in the company for a day. When it was almost time to get off work, Su Chen received a call from Wang Yuting. She said she was waiting outside Zhao's catering group. Su Chen sent a message to Zhou Wanqiu, saying that he would not go home for dinner that night. Zhou Wanqiu only replied with one sentence, go to hell, go to hell. Su Chen went downstairs. According to Wang Yuting's introduction, he found the pink beetle she drove. Su Chen saw Wang Yuting and smiled faintly. Hello, I'm Su Chen. Wang Yuting looked at Su Chen with a look of surprise, and was stunned for a long time, before coming back to her senses. Su Chen looked at himself, and found that there was nothing on him, so he asked, what's wrong? Wang Yuting looked flustered, and her pretty face blushed slightly. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I heard Grandpa say that you are very young before, and I thought he was joking. I didn't expect that you are really so young. Please get in the car. Su Chen smiled and stepped into the car. In the small space inside the car, the pink and fragrant feminine scent instantly filled Su Chen's nose, and Wang Yuting felt her face getting hot. She had never been so close to a man before. At this moment, she suddenly understood why her grandfather insisted that she drive this small and exquisite beetle. This old man was too disrespectful. How could he cheat his granddaughter like this? What's wrong? Su Chen asked, looking at Sun Yuting, who was reluctant to start the car. Sun Yuting immediately came back to her senses, and felt even more hot on her face. It's okay, it's okay. The car started, and Sun Yuting asked, this time, I chose a hot pot restaurant. I don't know if you like it. Su Chen nodded. It's okay. I'm not picky about food. The two soon arrived at the hot pot restaurant, named Sichuan in Chongqing flavor. The business was very good, and there were still many people waiting for a seat. However, Sun Yuting booked a private room in advance. The two ordered some signs, and chatted while eating. Through chatting, Su Chen found that Wang Yuting was really a shy girl. She was completely different from the other people in the Wang family, and even more different from her cousin Qin Yao. Even compared to Liu from Bincheng, Wang Yuting is more introverted. The two ate and talked. After a while, Wang Yuting felt a little hot, and took off her coat. Su Chen's eyes fell on the skin of Wang Yuting's chest and stopped immediately. Wang Yuting was stunned and asked quickly, Mr. Su, what's wrong? Su Chen said, I feel that there seems to be some poison in your body. Wang Yuting's face suddenly panicked. I won't get sick again, right? Just a little bit. Su Chen shook his head. Maybe the last detoxification was not completely eliminated. Now, I can help you solve it at will. Hearing this, Wanqiu's pretty face blushed. She hesitated and said, I don't need to take off my clothes. Wanqiu asked her mother about Su Chen's treatment process and knew that Su Chen might have seen her naked. But at that time, she was in a coma, and now she is awake. The difference is too big. Su Chen shook his head again and again. No, I just need to let you bleed a little. You need to bear it. Wanqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen took out a silver needle, first pierced Wanqiu's finger, then pierced her acupuncture points a few times. Then, he used the flame energy to help her force out the poison. Not long after, a few drops of black blood dripped from Wanqiu's fingertips. Wanqiu felt her mind clear up, and she hurriedly said, "Thank you, Mr. Su." At this moment, she was completely convinced of Su Chen's medical skills. Su Chen's face, however, was not very smiling. He asked, "Miss Wang, since you recovered from your illness, have you been out anywhere?" Wanqiu shook her head. "No. Today is my first time out." "Then have you contacted anyone? Except your family?" Su Chen spoke again. Wanqiu thought about it and said, "There is only one best friend who heard that I recovered from my illness. She came to my house and visited me twice." Su Chen nodded and had an idea. The two quickly finished their meal and prepared to leave. After leaving the private room, Wanqiu went to the front desk to check out, and Su Chen waited at the door first. Just as Wanqiu finished paying the bill, a surprised voice sounded behind her. "Wanqiu?" Wanqiu turned around, her expression somewhat puzzled, because behind her was a woman wearing revealing clothes and heavy makeup. "Do you really not recognize me, or are you pretending? I'm Liu Kan." The woman's face was full of disdain. Wanqiu was stunned, and her face suddenly became a little ugly. This woman turned out to be her rival in school, and they had some conflicts. However, this Liu Kan put on such a thick foundation that no one could recognize her. "Wanqiu, didn't your classmates say that you had cancer and became a vegetable? How did you wake up? You are really lucky." Liu Kan lit a cigarette and blew a smoke ring. Wanqiu's face was gloomy. "I didn't have cancer in the first place. I just had some minor problems, and now I'm fine." Liu Kan said coldly, "Then God is really blind. A mistress like you who steals other people's boyfriends, why don't you just die of illness?" Liu Kan deliberately raised her voice. Suddenly, many customers looked over and pointed at Wanqiu one by one. Wanqiu was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't steal your boyfriend. When I was in college, Hu Xinlian confessed to me, but I never agreed to him." Wanqiu was so angry that her eyes turned red and tears welled up. When she was in college, she was the school beauty and many boys confessed to her. Hu Xinlian was a boy that Liu Kan liked. He once confessed to Wanqiu, but chose Liu Kan after being rejected. However, Liu Kan hated Wanqiu and made trouble for her everywhere to ruin her reputation. Wanqiu didn't expect that she would meet her when she came out to eat hot pot. "What's wrong?" A deep voice sounded. A tall and thin man came over. It was Liu Kan's boyfriend Hu Xinlian. Behind him, there was a middle-aged man in a black gown, who seemed to be a bodyguard. The moment Hu Xinlian saw Wanqiu, his eyes lit up. "Yuting, are you cured?" Hu Xinlian looked very surprised. Liu Kan was unhappy when she saw her boyfriend like this. However, Hu Xinlian was too lazy to pay attention to her. His eyes were full of aggression, staring at Wanqiu, as if staring at his prey. Wanqiu frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy. She whispered, "I finished eating. I'm leaving first. You guys continue eating." As she spoke, Wanqiu raised her foot and walked away. At this time, Hu Xinlian stretched out his hand to stop Wanqiu. He smiled and said, "Yuting, I heard that you were sick, and I specially invited a friend to help you with the treatment. Unexpectedly, your illness was cured. I'm so happy. However, this friend I invited is very unusual. You should ask him to help you check, just in case." As he spoke, Hu Xinlian nodded to the black-shirted man behind him. The black-shirted man flashed and was already beside Wanqiu and took her wrist. Wanqiu didn't react. Her hand was already in the black-shirted man's hand. "Ah!" she screamed in fear. At this time, "Let go!" a cold shout came. Su Chen's figure was like lightning. At this time, the man in black quickly let go of Wang Yuting's wrist and flashed back to his original position. Seeing Su Chen, Wang Yuting finally breathed a sigh of relief. What are these people doing? Su Chen stood in front of Wang Yuting and asked coldly. Wang Yuting hesitated and said, "They are all classmates." Su Chen didn't say anything else, but looked at the man in black deeply. The man in black shrank behind Hu Xinliang and whispered a few words to him. Hu Xinliang forced a smile on his face. "Yuting, you are really fine. I'm so happy for you." As he spoke, he looked at Su Chen with a hint of unkindness in his eyes and asked, "Who is this?" Wang Yuting stretched out her hand to hug Su Chen's arm. "This is my boyfriend Su Chen. We're leaving first." Su Chen was stunned, but didn't expose it. The two of them just left with their arms around each other. The smile on Hu Xinliang's face slowly disappeared, and his eyes were full of tyranny. On the side, Liu Kan said with dissatisfaction on her face, "Xinliang, why are you like this? I'm your girlfriend. How can you be so mean to that vixen?" Snap. A slap hit Liu Kan's face. "If you say another word, I will break your limbs and throw you into the doghouse." Hu Xinliang's face was no longer filled with the warm smile he had just had, but was full of viciousness. Liu Kan trembled, too scared to speak. Hu Xinliang turned his head and looked at the man in black. "I want to take down that woman just now. Can you help me?" "No problem." The man in black laughed coldly. "I also want that Su Chen to die." Hu Xinliang gritted his teeth. "It's a small matter." Chapter 248, Nanyang Black Magic. Hu Xinliang looked at the man in black and asked, "Mr. Yi, how do we do it?" The man in black was named Yi Pinghei. He smiled faintly and took out a bunch of hair. "Just now, I took a few strands of hair while checking Wang Yuting's pulse. Will this work?" Hu Xinliang asked doubtfully. Yi Pinghei said confidently, "I have been rampant in Nanyang for more than 20 years, relying on this black magic." "Black magic?" Hu Xinliang was puzzled. Yi Pinghei smiled and said, "Black magic is easy to understand. In fact, it is a Taoist magic in our country. After it was spread to the border, it was combined with witchcraft and sorcery, and then spread to Nanyang, and evolved with the locals. In fact, it is equivalent to the Taoist magic in Nanyang, and it is the same as the inheritance in China." Hearing this, Hu Xinliang was a little excited. Although he had seen Yi Pinghei take action in the past, it was only by force. This kind of magical method, he had never seen it before. Using Wang Yuting's hair can help me take down Wang Yuting. But, how should I deal with that Su Chen? Hu Xinliang asked. Yi Pinghei smiled and said, "They just finished their meal. Go get the chopsticks that Su Chen used. I can cast a spell and kill him from a distance." Hu Xinliang was overjoyed and excitedly ran to the private room where Su Chen and the others had just eaten. On the other side, Su Chen and Wang Yuting walked out of the Sichuan and Chongqing flavor hot pot restaurant. "Well, we're already out, you go drive the car," Su Chen reminded. Wang Yuting was stunned, and then she realized that her hands were still holding Su Chen's arms. Swish. Wang Yuting's face suddenly turned red. "No, sorry, I just..." She looked embarrassed and wanted to explain. Su Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, I understand. However, I want to remind you that Hu Xinliang doesn't seem to be a good person. You'd better stay away from him in the future." And the man in black behind him, "He's even more dangerous." Wang Yuting nodded quickly. "I know. In the future, I won't go out much. Even if I go out, I will avoid him. Well, I'll go drive." After saying that, Wang Yuting ran towards the parking space with a red face like a frightened little rabbit. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. He couldn't understand why Wang Yuting blushed so easily. He didn't understand why Wang Xingzu's martial arts family tradition could cultivate a good girl like Wang Yuting. Soon, Wang Yuting drove the beetle out again. Su Chen got in the car. The two didn't talk much along the way. Soon, Wang Yuting sent Su Chen to the vicinity of Zhao's villa. This time, Su Chen still asked Wang Yuting to park far away. Although Wang Yuting was puzzled, she didn't ask much and stopped the car obediently. After Su Chen got out of the car, Wang Yuting rolled down the window. She smiled shyly at Su Chen and said, "Mr. Su, thank you for your presents. You are really young and handsome." After that, her face turned red again. She stepped on the accelerator and the car drove away quickly. Su Chen smiled. This was the first time a young girl praised him for being young and handsome. This feeling was really wonderful. Su Chen walked towards the Zhao family villa with a smile on his face. After entering the door, Zhou Wanqiu saw Su Chen with a smile on his face, and naturally she was not in a good mood. She snorted coldly and went upstairs with a cold face. Su Chen quickly managed his expression. He was about to go upstairs, but then he remembered something. Su Chen walked into the yard of the villa, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. It was Wang Xingzu's phone. "Hello, Su Chen, aren't you having dinner with Yuting?" Wang Xingzu was a little confused. Su Chen explained, "Mr. Wang, we have finished dinner, and Miss Wang sent me home. I guess she will be home soon." Wang Xingzu asked, "Why did you call me?" Su Chen said, "Mr. Wang, I met with Miss Wang today and found that there are some toxins in her body again. I just don't know if it's because the last detoxification was not clean or if she was poisoned again recently. I heard from Miss Wang that she hasn't been anywhere recently and only one close friend has come to see her. I mean, if a close friend comes to see her again, please tell me and I'll go over to see if there's anything wrong with that close friend." Hearing this, Wang Xingzu's face suddenly changed. "What? There's something wrong with that little girl's Ankaokyo?" Su Chen hurriedly said, "Mr. Wang, don't get excited, I'm just guessing. It may also be that the last detoxification was not clean. If you are too radical, you will either wrongly accuse a good person or alarm the enemy." Wang Xingzu calmed down. "Okay, I'll listen to you. As long as that little girl comes to my house again, I'll notify you." Su Chen nodded. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and hung up the phone. Su Chen was about to go back to the house. Suddenly, his hairs all over his body tightened. Outside the villa yard, a gust of wind blew. In the darkness, there was a faint whistle. Su Chen frowned slightly. "Evil ways. Are you really going to attack me?" In the suburbs of Bincheng, in the basement of a villa, a strange altar was placed in the center. Li Pinghe was wearing a colorful cloth strip with unknown feathers on his head and strange runes painted on his face. The whole person looked like an aboriginal in primitive society. At this moment, he was holding a huge brass bell, shaking it and chanting. Suddenly, he stopped and took out a bamboo tube. Pulling out the lid in front of the bamboo tube, a huge centipede crawled out. Bang! Li Pinghe smashed the bell down suddenly, killing the big centipede alive. Then, he wrapped the centipede in the chopsticks used by Su Chen together with talisman paper and lit them together. And he himself was chanting again. Soon, a strong wind suddenly blew around the altar. The candlelight flickered and seemed to be blown out at any time. In the darkness, a black shadow crawled by like a giant centipede. Hu Xinlian was trembling with fear. "Go!" Yi Pinghe shouted fiercely. The huge black shadow disappeared in an instant. The area around the altar also became quiet. "Mr. Yi, can this kill Su Chen?" Hu Xinlian asked. Yi Pinghe said confidently, "Don't worry. Unless that guy can find a Taoist master, he will definitely die." Hu Xinlian was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, what about Wang Yuting?" "Don't worry." Yi Pinghe smiled faintly. "I will let her come to you on her own initiative. I will also let her obey you in everything. You can play with her however you want. I just saw that Wang Yuting is still a virgin." Hu Xinlian said happily, "Really? Mr. Yi, help me get her here. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Don't worry. I will call her to you right away." Yi Pinghe took out a strand of Wang Yuting's hair and laughed. Zhao's villa. In the garden. Su Chen looked at the darkness outside with a solemn expression. At this moment, a strong wind blew. The flowers, plants, and trees in the garden shook wildly. Su Chen only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he saw a huge centipede rushing towards him and biting. "You dare to show off your black magic in front of my Taoist sect?" Su Chen shouted coldly. He bit his index finger and drew in the air in front of him. The spiritual power surged from the Niwen Palace. Su Chen's blood essence condensed into a talisman in the void, drawing a talisman in the air. This is a combination of spiritual power and blood essence, which can be said to be a spiritual talisman. The huge centipede phantom was about to pounce, but when it saw the spiritual talisman, it turned around and ran away. Su Chen sneered. "Since you are here, don't leave." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with a palm. The blood-colored spiritual talisman went straight to the giant centipede. Bang! Ah! A shrill scream rang out. In an instant, the whole garden was calm. Everything disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Su Chen's face was gloomy. It turned out to be a Nanyang black magic master. Moreover, it is a combination of centipede magic and talisman magic. It seems that this person is not low in level. As he spoke, Su Chen was suddenly startled. Miss Wang. According to Hu Liangxin's personality, he would definitely not just attack himself. Thinking of this, Su Chen hurriedly called Wang Xingzu. Mr. Wang, has Miss Wang returned home? Su Chen asked. Wang Xingzu was very happy to hear that Su Chen cared so much about Wang Yuting. He smiled and said, thank you for your concern. Yuting just came back. Su Chen was relieved. However, Wang Xingzu continued, but she just came back and drove out again. I don't know what she went to do. Her mother asked her just now, and Yuting didn't say. This child has grown up and has her own ideas. Wang Xingzu was still chattering. Su Chen was shocked. Mr. Wang, Miss Wang may have an accident. Wang Xingzu was stunned. Then, Su Chen told him what happened today. Wang Xingzu was immediately frightened. Su Chen, what can I do? I don't know where Yuting is now. Don't worry, I'll go to your place right away. I have a way. After Su Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone and rushed to Wang's house. Chapter 249, Heavenly Thunder Destroying Yin Formation. Su Chen used the wind skill, and his speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for him to reach Wang's house. At this time, everyone in the Wang family had gathered. After Wang Xingzi told them, everyone knew what had happened. Wang Yuting's father, Wang Tao, was anxious and kept walking back and forth. Her mother, Li Yulan, was even more anxious to wipe her tears. Her brother, Wang Bo, was sitting aside, scratching his head. After Su Chen arrived, everyone immediately surrounded him. Mr. Su, please, save my daughter. Li Yulan cried. I called her now, but she didn't answer. Su Chen said, Aunt Li, don't worry. I'm here to help Miss Wang. Wang Xingzu was the calmest, but at this moment he also said anxiously, Su Chen, how are you going to find Yuting? What do you need? Su Chen said, I need an item that Miss Wang has more contact with. Try not to choose a living thing. Li Yulan said, I'll get it. As she spoke, she rushed to Wang Yuting's room and took out a piece of clothing. Su Chen took it and was stunned. Because what Li Yulan brought was actually a bra. And, the size was not small. Wang Xingzu and others beside him were also a little embarrassed. Wang Tao and Wang Bo even lowered their heads. From what I heard from you, it seems that the closer it is to the body, the better, so. Li Yulan explained. Su Chen endured a little embarrassment and nodded. You are right, it is important to find someone. After speaking, he took out a small jar from his body. Opening the lid, a green light flew out. Wang Xingzu's eyes were the sharpest goo worm. Su Chen nodded. What he took out was a yang killing goo he got from Yang Wuming in Bincheng. Last time, Su Chen used it to find the 1,000-mile wind chasing immortal Dong Hua Lang. And this time, Su Chen was also going to use it to find Wang Yuting. Although Su Chen had other ways, this method was undoubtedly the simplest and sufficient. Su Chen controlled the goo worm, turned around on Wang Yuting's bra, and then flew out. I'll go find him right away. Just wait for the news. Su Chen left a word and disappeared. Wang Xingzu was stunned and murmured, what a fast speed. Su Chen's cultivation seems to have improved again. Li Yulan was a little anxious. Dad, should we keep up? Can Su Chen alone do it? If Su Chen can't do it, will you be able to help? Wang Xingzu glanced at Li Yulan. Li Yulan shut up immediately. If Su Chen is useless, she will only cause trouble. Wang Xingzu said, it seems that the one who attacked Yulan this time is a sorcerer from Nanyang. If we go, we can only hold back. Let's wait for news from Su Chen. Li Yulan and Wang Tao looked at each other and sighed. After Su Chen left the Wang family manor, he urged the Miangu to fly at a high speed. Without the Wang family dragging him down, Su Chen could also exert his speed to the limit. That Hu Liangxin obviously had bad intentions towards Wang Yuting. If he went too slowly, Hu Liangxin would succeed. At that time, even if Su Chen killed him, it would be useless. Thinking of this, Su Chen once again accelerated the yang extinguishing goo. Soon, the yang extinguishing goo led Su Chen to a villa in the suburbs. Found it. Su Chen's face lit up because he saw Wanqiu Ting's beetle outside. Moreover, Su Chen also found her residual breath. Snap. The yang extinguishing goo fell to the ground, and the light gradually disappeared. Su Chen was stunned. This crazy forcing directly exhausted the potential of the yang extinguishing goo, causing its life to end prematurely. Su Chen felt a little regretful. After all, the yang extinguishing goo was still useful. However, there was no time for him to mourn now. Su Chen put away the insect corpse of the yang extinguishing goo and stepped into the villa. Following the residual breath of Wanqiu Ting, Su Chen found it. Suburban villa. Underground hall. Around the altar, there were still gusts of cold wind. Hu Xinliang smiled and looked at Wanqiu Ting, who was in front of him with a dull look. Mr. Yi, you are amazing. In a moment, use your magic to make Wanqiu Ting a little coquettish, and I will enjoy it. Hu Xinliang had a lewd smile on his face. Yi Pinghe had a smug smile on his face. Don't worry. My magic can affect her consciousness, making her subconsciously feel that she loves you to the point of madness, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Good. Good. Hu Xinliang was very excited, by the way, that Su Chen should be dead, right? Hearing this, the smile on Yi Pinghe's face rose. Hu Xinliang asked, what's wrong? My centipede magic didn't give me any feedback. Yi Pinghe frowned slightly, and then he said confidently, but it may be that the guy lives far away. Don't worry. Su Chen, he will definitely die. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. A loud bang exploded. The door of the underground hall suddenly broke into pieces. In an instant, dust flew, broken wood splashed. A tall figure slowly walked in. Sorry, I disappoint you. Su Chen's voice echoed in the underground hall. Hu Xinliang and Yi Pinghe were shocked when they saw this scene. You are not dead. Hu Xinliang looked panicked and looked at Yi Pinghe on the side. Yi Pinghe's face was also full of horror. He asked sternly, is there a Taoist master around you? Su Chen looked at Yi Pinghe's altar with cold eyes and said lightly, with your rubbish black magic, why do you need a Taoist master? Yi Pinghe was furious. Little thief, arrogant. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you come to it. You escaped a disaster, but you don't run away quickly, but you come to the door. You are just looking for death. As he spoke, Yi Pinghe sneered. Head-breaking magic. He raised his hand, and a doll appeared on the altar. Behind the doll, a chopstick was tied. It was the chopstick that Su Chen used in Taste of Sichuan and Chongqing. Yi Pinghe pinched his hands together, and a seal was formed. The candle flames on both sides of the altar suddenly rose 3 feet high. A black light suddenly slashed towards the doll's head. In Su Chen's sight, a black knife appeared out of thin air and slashed towards him. Invincible golden body. Su Chen's vitality condensed and instantly formed a set of golden armor. Dang. A crisp sound. The doll was intact. Su Chen's head was also intact. Your head cutting spell is really useless. Su Chen shouted coldly. You actually know the invincible golden body? Yi Pinghe's face was extremely ugly. Su Chen knew the invincible golden body, and physical attacks of the same level would probably have little effect on him. Yi Pinghe hurriedly opened a box in the center of the altar. 5 black skulls suddenly appeared on the altar. 5 ghost soul destroying formation. In an instant, the entire underground hall was about to darken. 5 skulls with a faint glow, with a whistling sound that disturbed people's minds, were filled with bursts of black evil. Su Chen struck out with 2 palms in succession. Flame vitality. Golden evil palm. A burst of black evil smoke came out of the 5 skulls, directly destroying Su Chen's vitality. Then, they continued to surround Su Chen, waiting for an opportunity to move. Seeing this scene, Yi Pinghe laughed. Boy. These 5 skulls are made of the skulls of thousands of dead people that I have walked through dozens of cemeteries. Extremely evil, extremely dangerous and evil. In a while, they will destroy your mind and turn you into a zombie. At that time, your skull will also become their nutrients. Ha 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 ha. Hu Xinliang, who was hiding in the corner, also showed a smug smile. It was also a great pleasure to watch Su Chen die in front of him with his own eyes. He just wanted to see Su Chen's fearful and powerless appearance. However, Su Chen disappointed him. Su Chen smiled coldly. You too. It seems that you are too happy too early. Yi Pinghe and Hu Liangxin were stunned and looked at Su Chen. Thunder art. Destroy evil and expel evil. Su Chen raised his hand. The next second, thunder exploded. A silver white energy, with crackling tiny thunder, slammed into a skull. Crack. Bang. First there was a tiny crack, then a sudden explosion. A skull exploded instantly. Su Chen's men did not stop, and attacked one after another. Bang, 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 then 4 explosions. In an instant, all the skulls in the 5 ghost soul destroying formation turned into powder. The 5 ghost soul destroying formation also disappeared instantly. Puff. Yi Pinghe spurted out a mouthful of blood. These 5 skulls were all refined by blood, and were closely related to him. At this time, the skulls exploded into powder, and he was also seriously injured. You actually mastered the heavenly thunder energy. Yi Pinghe's face was full of shock and fear. Heavenly thunder, with its extremely positive and strong attributes, is the nemesis of all evil spirits. There have always been few people who can master the heavenly thunder key, so Yi Pinghe is quite arrogant. But at this moment, Su Chen's move caught him off guard. Mr. Su, I apologize to you. I can compensate. Yi Pinghe looked panicked. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. Su Chen said coldly, too late. The next second, Su Chen raised his hand again, and a stream of thunder ki suddenly struck out. Bang. Yi Pinghe's whole body stiffened. My sect will come to kill you. After saying that, the dead body fell to the ground. Su Chen sneered and looked at the corner. Hu Xinliang was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 250. Kissed. Hu Xinliang was dumbfounded. He never thought that Su Chen, who looked like an ordinary person, would kill Mr. Yi. He knew Yi Pinghe's strength best. Not only did he help him deal with many troubles, but he also helped him block many attacks from masters. At the beginning, even a congenital strong man died under Yi Pinghe's strange means. But at this moment, Yi Pinghe became a corpse in Su Chen's hands. Hu Xinliang didn't know what to say at this moment. He rolled his eyes and saw Wang Yuting standing beside him blankly. Then, he grabbed Wang Yuting and put his hand on her neck. Bastard, let me go. Otherwise, I will kill her now. At this moment, Wang Yuting had become a tool for Hu Xinliang to escape. Su Chen just smiled coldly. Spiritual sharp thorn. Hu Xinliang felt a sharp pain in his head, and when he opened his eyes again, Wang Yuting was already in Su Chen's hands. Hu Xinliang's legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Su Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him, and directly hit Wang Yuting on the forehead. Wake up. Wang Yuting slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the surrounding environment, she was immediately shocked. Seeing Su Chen, Wang Yuting's face slowly recovered, and she quickly hid behind Su Chen. At this time, pictures came to her mind. Everything that had just happened appeared in her mind. Mr. Su, thank you for saving me again. Wang Yuting was deeply moved. Su Chen just smiled. Wang Yuting turned to look at Hu Xinliang, her face full of anger, and said, Hu Xinliang, you are shameless. You actually use this method to deal with me, so shameless. Hu Xinliang's face was ugly, and he defended, Yuting, I really like you too much, so I did this. Wang Yuting said angrily, I told you a long time ago that I don't like you at all. You treat me like this, I will only hate you more. I know I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. Hu Xinliang begged, we are still classmates, I just did this because I was young and impulsive. Yuting, let me go. Hu Xinliang was terrified. He really couldn't figure out Su Chen's temper. Just now, Su Chen killed Yi Pinghe with thunder in the blink of an eye, which really scared him out of his wits. Now, he just wants to run away quickly and escape. After it's safe, he will not let Su Chen go. He will not give up Wang Yuting. Wang Yuting looked at Hu Xinliang's pleading, and her heart softened. She was about to agree. At this time, Su Chen said, you can't leave. This is the first time you have done this to Wang Yuting. Who knows if you have done similar things to other people. You'd better stay here and wait for the investigation. Wang Yuting saw Su Chen say this and quickly shut her mouth and stopped expressing any opinions. Where are you going to send me for investigation? The security office? Hu Xinliang showed a trace of relief in his eyes. with the family behind him. The police of the security office could not touch him at all. Hu Xinliang was secretly happy. Su Chen said lightly, "Tiger guard." The smile on Hu Xinliang's face rose. Then, Su Chen took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Mr. Su? What do you want to see me for?" Leading Yuan's voice came. Su Chen asked, "Team Leader Li, are you still in Bincheng?" Leading Yuan said, "After collecting the bodies of Qinhua Chang and Old Man Jin Guang, I was ready to leave. I'm still on the road. The car just drove out of Bincheng." Su Chen smiled. "Then can you please drive back again? I met a man named Yi Pinghe here, who practices Nannyang black magic." Leading Yuan was stunned. "Yi Pinghe? Mr. Su, you must be careful. This Yi Pinghe is on our wanted list of the Tiger Guards. He is from Nannyang and has a large group behind him. Moreover, he is also very powerful. He is proficient in a series of black magic such as centipede magic, spirit magic, talisman magic and head-breaking magic. A congenital strongman in our Tiger Guards died in his hands. Don't be careless." Su Chen smiled and said, "I'm asking you to help him collect the body." Leading Yuan was stunned. Soon, Leading Yuan found Su Chen in the underground hall of the villa. Looking at Yi Pinghe's body on the ground, Leading Yuan didn't know what to say. It turned out to be Yi Pinghe. "Mr. Su, you killed Yi Pinghe. This is a great achievement," Leading Yuan said excitedly. Su Chen smiled. "I'm not one of your Tiger Guards. I'm not interested in your achievements." Leading Yuan said, "Mr. Su, you are not interested in achievements. You should be interested in spiritual medicines, exercises and so on. You forgot that you got the Zuaniu and Fenglui Ju last time. What a powerful exercise." Su Chen's eyes lit up. "This is indeed good." Leading Yuan said, "If you don't know what you want now, I can help you accumulate the merits first. If you need it in the future, we can count together and probably get some good things that can't be seen in the world." Su Chen nodded. "This is a good idea." Then, Su Chen pointed to Hu Xinliang in the corner and said, "Team Leader Li, I asked you to come this time, and I also want you to investigate this guy. I feel that this should not be the first time he has done this kind of thing. If you find out, please investigate and deal with it strictly." Hu Xinliang shuddered. Since Leading Yuan came in, he recognized that he was the leader of the Chen Lang group of the Tiger Guard. Now, he was afraid that he would be taken to the Tiger Guard for investigation. Thinking of this, Hu Xinliang felt his legs go weak. Leading Yuan smiled faintly. "Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will definitely interrogate you clearly." Su Chen nodded. Then, Leading Yuan put Yi Pinghe's body on the car, took the distraught Hu Xinliang into the car, and said goodbye to Su Chen. "By the way, there are these things. Just consider them as your trophies, Mr. Su." Leading Yuan handed Su Chen a bunch of messy things. Su Chen took a look and found that they were a bunch of Taoist magic tools such as talisman paper. "Okay, just save me the effort to draw them." Su Chen took them and put them away. Things like talismans are not something that can be used just by drawing them. Among them, it requires a high degree of mental concentration, which consumes a lot of the mind of the talisman painter. Even though Su Chen can draw, he doesn't have too many of these things in stock. Getting these now is also a pleasant surprise. Leading Yuan drove away. Su Chen and Wang Yuting boarded her beetle again. In the small space, feeling the breath of Su Chen next to her, Wang Yuting, who was still frightened, finally slowly found a sense of security. Soon, Wang Yuting drove back to the Wang family. Wang Xingzhu and others were overjoyed to see Su Chen bringing Wang Yuting back. And Li Yulan even burst into tears. "My dear daughter, are you okay? Didn't you get bullied?" Wang Yuting comforted, "Mom, I'm fine. Thanks to Mr. Su's timely arrival, I'm not injured." Hearing this, Li Yulan and Wang Tao ran over to thank Su Chen again. The family welcomed Su Chen to the living room with the etiquette of receiving VIPs, and brought out all kinds of good tea and snacks. Su Chen briefly explained the situation, and Wang Xingzhu and others took a breath of cold air. "Su Chen, this time thanks to you. Otherwise, even if I have been promoted to Xianshan, I'm afraid I will suffer a big loss." Wang Xingzhu sighed. The family's attitude towards Su Chen became more respectful, especially Li Yulan, who looked at Su Chen more eagerly than Wang Xingzhu at this moment. It was a bit like the more the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the happier she was. Finally, when Su Chen was about to say goodbye, Li Yulin even persuaded Su Chen to stay overnight at Wang's house. Su Chen thought about Zhou Wanqiu's expression and refused immediately. "Thank you for your kindness. I still have to go back." As he spoke, Su Chen got up and left. Li Yulin hurriedly urged Wang Yuting to send Su Chen away. Wang Yuting sent Su Chen to the gate of the villa, and the two waved goodbye. At this time, Wang Yuting said, "Mr. Su, you have saved me twice. Thank you." As she spoke, she bit her teeth lightly and stepped forward with courage. Pa. Her warm lips fell on Su Chen's face. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.